Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
To BevNet Live Summer 2016. I'm Ray Latif. I'm the managing editor of BevNet. So this morning we're going to kick things off with the semi-final round of the New Beverage Showdown, BevNet Live's signature beverage brand competition. Sponsored by Venturing and Emerging Brands and operating unit of Coca-Cola, the showdown gives 15 early-stage and promising brands the opportunity to present their business plans and products to a panel of expert judges in the audience here at BevNet Live. The winner of the two-day competition will receive $10,000 in cash and prizes, and join a short list of brands that have triumphed in the showdown, including Coco Cafe, Owl's Brew, Grady's Cold Brew, and Health Aid. Let's talk about the rules for the semifinal round. Each of the 15 brands that are presenting today will have 2 minutes to present and receive 2 minutes of immediate feedback from the judging panel. The judges already sampled their beverages this morning. After all the brands have presented, the judges will pick 5 brands to move on to the final round, which takes place tomorrow. The 6th finalist will be chosen by the audience. At the end of today's semifinal round, we'll show a list of the participants and a number next to the brand name. Audience members in attendance and those watching at home on the live stream can vote by texting the number corresponding to their favorite brand to a phone number that we'll provide. You can also call that phone number to vote. If you're seated here in the audience, take a look at the lower left-hand corner of your badge. I'm not wearing my badge. That would be helpful if I was. There's a voting code in the lower left-hand corner. If you receive a text back from us asking for that code, please text it to us. Your vote here in the audience is going to count more. It's weighted heavier than those not in attendance. All right, let me introduce our panel of esteemed judges. First, we have Jason Camilos, who's the managing director with First Beverage Group, John Craven, the CEO and founder of BevNet, Chuck Muth, the senior vice president with Venturing and Emerging Brands, and Paula Grant, the founder of Flood Creative. All right, let's turn over the mic to our first semifinalists. Excuse me. Brandon Smith and Jared Smith of Numa. Come on up to the stage. Good to see you guys.
See you as well.
All right, your timer is right there. Please pay attention and get started.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jared Smith. This is my brother Brandon. We are the co-founders of Numa.
Numa is a 20-calorie organic electrolyte drink. We use a simple backbone organic coconut water and sea salt, both naturally high in electrolytes to help keep you hydrated during and after a workout. We currently have 4 flavors: blueberry peach, cherry lime, chocolate mint, and mango. Our formulas all have 0 added sugar, certified organic flavors, as well as a non-GMO, gluten-free, and paleo-friendly certification.
So Brandon and I were hockey players growing up, and we're fortunate enough to play at the collegiate and minor pro level. And one of the big perks of this was free stuff, including free sports drinks. And so as our careers progressed, we realized how many issues we kept having with these drinks we were getting over and over. And so after a conversation with a mentor of ours, we decided we were going to set out to create a cleaner, healthier way to hydrate. And so as we got our product out on the market, we realized that it was really resonating with an audience that we didn't intend to serve initially. What it was not an audience that was looking at sports drinks per se, championships, trying to be LeBron James. We're from Cleveland, we still have some hope here. It was much more on fitness, so yoga, spinning, run clubs, boot camp, things like that. A focus on fitness, health, and wellness, more so than sport. So you can walk outside and literally see these people running up and down the streets today. And so with our product and our brand, we've really focused on speaking to these people and their fitness in particular, and have seen that this positioning has really allowed us to reintroduce the sports drink category to so many people.
Our business is primarily operated in Northeast Ohio in local and regional chains such as Giant Eagle and Heinen's, as well as several gyms, yoga studios, and CrossFit boxes. We're currently placed in all the Whole Foods in our market, as well as several throughout the Mid-Atlantic region. The thing that we're most excited about, though, are the raving fans we built, because we know them and the millions like them are going to be keys to our success as we work to grow. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
You can.
Cool.
Thank you very much. All right, Numa. Paula, was the brand proposition, was it pretty obvious when you picked up this drink?
Not straight away. It's after hearing the pitch, I'm actually more intrigued.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Chuck, what do you think about it?
Well, I think the point of difference is it's organic. And I think that the consumers of this product are typically in the health and wellness and are going to get that part of it. I will say for me, it was a little bit heavy taste. So when I drink an isotonic, I want something that's very light, that goes down very easily. It seemed a little bit heavy for me for some reason. But.
An electrolyte drink, sports drink. John, how tough is it going to be for them to succeed on the market?
Well, there's Gatorade and then everybody else, right? So, I don't know. It seems like they tick a lot of boxes that a Gatorade doesn't. To me, just looking at it, it looked kind of more like a protein drink. It feels very technical. So hearing them talk about being in places like Whole Foods and Giant Eagle, I guess, not sure that that's the right fit for it right now. Really depends what they want to be, I guess.
Yeah, and Jason, it seemed like they checked a lot of boxes in terms of trends, a lot of things that people are looking for, gluten-free, organic. Is it really important for brands to need all that kind of stuff to really succeed on the market today?
Sorry, is it what? Sorry?
Is it really necessary? Are they checked off a lot of boxes? Do brands really need to check off all those boxes to succeed on the market today?
No, I don't think so. I think it's good to be organic today. There's strong movement in organic, but ultimately it's having a singular connection point to a consumer. It's not about running down a list. It's about connecting in one strong way.
Yeah. And Chuck, what do you think about the taste?
Well, as I said, I think the taste seemed a little bit heavier than I expected from a sports drink. Maybe I'm trained to drink Powerade or Gatorade, but it did seem a little bit heavy for me. And when I work out and I do want a hydration drink, I want something that's pretty light. So it was a little bit heavy for me.
Yeah.
For my taste.
Paula, in terms of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think throughout all the flavors, there's coconut that was coming out so high that it was masking the other flavors. I do think if it is going to go into places like yoga, having alternative flavors like chocolate mint is interesting, but I think all the flavors were getting masked by the coconut, so the ending result in my mouth anyway was just coconut.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe working that balance would be better.
Yeah, a lot of proof of concept. They were talking about all the different stores that they're in. How important is that Jason, for an early stage brand sort of presenting to this kind of competition to an investor?
Conceptually, having a strong point of difference and a clear target audience is really important.
Okay, great. All right, let's move on. Our next presenter, Ibrahim Diallo from Jinjan Brothers, excuse me. Come on up. I knew I was going to screw that up. Round of applause. All right, good to see you. Your 2-minute timer's right there.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ibrahim. I represent the Jinjan Brothers. Did you know that between the years 2000 and 2013, the African immigrant population in the U.S. has more than doubled, going from roughly 800,000 people to well over 2 million. And this does not even take into account that those that may be here illegally, the children of immigrants that are born here, or family members of theirs that may not be of African background. Even if you look into the media, or you start seeing in Hollywood, fashion, music, you start seeing a lot more on African influences. It's the next big market. However, this is a group that isn't traditionally catered to by the old school CPG companies, so we decided to do something about the beverage aspect of it. My brother and I started Jinjan Brothers. We're a Harlem-based beverage company that develops and brings to market traditional African beverages to be marketed to everyone, just the same way champagne is not only consumed by the French. Our initial offering is a ginger-based drink that is near and dear to our hearts. We grew up drinking this, and the recipe has been given to us by our mother. It's made with all organic, non-GMO produce. It contains fresh ginger, cold-pressed pineapples, cold-pressed lemons, vanilla extract, anise extract, and organic cane sugar. Our goal is to, and this product contains no preservatives, it's never been heated. Instead, it is high-pressure processed to maintain the shelf life and the taste without sacrificing the nutritious integrity of the product. It is our goal to make African beverages an integral part of the American experience. I hope you all get a chance to taste it. So cheers from Africa to you. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right. So pretty interesting recipe. In terms of sort of marketing this brand to the general public, to folks that aren't necessarily familiar with that kind of recipe, I mean, what is that going to take to really be successful in the market, Jason?
Well, I'm not sure the function of ginger really comes out. It seems like they're really leaning on the African heritage and the story there, which is interesting, and there's certainly an audience for that. I'm not sure if that's going to be an audience that scales the brand into, a conventional channel selling scenario.
Yeah. John, what do you think of the flavor and the formulation?
I mean, we had a couple of ginger-based products back there. I think it was, definitely the most, drinkable. The others were, shots and such. Really enjoyed it. I guess, he was kind of talking about a whole, line of other products. Not really sure how, those might work. I mean, ginger's obviously pretty well understood. But yeah, I think they did a great job with it.
Okay. Paula, how's the branding work for you?
I think it was a little bit complicated. I understood the ginger aspect. I understood that it came from somewhere else. I kind of wanted it to feel a little bit more iconic and less cluttered. There's something about kind of buying into someone else's culture and almost making it feel like a gift from that place, but not done in a cheesy way. Mm-hmm. Something, you just want to see it and buy it and have it on your shelf because it looks really cool on top of the fact that it has a benefit. I think if it went to that level, it would be far more appealing.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, if you were to include this in a brand portfolio and in a distributor's portfolio, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges for Jinjan?
Well, first, I think what Jason said, I think it's going to have a hard time crossing over into mainstream right now, but I don't know if that's necessarily something that you need to focus on. I think I would focus on the niche communities that this brand will resonate with and people will understand it, because it's hard to understand and explain even what you drink with. I think I saw your webpage where you can drink with lots of different stuff, but I mean it's all over the place. And for me, if you stay within your community, and the good news is there's a huge opportunity to do this. I say niche, but it's a big niche, and I kind of like it, and I'm always reluctant with Paul, one of our experts, one of the top packaging experts in the country here, sitting next to me. But I really did kind of like the packaging too, for me. But anyway, that's kind of my
great feedback, great endorsement, by the way, too. All right, I kind of went out of order on that, the last one, and I apologize. Amy DiBianca from Leaf and Love Lemonade, you're up next. Round of applause. Sorry about that. All right, your timer's right over here.
Hi, I'm Amy, and I am the founder, actually, and CEO of Leaf and Love Organics. Now, Leaf and Love is the only organic, non-GMO juice box with 0 grams of sugar, and this is the story. A couple of years ago in LA, I took my son JJ to his 4-year-old checkup, and something his pediatrician said to me really took me aback. He said, "Don't give him juice. It's too much sugar. You might as well be giving him a donut." Well, avoiding juice and juice boxes is not as easy as it sounds, because nearly any event that involves kids, including their lunch boxes, involves juice boxes, and most of them contain between 12 and 25 grams of sugar. And did you know that the recommended intake for a child for sugar is 12 grams a day? So you've basically just wiped that out with one little juice box. And sugar is already hidden in so many packaged and processed foods, it's really hard to avoid. So I got together with a couple of my childhood friends, and we took to our kitchens to create something that we would feel really good about serving our kids, but we also hoped they would actually drink. Something organic, naturally sweetened, no sugar, alcohols, or artificial ingredients, and 0 grams of sugar. Well, it was such a hit in our communities that all the other parents were saying to us, "You guys would be crazy not to make this into a real portable product available to everyone." And what I think is even crazier is that we did. We got immediate distribution right out of the gate. And the reason why is because we're onto something. Kids can still get the refreshment that they crave, and parents can finally make a dent in all that daily sugar. Clean, simple ingredients and fresh, modern packaging. 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. At Leaf and Love.
wow.
Again.
Brutal. No. Great presentation. All right, Leaf and Love Lemonade. What do you think of the packaging, Paula?
I'm afraid to say anything now. No, it's really interesting. So I have 2 kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I watch them shop. We go shopping all the time, and I'm very aware as a packaging designer of what they put in the cart all the time. And this is always an interesting conundrum, because I think when brands like this launch, there's this balance of having to be able to talk the talk to mom and also create something cool and iconic for the kids. Because they really do, I mean, certainly by 6 and 10, what they put in their lunchbox says something about them. They're fully aware of that. They outgrow things very easily, and they're all about image. So, I think this is speaking to mom only right now, so there's got to be a little bit of something that speaks to the kids too. They like to have fun, they like cool language. There's got to be something for them if you're going to get them to fall in love with it.
Yeah. Speaking to moms, no, I think no one wants their kid to eat 50 pounds of sugar. That's a very good point. But Jason, the 0 sugar thing is big. I mean, sugar is becoming public enemy #1. I mean, how important is that, and what kind of a brand proposition is that for Leaf and Love?
I think it's very important, the 0 calorie, but what's more important is the taste, and making the 0 calorie taste good, because people try it once if there's something like 0 calorie, but if they're not loving it, they're not going to come back to it. So for me, anyway, I thought the stevia was a little strong, and it was sweet, which I think is okay, but it's delicate trying to find that balance and making stevia really work for you.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, you've been involved in selling some kids drinks. You know the category. What's it like to be successful, and does Leaf and Love have it?
Well, I hate to contradict a little bit, but this isn't really the final packaging, so we're not seeing the final packaging. I assume that you're going to sell this in a bigger package to moms, and you are marketing it to moms first and foremost. So this is a very attractive space. A lot of moms are looking for organic drinks. I mean, I do represent Honest Kids, which is the leader in the organic drinks category and fast growing. Personally, I love the Leaf and Love name. And I do think you're appealing to the moms first and foremost, and if you could do something inside with the package and make it cool for the kids when they bring it to school, great.
Cool. John Craven, I'll give you the last word.
Geez, thanks, Ray. No, I think kind of what Paula said, I would just, also add, with the taste, I think it is something that right now it seems like kind of an adult-oriented flavor. I think there have been other, juice boxes that have stevia in them, and I don't know whatever happened to those. I think it's, going to be a tough sell in its current form with kids. And I feel like it's so close, though. It's like just cutting that stevia flavor a little, and it would be there.
Great feedback. All right, let's move on. Our next presenter, Loft, and it's Michael Christopher coming to the stage.
You ready?
How are you? 2 minutes away.
Good morning, Michael Christopher, co-founder and CEO of Loft. We are a Brooklyn-based, first-to-market hemp-infused herb tonic. We are positioned to be a category leader in the hemp-infused beverage marketplace, and we're focused on educating consumers on the healthful benefits of hemp-derived phytocannabinoids, namely CBD, and their implications in providing sustainable, natural, and legal paths to enhanced wellness via this powerful plant. We are co-founded by myself and Eric Schnell. Eric is a co-founder of Steez, the healthy beverage brand, as well as I Am Liquid Supplements and an active investor in Runa. I myself am a former tech entrepreneur and business developer, and we're so excited for you to finally try our first production run of Loft hemp-infused herb tonics. We're also happy to announce that we have partnered with Gotham Brands, New York's leading sales and merchandising team, responsible for many successful product launches in our target region in year one. We're also a partner with Beyond Brands, Conscious Product Collective, experts in beverage marketing, corporate development, and brand management. We're also excited to announce we've assembled an amazing team of management and advisory team members, sourced from leading positions at Guayaki, Manitoba Harvest, Marley Beverages, Steez, Nestle, and Starbucks. We're seeking to close our first round of $1.25 million in funding by the end of August to fund our sales and marketing efforts commencing in that month. And the important thing to remember is that we're not just another beverage startup launching in the largest consumer marketplace in New York. We are a movement placed inside of a bottle, and we are a revolution personified into a brand, and we are a collective focused on celebrating the freedom and the healthful benefits of the hemp and cannabis plants. So be free and join Loft in the hemp revolution. Thank you.
Good job. Revolution in a bottle, pretty powerful statement. John Craven, what do you think of that statement?
Yeah, I think it's a lofty statement. Hey, how about that, Ray? It's like something you would say up there. But yeah, I think it's a lot. I guess I don't know, a little confused about, what we're looking at. I mean, we tried it, in the sampling area. It kind of, it tastes fine. It tastes like a soda. I think if it is something that is, a revolution, I'd expect something a little more exotic, I guess, in terms of how it tastes. So,
yeah, sort of pretty bleeding edge stuff that we're looking at with Loft. Jason, what do you think about the product, the brand?
Yeah, I think echoing a little bit what John said, the big challenge here is explaining the benefits of hemp. I think there's lack of awareness out there, and I think the packaging could probably work a little harder towards that. You don't look at the bottle and kind of have some benefits and get a functional clarity on what's actually doing for you.
Mm-hmm.
So it might even be misleading given what people might assume.
Yeah, along the same lines, Chuck, hemp is one of those words that is sort of divisive just by the nature of what it is. What do you think of how they presented the brand and the presentation itself. Did you kind of get what they were going, where they were going with that?
Actually, no. And I had hoped that we would get to learn a little bit more about what you're trying to do, because I didn't really get that out of the presentation. I think I'm a little bit, sort of what John and Jason said. I don't really totally get it right now. I mean, I think the packaging is going to have to work a lot harder than it's doing today to explain why hemp is, something I would want to consume.
Mm-hmm. Paula, branding, design?
Well, I will congratulate that it's not going down the road of looking too typical. Like it's, it could go down the grungy, hemp kind of look. So it's I'm not as embarrassed to carry it around if I believe in the movement, but I would like to know what the movement means. Is it just a theoretical movement of we want hemp in our lives, or what are the real benefits? I would like to know what the benefits are.
Good questions. All right, let's move on to our next semifinalist, Deborah Isa from Sweet Talk Lemonade. Come on up. I nailed the last name. Did you see that? All right, good job. Your 2-minute timer is right over there.
Hi, I make lemonade. Specifically, I make fresh squeezed, cold pressed, HPP, never heated, non-GMO, 100% organic lemonade with about half the sugar that people expect. I had a catering business in the Hamptons and was making green juices when a friend asked me to bring something to drink for a 4th of July event. I realized green juice might not pair well with the hot dogs and hamburgers, so I said I'll make lemonade. And I approached it just like my green juices. I fresh squeezed lemons, went to the farmer's market for just picked fruit, and left out most of the sugar, and it was a hit. After the 4th, I began selling my lemonades in farmers markets, just self-distributing to stores, and opening a little shop in Montauk. Now Sweet Talk is available from Florida to Maine. I have made, bottled, and sold over 18 different fresh squeezed flavors. We currently market Meyer Lemon, Ginger, Strawberry with Mint, and Pink Hibiscus in 12 and 32-ounce sizes. We have a product that everyone has known since childhood. And because everyone knows lemonade, our opportunity is twofold. People are looking for a better-for-you version, and children with developing palates are growing up with fresher-made drinks. Lemonade is a massive national market with a brand opportunity that can span generations. Children growing up drinking our lemonade can drink it as adults, have kids of their own, and introduce it to them. We're on the forefront of America's changing palate. We're updating a classic. Tomorrow I could tell you what we listened to, changed, and learned in the last year that got us this far, and why we think that fresh is the future. Thank you.
Great work. All right, an intelligent man once told me consumers don't read, they reference. Paula, what do you think about what Sweet Talk has created here, and is it, does it have the potential to be a big scalable brand?
Well, there's a lot of lemonades out there, so it's almost like the water category for me, which is kind of like, what's the real point of difference? It tasted really great, but it is lemonade, and there's quite a few lemonade themes going on at the moment. So then I wonder what's the next layer. I do love the personal story and the fact that it's from the Hamptons, and maybe there's something that's built in around that I'm kind of getting through the name. I love the name Sweet Talk, but I think it could go like a little bit step farther so that I can engage in that story. Maybe each package is a little bit different and has a personality on its own, or it really kind of speaks to what it feels like to have that Hamptons experience for people that have never been out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sweet Talk was up here last year. John, what do you think of what they did with the packaging, with the branding?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like a completely different product to the point where, didn't recognize it at first. I think it's interesting. I mean, it doesn't, outside of the word lemonade, I mean, there isn't anything about the brand that says lemonade to you. And I'm not necessarily advocating slapping a lemon image on it, but it really has a different feeling now. I think the taste is still great. Like Paula said, there's a lot of lemonades out there, so I don't really know if their differentiation of flavor or HPP will matter necessarily, but certainly is different.
Well, let's stay with that. HPP cold press has been a big trend over the last few years. Jason, is it still an important differentiator?
I think insofar as it gets you into the premium end of the category, which is probably the place to start if you're coming into lemonade, because it's just, there's so many of them out there. Packaging looks a lot better. I remember seeing this product last year, and it looks way better. One thing I'd say is that they're, with the flavor differentiation, they kind of look similar. So I think that could be accentuated a little bit in terms of just identifying each flavor a little differently.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, I'll give you the last word. What do you think of Sweet Talk?
The only HPP, the packaging's fine. You might want to look at it, maybe even glass. But one caution, and from you learn from your mistakes, and the mistake that I had made once before. You use the word sweet in your descriptor. It doesn't come off as a really sweet product, so it might disappoint people who are actually looking for a sweet drink inside of it. And I don't know if you want to make it more sweeter or take the sweet name out, but that just a caution.
All right, good feedback. All right, next up, Noah Potions, Noah Friedmark. He's right here. Fantastic. Great hop.
Thank you.
All right, your 2-minute timer is right there.
Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Noah. I come from Sweden, and I want to share with you my personal story. It started a few years back. I found myself in the rat race, head of marketing for a really hot company in Sweden, about to go public. And I thought, I don't really buy into the values at all that this company stood for. So I quit my career. I took my girlfriend and my dog, moved out to a small island, uninhabited, in the Stockholm archipelago. And I just loved the feeling sitting there, looking out over the ocean, being like, wow, everyone would love this feeling. So I'm going to try to package it and bring it to the people in the city. So that's when Noah Relax and Focus was born. It's a functional beverage that helps you cope with stress and maintain focus. I think of it just like meditation in a bottle. And actually, you'd be surprised how many people come up to me like, wow, I didn't believe in the function, but it really works. And I urge you people to try it when the sample bar opens. And it's all natural. It's no preservatives inside. And it's still 18 months shelf life. And you know what that will do with distribution margins. And the price point in US will be $4. It's actually just 2.5 years ago that I posted on Facebook, anyone knows anything about beverages? I did not know anything at the time. That's when this all started. Now, 2.5 years later, we're already in 20 markets. So we're selling in places like Mexico, Russia, China, Japan, Korea, a lot of European countries. We're selling at Harrods in London. We're selling to Facebook and Google headquarters in Europe. Facebook employees actually voted us Brand of the Month. And just a week ago, we launched in Hong Kong, selling 40 bottles per day per store. What we want to do is define the relaxation category globally and expand the category a lot. And I'd love to have US-based beverage investors to join us on this journey. Thank you very much. 2 minutes. Boom.
Nicely done. Well done. Relaxation. Still a big opportunity, John?
It's a great question. I mean, I think it's something that a lot of people in this room probably have, written off to a certain extent. I mean, there obviously was a boom of products in that space a bunch of years back, and I think, who's left? Maybe Just Chill. I think this is something that's definitely like taking a different approach, which is really neat about it. It's something that, again, coming into it with sort of having tried a lot of relaxation products, I was expecting it to not be something that was enjoyable to consume, and it actually really is. So, I mean, I think, it's a nicely put together product, certainly something different, so.
Mm-hmm. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned meditation in a bottle?
Yeah.
Meditation in a bottle. Did you get meditation in a bottle, Jason?
I didn't drink a whole bottle, so I can't tell you, but I was pleasantly surprised with the taste. I mean, I'm kind of an anti-stevia guy, if you've already caught that. But I thought it tasted great. It has a super premium, almost luxury feel to it. The packaging, when I was looking at it online, I was like, how's this going to work with the neck label? I actually think it works. It's unique. It's very differentiated just in terms of look and feel. we could see this playing in food service, hotels, you know, sort of staying at a higher end of the market.
Premium price point, $4. Chuck, you know, is that the right mark for this kind of beverage?
Yeah, just what both John and Jason said. I mean, I really love the fonts. I love the way they present it. It does have an it factor. It tells you what it is. It's simple. It tastes good. Yeah, I think you could sell us a premium because the packaging says premium on it.
Paula, you're the expert on branding and design.
It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Being the only girl on the panel, I can say that. Yeah, you know, I used to live in Europe, and I congratulate you on bringing those flavors like elderflower into it, and I think that's what we're all responding to. It's almost like when you put flavors like that together that aren't regularly available on the U.S. market, it's just fantastic. So it can be premium, and I certainly would buy something like this if I were holding a dinner party just because I would feel cool serving it. I don't know if I would buy one every single day at lunch, which is something you should, you know, at $4, but it's something that I would treat myself with for sure. It looks beautiful. I like the package a lot.
Excellent. All right, next presentation, 4Pure, William Boyle. All right, come on up. Round of applause for William Boyle. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good morning,
Yes,
everyone.
The timer is right here.
Okay. I'm Will Boyle. I am the founder of 4Pure. 4Pure is an organic line of lemonades produced with spring water and sweetened with maple syrup. We took a classic lemonade, gave it a youthful twist that highlights its purity and simplicity. Our target market is health-conscious adults and children of all ages. Retail, we're focused on natural and organic channels in the $2.39 range for the retail price. Currently, what we're working on right now is we have 3 flavors, and we have some seasonal flavors that we're pretty excited about. And then we have 3 more flavors that we're working on, which will be joining the 3 that are currently being produced. And that was the quickest presentation, I think. Thank you.
Nice work. Concise. Nicely done. All right. 4Pure, another lemonade. Jason, what do you think of the taste of this one?
Oh, that was delicious. I mean, it's sweet, it's high calorie, but it was really good.
Great. In terms of the branding, anything that you would say?
It's a little bit generic feeling, nondescript. There's not a lot of motion coming out of that package, but it's actually kind of an interesting play in lemonade, which is in that category, which is kind of inundated with emotion and sort of the antithesis to sweet talk in a way.
Yeah. Chuck, for 4Pure, does the name kind of make sense for you?
Yeah, I don't think it does, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of different and cool in a way, and it is premium. My major concern would be that you talk about health and wellness and then put 160 calories in there, and that's a lot of calories. I mean, again, I'm very conscious of what I drink, and that's a lot of calories for me in a health and wellness space, so you might want to look at a way of reducing those calories. But keeping the taste was phenomenal. It was great.
Paula, they have a tagline up there that says, "Let's keep it simple."
Yeah, I mean, and this is where it gets interesting because from a packaging point of view, because of its simplicity and because of the whiteness on that pack, I might pick that up thinking it's 10 calories or something like that, and then turn it over and get duped. So there's a certain amount of flavor that's in there. I mean, the flavors were pretty rich. I think that somehow has to be represented on there somehow, or the product should change. But it's a bit of a disconnect at the moment. I almost feel like what it's representing is not what the product is inside.
Mm-hmm. And John, you know, calories and sugar have been brought up a couple times in this by the other judges. But is there a market? I mean, is there still a significant market opportunity for a highly sweetened and high calorie lemonade, or at least a lemonade with significant calories?
I mean, I think it's similar to what Chuck said before about another brand. You know, there's probably a niche. I mean, it's maybe not a sexy niche, but certainly there's markets out there for sugary drinks. I mean, I think for something like this, just getting the branding right and making it clear what it is, and maybe just having a smaller package would be one approach to it. I think, looking at it right now, I was definitely expecting something that was really more of like a functional drink, which it's not. So, I think there are a bunch of pieces here that it could be taken in any number of directions, but right now it just doesn't, it seems like it's kind of straddling a little too much.
All right, great feedback. All right, let's move on. We have Salud Refresco, Eli Owens. Come on up. Sure. Good to see you. All right, your mic, your timer.
Thank you. Hola, BevNet Live. My name is Wyatt Owens. I'm the founder and current one-man show at Salud Refresco. Salud Refresco is an all-natural Mexican-style craft soda. It is similar to the very popular Jarritos Mexican sodas that are sold in over half of major grocery stores in America. However, it is made with only organic fair trade cane sugar, no artificial colors or preservatives, has 25% less sugar and calories, and in many people's opinions, tastes better. It is fair trade certified by Fair Trade USA, contains at least 85% organic ingredients, and is available in 5 delicious flavors: fruit punch, mango, grapefruit, mandarin, and pineapple. Salud Refresco was first made in October, and with amazing support, recently launched in all stores in the Northeast region, New York City region of Whole Foods Market. There, it retails at a regular price of $6.99 per 4-pack and $1.99 per bottle. It is also available in over 100 test locations. Salud was born from a combination of loving those authentic yet conventional and artificial Mexican sodas and growing up and working in the natural food industry for most of my life. Then thinking outside of that box and wanting to bring more people into it. Besides being super delicious, the larger picture and goal of Salud Refresco is to create a familiar, approachable, accessible, and affordable gateway to natural, organic, fair trade, and healthier products. Therefore, filling the shelves from Whole Foods to conventional grocery stores, from small health food markets to corner bodegas, with products that are healthier for our climate, the communities that produce the ingredients, and ourselves. Not to mention that the flavor makes us feel like we have found paradise. Salud.
Good job, Wiley. Wiley talked about bringing in accessible and affordable brands to bring more consumers to health and wellness products. John, do you think they've succeeded in doing that?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't totally see this as a health and wellness product. It's a tasty product. I think it has, differentiation against, the market leader. Concern I would have is, at some point, Jarritos comes out with basically organic or natural or something, that just goes head to head with this, where they still have the stronger and more authentic brand. But, in the meantime, I think, it certainly, again, ticks some boxes that the leading brand doesn't. So, certainly good stuff.
Mm-hmm. The lineup looks pretty compelling right there, Paula. What do you think of the branding and packaging?
I feel like it's been around forever. It's, there's something about branding. If it does feel authentic and it's been around, I would say that because it does feel like it's been around forever, I might not look at it. I might think, oh, it's been in Mexico for 20 years and it's here. If it's fair trade, maybe slapping the big fair trade logo right in the center of it might be something that would make me think, oh, this is a better fair trade version of something that's going on already. But it is appealing if you're into drinking soda and want a little vacation on the spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting point. Chuck, I mean, are people still into drinking soda? I mean, what do you think of the opportunity for this kind of product?
I think we actually like the premium soda space. I think there's a room for it. I will make a couple of comments based on what Paul said. There's no fair trade label on here, nor is an organic label, because I think you're only using some of your ingredients, like your sugar is fair trade. I think you're missing the benefit. If you're going to do that, you really have to go all the way. I mean, for me, and put it on there. I think that's what's going to make it different from all the other brands that are sitting in that space. So you need to go to the next step. All right, Jason, you get the last word on Salud Refresco.
I agree with what they're saying. I think it's really well executed, but it's a organic version of a market leader with some flavor differentiation, and there's probably room there, but absolutely should be leveraging those differentiators a little bit more on the packaging.
Okay. All right, next up, Bossi, Celia Ventner. Venter. Is here? All right, your 2-minute timer is here, and your mic's right there.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Have you tried to buy ready-to-drink tea for children? It's really not available. Well, this is the question that started our journey to develop Bossi Kids Tea. My husband and I grew up in South Africa drinking rooibos tea. Rooibos is actually a herb that only grows in the Cederberg region of South Africa. In March 2015, Time magazine listed rooibos in its 50 healthiest foods of all time. According to Nielsen, liquid tea also was one of the biggest dollar value growers in grocery stores in 2015. Even with this growth in the market, there are little to no iced tea options for children. As founders of Bossi, we identified opportunity. We also knew that whatever we come up with, our product needed to be straightforward, great tasting, healthy, conveniently packaged, and affordable to get the attention of very hard-to-get mothers as myself. Our product enters the kids' beverage space as a low-calorie, low-sugar leader. Bossi Kids Tea is rooibos, slightly sweetened and flavored. All ingredients are organic, and we are USDA certified. Due to the natural sweet taste of rooibos, we really didn't have to add much to get our kid-approved taste. Rooibos brings the benefit of tea to children without the caffeine and high amount of tannins usually present in tea. Our packaging is special. The size makes it easy and convenient to pack in lunch boxes and take on outings. Every Bossi product comes with a message intended to encourage. We are extremely excited to start sharing tea moments with children. Thank you very much.
Nicely done. All right, tea for kids. What kind of opportunities there, Jason?
Yeah, I think there's tea is unbelievable. It just keeps going. And this is probably the right way to go after kids with no caffeine and rooibos. The packaging to me doesn't feel like a kid's drink. It feels more like a specialty product, something you see in a specialty store. But conceptually, I think it's good and it tastes awesome.
Yeah. John, you're nodding your head in agreement?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I saw the package. I mean, I think it, certainly looks different than other, juice box type packages out there. But honestly, I, looked at it and thought it was something that was going for like an adult consumer as opposed to a kid, both because it was tea and just the look of it. But it's, it's certainly interesting. I mean, I think, if the opportunity thereafter is, ready to drink tea for kids, I'd probably say that being in a juice box, which is, younger kids certainly is maybe a little limiting, and it should be in something else. That's kind of my, reaction to what she said. So,
Paula, would your kids grab this off the shelf?
Yeah, I mean, I actually can see this crossing over if it was done right. There are brands like, excuse me, Innocent in the UK that have this crossover value between kid and parent. And because it is tea and it tastes quite nice, taking it out of this particular package and putting it in another package and giving it a kind of innocence or something that could travel to both kids and adults might be the way to go with this. Because it is an interesting proposition as far as the tea and the taste is nice. But I see no reason to just focus it on children.
Yeah.
And there are ways to hit both.
It's interesting, and there are other rooibos teas out there. And Chuck, in terms of the rooibos part of what they're doing, is that an important call out? Is that something that they need to call out more or less?
Yeah, it's a unique approach. I think it's being said, but the packaging says very premium. I'm not sure it's very kid-like. It doesn't really shout it's for kids. But I want to say, as I said earlier with Leaf and Love, this is secondary packaging. Primary packaging is a multi-pack. I assume you're going to sell it in a multi-pack. So your multi-pack is going to have to appeal to their mom, and what's inside of it is going to have to appeal to the kids. So you can probably do a little bit of both. That would be my advice. I will also say, knowing the space, that the box packages appeals to younger kids. So you're talking about probably under 10 years old. If you want to expand that, you're going to have to look at some different packaging.
All right. Great feedback. All right, next up, Vive Organic. Where do we have Wyatt? Wyatt Tubman, come on up. So we're having some problems with our podium mic. If you can use the handheld, that'd be great.
Okay,
Thanks.
perfect.
And your timer is right there.
All right, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name is Wyatt Tubman, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Vive Organic. Vive Organic is a line of function-focused wellness shots. My two business partners, Kyle, our COO, and JR, our VP of Sales, are back in California right now holding down the fort. We started this company because of an experience that I had at my last company. As I'm sure some of you have gone through, I was facing near burnout after getting a company off the ground from scratch and growing it nonstop for 4.5 years. I was at the lowest point in my life from a health standpoint, and that's when I discovered a ginger shot. And I started taking this ginger shot twice daily, and I literally began to feel my strength and my energy and my health coming back. And I told myself at that point in time that I was going to bring wellness shots to the masses so that people all over the world could experience the same benefit that I experienced. And when I told JR and Kyle about this, they were so moved that they left their jobs to help bring Vive Organic to reality. Some of our differentiators include that we are expertly crafted by a team of doctors. We are function-focused, truly function-focused. We use no sweeteners, no artificial flavors or colors, and we have developed extremely innovative formulas, such as the first ever cold-pressed and HPP'd echinacea root in our immunity boost shot. We started working on this in just December of 2015 and hit our aggressive launch date of April 2016 in the natural channel in stores like Erewhon and Lazy Acres, the university channel, and the corporate campus channel. Just last week, we pulled our velocity reports from these stores, updated our sales and scale-up plan, and have begun to raise our next round of funding to quickly expand within the Southern California, Pacific, and NorCal region. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thanks so much for doing that. All right. Vive Organic. Chuck, do you drink a lot of shots, non-alcoholic shots, that is? And if so, what do you think of Vive?
Yeah, I don't drink a lot of shots. I had a 5-hour energy on my 24-hour drive to Florida one time. But, actually, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, everybody today is looking for that quick fix. Didn't go down easy for me from a taste perspective, me personally, but maybe it's not supposed to, maybe it doesn't matter because it's such a short shot. And I like the fact that it has a functional benefit. It's quick and easy, says what it is. Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah, interesting point. I mean, shots have not necessarily been known for flavor as much, but John, what do you think of the flavor for Vive?
I think, well, in the grand scheme of shots, it's certainly, pretty, awesome tasting. I mean, there's some pretty terrible stuff out there. But I think it really, what's nice about it is it's sort of taken, all the good parts of like a, cold pressed juice and effectively, distilled it down into this tiny little thing that, you probably don't want to drink a big green juice all the time or whatever. And I think there's definitely, an opportunity there for that. I mean, clearly some of the juice companies are doing that as sublines. I think it's interesting to have a company that's like all you do. So, definitely like it. And I think they've done a nice job with the brand for such a small package too. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, branding and packaging you really have to consider with shots where it's going to be on shelf and if it stands out enough. I mean, mm-hmm. Paula, does this have enough to stand out on the shelf, even without prime placement?
Yeah, I really do like the simplicity of the branding, and I think people look to color and icons, and there's not too much information on there. I totally get it. I like that you get to see the product. It's nice.
Yeah. Jason, you guys are interested in scale. You want to see scale. Can Vive scale?
I don't know if shots are going to scale the way 5-hour did anyway in the wellness space. There's certainly a lot of activity, and I think the branding here is awesome, and the taste. Shots are supposed to be tough to go down, but I thought they tasted good. My question is, in a space from a merchandising perspective where it's so hard to get visibility, does it make more sense to focus on one flavor, one function, and sort of build that out and really sort of come out also from a consumer awareness perspective. Identify yourself as, the gut shot or the immunity shot or whatever it is. I don't know, but it just feels like that's a challenge, the merchandising, at least in retail.
Okay. All right, next up we have Sweet Origins. Joe DeCarl, where are you? Come on up. All right. Here's your mic, no problem. And here's your timer.
Excuse me. Hi, folks. My name is Joe DeCarl, and I'm the founder of Sweet Origins, a New York City-based organic beverage company. We are the original North American importers of Sri Lankan king coconut water, having launched a cold-pressured pure variety in New York City last summer. Our journey began with a very simple idea, that nature and those who cultivate it are not a commodity. To us, this means three things. First, exceptional ingredients. We use exclusively young king coconuts, a golden coconut varietal unique to Sri Lanka that is distinctly clean in flavor with double the potassium of Thai coconut water and less sugar. Two, ecological mindfulness. Our coconuts are grown in forest gardens, which is a unique farming method that has multi-cropped harvesting plants in one place. Three, farmers as stakeholders. We trade directly with a collective of proud and passionate farmers who provide for their families on both the fruit of their land and the fruit of their labor. With nearly 1 year under our belts with exclusive launch partner Dig In, a chain of healthy, fast casual restaurants here in New York City, we're excited to share our next evolution of our brand, a range of king coconut water blended with vibrant cold-pressed fruit juice. We've set out to enhance natural channel beverage coolers with category-optimizing products that are forward-thinking, exceptional tasting, and that have true staying power. In a category saturated with similar products and taste, we're confident our coconut water will do just that. Thank you.
Great job. Sweet Origins King Coconut Water. Cold-pressed fruit juice. That's an interesting tagline. So cold-pressed fruit juice, that's, again, something you don't necessarily see associated with coconut water. Paula, what do you think of that?
I actually really like the packaging.
Yep.
I like it felt premium, it tasted premium. I thought it tasted different than a lot of things I had tasted before, as far as the coconut water itself, plus the combination of the flavors. And it had a kind of unique small batch feel to it, which I quite liked, and it felt premium, so I actually liked it.
Yeah, John, you probably tasted, I don't know, let's say 1,500 coconut waters in your lifetime. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, for better or worse. I mean, I think, I've had their flagship product too, and I think, it's interesting. I mean, coconut water is still one of those things where it seems like in its, just pure form, which is the reason you started drinking it in the first place, like that's the best format of it. And I think in this case, I wasn't personally overly fond of like the lemon or lime. I felt like, the watermelon one of the three tasted the best and is kind of on trend right now. But, I still feel like it's something that, these are just new paths that sort of lead back to, just the regular coconut water. The only other thing I'll add is that, we have on our list like Sweet Origins, and I'm like, what's Sweet Origins? I don't see that. And, it seems even in kind of the package, like you really think of this as king coconut water.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure what they're trying to do with the Sweet Origins, but it seems sort of irrelevant right now. So.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, the presentation, I mean, did everything kind of come through in what they were trying to say for you?
Yeah, and I, like Paul said, I do like the simplicity of packaging. I get it, king coconut. I'm a big coconut drinker myself, but I know the space because we're in it. I will say two things. One, that 2/3 of the coconut consumed is natural. It's not flavored. And I don't know if you're having a natural version. You've got only flavors out here. And secondly, consumers that do drink coconut drink a lot of it. And so you have a small package. I don't know, again, if you're going to expand that, but not a lot of people like coconut water, but folks that do drink it a lot.
Yeah. Jason, does Sweet Origins have enough to differentiate from the other coconut waters on the market?
I'm not sure. I mean, I love the brand actually, and the packaging. There's a lot of coconut waters out there. If I would be coming in and be doing what they're doing, which is on the high end, premium, because I think the low end's going to start to get pretty commoditized, but it's already starting. But I think they're doing the right thing, playing at the higher end and working with flavors and flavor differentiation.
Awesome, great feedback. All right, well. Sagan Schultz, come on up. Here's your handle, and there's your timer.
Great. Good morning, BevNet. My name is Sagan Schultz, and I am the co-founder and CEO at Well. So Well is a premium 100% organic cold-pressed juice that contains ingredients that are clinically studied in muscle recovery for athletes and people with active, busy, healthy lifestyles. It is a potent anti-inflammatory and delivers purposeful hydration. So I started making Well because I'm deeply involved in the New York City fitness and health and wellness communities and was looking for a natural, nutrition-based way to sort of help with my own recovery process. So I am a personal trainer. I'm also finishing medical school and business school currently at the same time at NYU. And so I sort of drew on my clinical background to start making Well in my kitchen as a necessary complement to my everyday busy, active lifestyle. And so we decided to bring Well to market when we realized how strongly it began to resonate with the rest of that community. So we use only 3 ingredients: organic watermelon, which is clinically studied in muscle recovery. We use full-strength tart cherry, which is a potent anti-inflammatory, and biodynamic lemon, which I'd love to speak more about later. So using these 3 ingredients, we bridge the functionality of a supplement with something you actually feel good about putting in your body every single day. We just launched in April in Whole Foods Northeast region, a short 5 months after starting the company. We're currently growing rapidly, and we'll be launching in another whole bunch of retail locations as well as online later this month. So far, the response from the community has been amazing. We have partnered with a number of health and wellness influencers, boutique fitness studios, and other like-minded brands. And we see Well as a much bigger sort of, as a vehicle to a much bigger conversation about health and wellness in general and what we're putting in our bodies every day. We want to completely change the way that people think about the recovery process, but also how they act and behave about the recovery process. So Well truly is vital hydration for a life in motion. Thank you so much.
Nice work. Paul, I'm going to start with you. Pretty clean, minimalist packaging. Sagan talked, a lot about the function of the beverage. Does the function come through in the packaging?
Yeah, the function definitely comes through in the package. When I first got to it, I thought, oh, hydration, and then I tasted it, and it's intense. So it does look somewhat medicinal, and it looks like it's a recovery drink. The word hydration in there, though, and when you put that with any kind of exercise, that's a little bit of a disconnect. So I would just kind of take this down the path a little bit further and really go after the recovery and anti-inflammatory. So if you're in that headspace that you're drinking it for that purpose and that purpose alone, I think you could maybe get past the tartness of the cherry, and that could work.
Yeah. In the end, taste is everything. Chuck, what do you think of the taste?
Well, first of all, I love the taste. I thought the taste was great. Of course, I love the cherry taste, but I thought the taste was terrific. I think it's a unique approach. I was a little bit concerned with the Well name, and John and I were talking about it before. It might be a little presumptuous for me, but I don't know. But that's not really my area of expertise, so don't take my advice on it. But it is certainly simple and easy to understand.
Mm-hmm. Some of the things, full-strength tart cherry, biodynamic lemon, these kinds of call-outs, I mean, is it going to help or confuse the consumer? John?
I don't know. It's something that, a lot of what they're doing, I mean, the name, the packaging, just the approach are certainly different than what, one might do if you said, hey, I want to start a cold-pressed juice product. So I think it's something that, looking at it, it kind of, when we were looking at it in the back, I mean, you really kind of stare at it and it's like something different and unique. I think it's a well put together product. Like, it's not overly clear what it is, but it definitely stands out and it tastes great. So I guess for me, I'm just kind of like left wondering, is this a company that wants to be like a functional product, like first and foremost? And like, how do they incorporate, the good flavor into it? I mean, ultimately, like, that's what would keep me coming back, like drinking this again and again, not because I think it's an anti-inflammatory. I mean, plenty of ways to get anti-inflammatories, right? So, I don't know, really interesting product.
Yeah. Jason, you get the last word. Single SKU, it's kind of an interesting launch too. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I totally agree with what John just said. I mean, the packaging leans so heavy on function and the branding and the positioning, but the liquid itself I thought it was delicious and refreshing. And I don't think there's a little bit of a disconnect there. You don't necessarily get that looking at the bottle, that it's actually a very refreshing beverage.
Okay, terrific. Great feedback. All right, let's move on. We've got Tickle Water. Heather McDow, come on up. Here's your handheld, and there is your timer.
Can I use this one?
Unfortunately, that one's on the fritz.
Hi, I'm Heather McDowell, also known as Jager's Mommy. I'm the founder and CEO of Tickle Water, the first all-natural sparkling water created specifically for kids. In a world of complex beverage choices, Tickle Water is remarkably simple and the solution to the dilemma every parent faces. What drink should I give my kids that's good for them and they'll actually drink? Water is hands down the best source of hydration. But you may be wondering, how can I get my kid to want it? How can water compete with soda, chocolate milk, or Slurpees? It's surprising, kids actually like bubbly water. I know because I got the idea from my son. In fact, he gave me the name. He said my sparkling water tickled his tongue, and that's when I realized kids needed a sparkling water of their own. So I got to work. We created 4 flavors: green apple, watermelon, cola, and natural. These flavors passed the taste test with the toughest graders out there, kids. Best of all, Tickle Water has no added functional ingredients, GMOs, sugar, artificial sweeteners, preservatives, sodium, or calories. Our packaging is unique. Tickle Water is the only drink in America to come in an 8-ounce clear plastic, BPA-free, recyclable can. Tickle Water is pure and honest, and there's no better way to showcase that transparency than with this clear can. With metallic gold and hipster animals, we are what I like to call sophisticool. Just 4 short months ago, we launched in Manhattan, opened over 100 accounts in the tri-state area, and reorders are pouring in. We are now distributing with Gourmet Guru. Tickle Water's SRP is $1.49 a can, and we sell single-serve, 12-count cases, and we launch our 4-packs this month. Because we're catering to a young audience, social media is central to our marketing strategy. We also market through billboards, demos, and events. As parents, we're concerned about what our kids eat and drink. We pay attention to labels, and we want to instill healthy habits, like staying hydrated. In the next 5 years, with our great style, bubbles, fun, and passion, Tickle Water is positioned to become the signature drink for kids. Thank you.
Sparkling water for kids. Another interesting concept, another kids drink. Jason?
Seltzer and sparkling water is on fire, and I think marketing to kids is challenging, but if I were going to do it, that seems like a great place to try.
Yeah. John, a lot of opportunity, you think?
There's certainly opportunity here. I mean, I think what's most unique about this is the actual package more than anything. I mean, sparkling water is, kind of sparkling water in my mind. I wonder if making it specifically for kids, again, with kind of a youngish brand is the right move for it, or if it should go a little more broad. But I think that package is great. I mean, it has challenges, though, in that, I think that label, it just doesn't look as good in person since it's totally clear than, what we're seeing on the screen. But I think there's definitely some great stuff to play with, and it tastes great. I would drink it. Probably wouldn't want to hold Tickle Water out in public, but, it's enjoyable.
Oh, you never know.
You never know with me. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah. Geez, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Hey.
Paula, in terms of the sophisticool thing that Heather was talking about, you see that in the branding and the positioning?
Yeah, I do. I actually think it's really beautiful in real life. I want it for me. So that I'm having a little bit of a disconnect. It's kind of like, would I actually give that to my 6-year-old? I don't know. Would he want it? Would he be okay holding it? But I kind of want it for myself if the name wasn't Tickle Water. I like the proposition and the flavor. The flavors are nice and it's very pretty. I think it's almost, it's like it was made for mom and we put a little patch on it for the kids or something, but I feel like it's more for me
Right.
at the moment.
Yeah, the brand proposition is sort of raising kids on a carbonated drink that's water instead of soda. You know, Chuck, where do you stand on it?
Well, I'm comfortable with my man, but I wouldn't have a problem drinking a Tickle. Look, I love the packaging also. Thanks, Jeff. I love the packaging also. I really like the name. I think the name is really cool. Here's the problem for me, and again, I know this space pretty well. It's a commodity category, and it's very difficult to differentiate yourself in this space and convince parents to pay $1.49 for a can when they can get in a full bottle for half that price. You know, so it is a commodity space, just like regular water. It's hard to come out of it.
All right. Good to hear from you. All right. Next up, Loco Coco, Dan and Sean. Where are you?
6.
Come on up.
One's in the audience photo.
Unfortunately, we only have one mic, but you know, it's pretty easy to pass off. There you go. And there's your timer.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Sean Shalowski.
And I'm Dan Brashani. We are both from Boston, Massachusetts, and we're the co-founders of Loco Coco, a cold brew coffee blended with coconut water. We're both active and health-conscious guys that happen to enjoy our daily dose of caffeine. The problem we found was that there wasn't really a good option for guys like us. We didn't have time before work to wait in line at the coffee shop or brew our own coffee, and energy drinks are loaded with sugar and additives. We were looking for something more refreshing than the cold brews that were on the market, as they were very bold and strong, and we needed something that we could grab and go and actually feel good about drinking.
Loco Coco is simple yet effective. It has the energy of a coffee plus the benefits of a sports drink. Each bottle contains about 135 milligrams of caffeine, which is about the same as a 12-ounce coffee. Plus, the coconut water adds electrolytes and nutrients to hydrate and replenish.
So what sets us apart from other brands? Loco Coco is so simple. Our original has only 2 ingredients: organic fair trade cold brew coffee and organic coconut water. We're introducing a new concept, but both of our ingredients are familiar and popular. We don't use artificial ingredients or carrageenan, and the only sugar in our original and hazelnut is natural sugar from the coconut water.
Loco Coco is refreshing as well. We consider ourselves more of a cold brew coffee than a coconut water, but the coconut water adds just the right amount of natural sweetness to make it a more smooth and refreshing cold brew. It's also beneficial. Most cold brews on the market don't double as a sports drink, but Loco Coco is a perfect pick-me-up for before or after a workout or run to hydrate and energize.
We also cold pressure process, and this helps us maintain our nutrients, freshness, and flavor, and extend our shelf life to 75 days. We also have a little different target market than most coffees, as when we first started selling in November of 2015, CrossFit gyms were our main focus, and now we're in most of the CrossFit gyms in and around Boston, and we've now expanded into some small grocery stores, and as of last week, we're on our first Whole Foods shelf. So with Loco Coco, consumers can now feel good about drinking another coffee. Thank you. And thank you, BevNet.
Thank you very much. Good stuff. All right. Merging an established trend and a fast-growing trend, cold brew coffee and coconut water. Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, interesting concept. There's some science behind caffeine being helpful for working out. I was wondering if they could leverage that a little bit. I think the product tastes good. Maybe a little sweet and maybe a little high calorie for what I think the target audience is. But I thought it was clean and tasted good. Branding, I think needs some work to strengthen the identity and really sort of choosing a logo and building around that. It's very, I don't want to say generic, but just there's a lot of words on the label without an identity kind of popping off.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, where do you stand on Loco Coco?
Well, first of all, you don't have to walk around New York City to see all the cold press coffee drinks out there. It's amazing how quickly that space is growing. I actually love the product. I love the taste. I like the label. Personally, I like the label. I think it's to me, it's simple. It's small print, but I get it. The only one, and it's organic, which is great. The only one concern I would have is that we are combining two categories here. We're putting coconut water and coffee together. I didn't really taste the coconut water, and the reason that's important is I'm not a drinker of coconut water. It's not acquired. Hope Tom Larson's from Zegel's not watching this. It's not actually acquired taste for me. So it might turn me off if I was going to buy it, although I didn't taste it in the product. I really just tasted the coffee. So that might limit your audience a little bit because you are bringing two categories together into one particular product. But it also might make you different, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Paula, what do you think of the name Loco Coco, and what do you think of the label they've created?
I think the branding needs a lot of work. I think the one thing, there's a gem of an idea there, two things coming together and working really nicely together. I'd like to see the benefits a little bit better, and everything is a little too quiet. I think in the space that it would sit, it might just get dismissed completely. I do really love the taste, and I love the two ideas coming together. I'd just like to see that represented in a really iconic way for them. They have to own it.
All right, and John, the second winner of the New Bird Showdown 2 was Coco Cafe, which merged coffee, espresso and coconut water. This is sort of the updated version. This is the 2016 version. What do you think?
Well, I think, both categories, coffee and coconut water, have come a long way since then. And I love both personally. I think with this, it's, again, a really fine line of, what the right, ratio is. For me, I'd rather have something that's a little more, assertive on the coffee flavor and a little lighter on the coconut water. And also, like coconut water, I feel like, the most successful flavor that they have is probably the original or maybe the latte, but the flavored, version just doesn't work for me. So I think it's, we're really, again, just to figure out how to actually merge those the right way is going to be the challenge. So.
Okay. All right, our last presenter of the day, Mon Fifo, Justine Monsul. Come on up.
Huh?
There you go. And there's your timer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Justine Monsul, and I'm the founder and CEO of Mon Fifo. Mon Fifo is an all-organic and cold-pressed beverage company that has a passion for health and creativity. We're from Brooklyn, New York. We manufacture only one flagship product and one SKU, the ginger shot. The ginger shot consists of only 3 simple yet powerful ingredients: organic cold-pressed ginger juice, organic lemon juice, and organic honey. That's it. Mon Fifo stands for the ginger monster that goes fee, fi, fo, fum, and we're monsters because we rip through the social norm of what a beverage should be. We're also category innovators because we are the first wholesale ginger honey lemon drink to market the 5 ways to drink a ginger shot. We also know our product is spicy. It's so spicy that we even put a warning label on the back of the bottle, and yet people love it because there's nothing like it. We also don't add water. We let you dilute the drink to your tasting. This helps spicy sensitive customers and levels out seasonal sales. And this is how the ginger, and finally, we don't add water. All right, so sorry guys. On our tray, we display the 5 ways to drink a ginger shot. You may drink it straight, add it to flat or sparkling water, add it to a juice, add it to a drink, or to warm water for the most amazing ginger tea. And that is how the ginger shot began. For many years, my mother would make me ginger tea with lemon and honey. As I got older, I realized I couldn't find anything like it. So I took my mother's recipe and made it all organic, cold pressed, and with love. By growing the company organically, we are in over 250 stores in the New York City tri-state area. We're making a radical drink for a new age. However, it only makes sense as this drink has been consumed for centuries at homes and for decades in health stores. So for us to put this drink in the supermarket, delis, cafes, hotels, airports, and so much more only makes sense.
Very cool.
Cheers.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Nice. On FIFO, ginger shot. You can drink it straight, mix it with warm water, mix it with sparkling water, mix it with juice. I don't know where to start. Paula,
Wait, did we all do the same thing?
I wrote that down.
Whoa.
Wow. I did.
No, but what do you think about that proposition? You can do a lot of things with this shot.
Yes,
Paula.
it was, I woke up immediately, right? It's kind of, it's a unique experience, drinking the shot, and we drank it plain and then mixed, And if you're into that kind of thing, it's awesome. It's, I love ginger. It really, it rocked it. But I would say, like, from a packaging point of view, that feeling of drinking it is so overwhelming. It's like I almost want the package to be neon or something, like so out there. Like, this is just gonna like set you on fire or something and wake you up and make you feel great.
Yeah. Ginger is something that we drink a lot of at the BevNet office. John, what do you think of Mon Fifo?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy it. I think, just a challenge with this is that this is something that, at this point, a lot of, or pretty much every, juice retailer out there is selling in a similar form. So I think it's something that while consuming this product is really memorable, you won't forget it. It's not something that like you kind of have to go out of the way to get or be loyal to this brand for. I think, that's a challenge. On the other hand, in terms of anything that's kind of in that cold pressed juice set, I think it's great that they have a singular focus and kind of really, they do one thing well and they do it really well. So, props for that.
Yeah. Chuck, taste. Where do you stand on the taste and formulation?
Taste? Yeah, Paul said it. Wow. I mean, I saved it for last. So, yeah, I mean, it definitely shouts when it comes into your mouth pretty loudly. It's not, it's not something, honestly, I would consume. I do, I understand there's benefits to ginger, and I'm sure there's a market for it, but I'm also sure it's a pretty niche market, pretty small.
Do you agree, Jason? Do you think this is a niche market, or do you think there's more potential for it?
Probably. I mean, the taste profile is incredible. It's really strong, powerful. But I love, to John's point, I love that they're singularly focused and just doing this. And, again, with such a small package, getting that visible in retail, I think that's going to benefit them.
Outstanding. All right. Round of applause for all our 15 semifinalists. Great job today. Okay, I just want to join you on the couch for about 5 minutes and sort of do a debrief about our semifinals, semifinalists. And we saw kids drinks, we saw juices, we saw a lot of different new takes on familiar categories. What are some of the things that the semifinalists did right, Jason?
I think leveraging organic. You're starting to see more of that. I mean, that continues to be just a growing trend, and it's great to see that. Some of them really use stevia well. I mean, obviously, we're seeing brands like Vive who've incorporated that, and it's probably a good part of their success is due to the low-calorie positioning, and so continuing to use that ingredient in a good way. Shots, I think, is pretty interesting to see. The branding from both and the positioning from both of those brands, I think, was really strong. Mm-hmm. So be interesting to see what happens in that space.
Yeah. John, any good points, any good things that you saw from the semifinals today?
Well, I think, good stuff. I mean, I feel like, pretty much all of the stuff that was up here was, kind of innovations on like existing categories as opposed to, really trying to sell us on some magical new function or whatever. And I think that's, kind of a sign of the times for the most part. There's, a lot of opportunity to take things like HPP or like Jason said, being organic or stevia and trying to, kind of change existing products out there. So, definitely need to see some of that.
Yeah. Chuck, how market ready were the semifinalists, this group?
Well, there are a few that are market ready for sure. I think what impresses me is today is the fact that it's not about price, it's about functionality, it's about health and wellness, it's about organics, and it allows you to get better pricing and better margins at retail. It's not just about the price. And I think, from that perspective, I think you have, there are a lot of brands and categories out there today that are showing that you can do that and do it well. Coconut water, energy drinks, even some of the things Vive's done. I mean, just getting pricing out there and getting better margins out of your products. I think, I saw some products today. I think that definitely can get that done.
Mm-hmm. Paul, do you feel like the packaging was where they needed to be at this point?
I think for some brands it was better than others. Again, I mean, we always talk about the same thing, is understanding what the proposition is and really getting it out there. I think it was interesting. I think I love that we're focusing on our children and wanting to create better drinks for them, and kind of getting to understand that space and how to market towards parents and kids is an interesting thing to try to do, especially right now. Kids are so savvy and they're actually building brands themselves. So I find that whole space very interesting.
Yeah, we also saw a couple brands that are launching with single SKUs, which is something that's kind of interesting too. I mean, what do you think about that approach, to launching your brand, John?
Well, I mean, I think in other years that we've done this, we've seen companies that have like the reverse of, whatever, 15 different products and all these lines that they're going to launch in the future. And, I think it's interesting, it feels a lot more focused when there are fewer. Granted, it also leaves some unknowns of, what happens to these companies with their single SKU. Do they eventually expand into more things, or is that just what they sell, and can that be successful? And I think that's just something that no one kind of really ever knows when they're starting out, right? So, but I think it was great to see some focus, though.
Yeah. Jason, I'm going to put you on the spot. First, beverage. You guys invest in brands, you advise, but let's talk about investing for a second. You saw a lot of brands today. Do you think some are ready for investment right now, or do you think it's going to take some potential, a little bit more tweaking to get there?
I think a lot of them are ready for investment. I'm not sure from First Beverage, just from the way our investment mechanism works. But certainly with angel investors, and a lot of these brands are market ready and ready to step on the gas. So yeah, I would say they're ready for investment.
Yeah. Chuck, in terms of sales and distribution, which is kind of your forte, it is your forte. Any advice that you would give to these brands on, how to better market their products, how to sell their products at retail?
Well, I mean, I want to build on something John said, because I maybe disagree a little bit, John, on this. I mean, I think single SKU brands are very difficult because you really need to get the billboard at retail, and it's hard to do that with a single SKU. You might be able to do it in New York City and in some of the accounts here, but when you get out into the rest of the world, I mean, you really need to have some shelf presence. Honestly, your packaging has to shout, because just not going to have a lot of resources to invest in marketing. So your package is going to have to sell for you very, 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 it's going to have to be a very strong part of your marketing. There's two ways to grow your business. You got to grow it, new outlets, and you got to grow within the outlets you're in. I mean, that's the only two ways you do it. And so you got to figure that out. And whether that's going to be getting new outlets, obviously, is the first priority, and then of course making sure it sells when it gets there.
Okay. Big round of applause for our judges. Fantastic stuff. I encourage all the semifinalists to find the judges at some point, talk to them, pick their brains. It's really important that you do that. All right, before we go to break, we are going to show our board here exactly how to vote if you're in the audience today. And if you're watching at the live stream at home, text the number that's corresponding to the brand to that one up there, 516-200-3360. We're going to show that leaderboard in a second. If you get a text back from us that says, we need your voting code, on the lower left-hand corner of your badge, there is that voting code. So we're going to show that very shortly. And yeah, let's go to break and be back here at 10 o'clock, and we'll see you for the main part of the program. Thanks so much, everyone. Hey.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Hey, this is the live stream lounge here at BevNet Live 2016, summer 2016 that is. I'm Ray Latif, I'm the managing editor of BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, the co-founder. You're not the co-founder, you're the founder.
Thanks, Ray.
The founder and CEO of BevNet.
Damn straight.
It's a good thing that the live stream lounge is live like this. You know, you can kind of make mistakes and have fun, but it's an informal kind of thing. Let's talk about what we're doing here with this. So we have the main stage here at BevNet Live. The live stream lounge here is intended to be sort of an informal talk show that runs during the breaks and lunch hours of both days of the events. And we have an incredible lineup of speakers, actually. Let's talk about what's happening this afternoon around 1 o'clock. We have a pretty impressive group of folks that are going to be up here and talking to us.
Yeah, starting at 12:15 today.
Did I say 12:15?
I don't know, I thought you said 1 o'clock.
I said 1 o'clock.
Maybe.
All right, 12:15 it is.
Yeah, so at 12:15 we've got our live version of the live stream lounge here. We've got the CEO and founder of Juice Press. We've got Theo Rossi, who's both an actor and the CEO and founder of Ounce Water. And we also have Erwin Simon, who's the president and CEO of Hain Celestial, among a whole bunch of other people that you've lined up, so it should be good.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good day, I think. And, well, I'm looking forward to the speakers, but let's talk about what just happened over the last hour and a half. You were a judge for the New Beverage Showdown 11 semifinals. Some really great-looking brands and some impressive presentations. We talked about it in the debrief, but overall, what do you think about this semifinals in comparison to the ones we've done in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I think every batch that we do, they keep getting more and more prepared, which is great. I think the presentations were pretty solid. Some definite good products up there. I guess we'll see how we handle it all when we do the judging in a little bit. So.
Yeah, there is going to be some judging, and 5 brands will be picked by the judges. The 6 will be picked by the audience, including you at home for the live stream. So if you remember the leaderboard, the list of folks you can vote for, and their numbers, you should do that because you have a vote, you have that power. So, and the other thing about the semifinals, I mean, it's just so amazing to see the entrepreneurial activity. These people are so passionate about what they're doing, and we want to see them all succeed. But unfortunately, the reality is that only 6 can go to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 6 finalists. I think, as we've seen, even just with Sweet Talk, who's back for the second time, the New Beverage Showdown for a lot of these brands is just, it's part of their journey and kind of, figuring this all out. This is for some of these brands the first time that, they're really getting kind of, unbiased, just, real feedback too.
Right. And they're going to need it. I mean, when they present, to investors, to retailers, distributors, you don't have a lot of time, and you really have to make a concise argument, a concise point for your brand.
Right, definitely. And I mean, I think in this competition, some of the presenters did it better than others. I think some seem more comfortable and confident telling the story. Others were kind of talking about kind of things that's on the periphery, right? But, I think it's really just getting up there and being authentic, speaking to what you're comfortable about, and, just kind of giving us that authentic pitch of who you are and why you're doing it. So.
Right. All right, John.
Time for me to leave,
I think it's time for you to leave.
Okay.
Well, just for now. We'll see you a little bit later on, though.
Thanks,
okay.
Ray.
Thank you. All right. That was John Craven, the founder and CEO of BevNet. He's not the co-founder. He's the only guy that founded the company. All right. Our very first guest at the live stream lounge, Eli Ke from Up Mountain Switchel. How are you? Good to see you.
Doing well, Ray. How are you?
Now, I hope I didn't butcher your name. It's Eli, right?
Eli.
Eli.
Yeah.
See, I'm glad I asked. I apologize for that. And I know we've met 1,000 times, but you have the Y at the end, so.
I get it a lot. If it's close, I tend to respond.
How's your BevNet Live going so far?
So far, so good. Just checked out the showdown upstairs, and I guess I'm the first guest of the day, so just getting started.
Thanks so much for doing that. Up Mountain Switchel is your brand. You guys just undertook a rebrand. Looks really good. Here, I can take one of these. Can I drink this? It's oh, you already drank from this. I can understand why.
This is for you. This is the original one.
Let's switch.
All right.
God bless. All right. For those viewers at home who don't know what Switchel is, and for some of the folks watching here, what is Switchel? I know what Switchel is, but in your words, what is Switchel?
So Switchel is a Vermont farming drink from the 1700s. Okay. It's made with fresh ginger, raw organic apple cider vinegar, Vermont maple syrup, and water. And then we have 3 other flavors, which is a lemon, cayenne, which I'm drinking right now, and a yerba mate.
Is it intended to be a functional drink or a refreshment drink?
It is. It is a functional beverage. That's where we're usually brought into the store as. It's used as a hydrator, recovery drink. It was originally used by farmers when they were in the fields, working hard and trying to be out all day in the sun and sweating.
Yeah. You changed up your label, but you kept this sort of this vessel. I'll call it a jelly jar, but this is the traditional vessel for Switchel, correct?
Correct. So it was traditionally consumed out of mason jars. So our packaging harks back to the original way it was consumed. It's also a reusable jar and stands out on the shelf. And
So, for a category for a beverage that's not easily or that's not readily understood, or consumers just aren't necessarily as aware of it, what is your strategy for educating more consumers about what Switchel is and your brand in particular?
Yeah, it's our website and our social media is probably the best place right now to get educated on what Switchel is and the history and why you might drink it. We're first to market. When we got started, there was really only one other company in northern Vermont who was doing it, and I think you're going to start to see a lot more Switchels coming onto the market. So that's a good thing. I mean, we love to see the category grow and people will get more familiar with what it is. But for now, I'd say our website and our social media is a good place to find out, and that's drinkswitchel.com and Up Mountain Switchel on Instagram. And then the biggest thing I would say is, by definition, Switchel is made with ginger, maple syrup, and apple cider vinegar. So just watch out for companies that may be cutting corners for profits rather than, looking out for your health by using cane sugar or corn syrup. None of those things are by definition in Switchel. So just keep an eye out on the ingredients list.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago that we saw an article. I think it was in Mother Jones or one of the a consumer-oriented magazine that said, "Is Switchel the new hipster drink?" And it talked about a little about the Switchel scene in Brooklyn. Is
Right.
Brooklyn really the epicenter for Switchel at this point?
No, Vermont is where Switchel originated. That's where we got started in the farmers markets. We came down to Brooklyn. I think naturally people assumed, or associated with hipster because it's it's an old time drink and
I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's an
no.
interesting consumer base. It's folks who are those millennials who are looking for something that's healthy but also refreshing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, by no means is that a bad thing, but we also have 90-year-old Vermonters who are drinking it, and we have distribution now in Southern California and Northern California and Austin, Texas, and New York City. So
Yeah. Last question, what's the most challenging aspect of being an entrepreneur, a beverage entrepreneur? Is it fighting for shelf space? Is it getting investment? I mean, what are the biggest challenges or the biggest challenge that you're facing?
Yeah, I'd say definitely, we're a small, independently owned Vermont business. So going up against some of the competition out there, we don't bring as much money to the table, so we can't pay for slotting and we can't give free product away like a lot of companies do. I think that's the biggest challenge, is just, being a grassroots company and making the drink itself the reason why people are buying it, and fighting for that shelf space and recognition. There's a lot of promotions, there's a lot of paying for slotting fees, and we do that when we can, but a lot of the time we can't. So just making a good, solid product that people drink because that's what it is.
One day at a time, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Up Mountain Switchel. This is the good stuff right here. Shake it and drink. I'm going to very soon. Thanks so much for being with us, Eli.
You got it, Ray. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. See you soon. I was Eli Ke, the co-founder of Up Mountain Switchel, our very first guest on the Livestream Lounge here at BevNet Live Summer 2016. I just want to point out that our sponsor for the Livestream Lounge is Can Manufacturers Institute, so thanks so much for sponsoring our coverage of the Livestream Lounge. All right, next up, Craig Farley. How are you? Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
With the name of your company, or your last name is pretty much on the name of the company, Farley and Company. So what do you guys do?
So Farley Turner is an investment banking firm that is located in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and we do two things for privately held companies. One is we help them raise capital, and the second is that we help owners who are looking to gain liquidity in their business, either a full exit or a partial exit.
So, when I came to meet you, or the first time I met you, you had been pretty deep in the craft beer market. and now you're really looking at the non-alcoholic space. What opportunities do you see here that weren't necessarily opportunities before?
So, a lot of the trends that we see going on in craft beer are going across the beverage spectrum. So whether it's beverages like kombucha or cold brewed coffee, or a lot of the same things are happening. You're seeing these small brands rise up, take market share from some of the former market leaders, and it's just an exciting time across the entire spectrum, I would say, in the beverage industry.
So, did you see the New Beverage Showdown upstairs, or did you see some of it?
I caught the very end of it.
What you caught the very end? It's interesting because these are the small brands that are going to come into you and say, hey, what do we need for you to invest in our company? And even though you're not necessarily maybe ready to invest in these kind of early stage companies, what is some of the advice you would give them to say, to approach you with the right tools to look for investment?
So I would say the very first thing is figure out what you need the money for. You'd be surprised at the number of companies that have a general sense that they need to raise money, but really haven't sat down and thought through exactly how they would spend it. They don't know the exact amount they would need. They're not sure other than kind of general corporate purposes. But I would say think through and put together a budget. So are you looking to raise money? Do you need capital equipment? Do you need salespeople, feet on the ground? Do you need, equipment to manufacture? I think you need to think through what it is that you're trying to do with your strategy, and then the best way to get there. And I think an investment banker can help in that process in the sense that they will ask the questions that will force you to think through those issues.
Yeah, and most of the time I hear it's that people are looking for salespeople, people to help them, their first regional sales rep. And it's not necessarily an inexpensive cost. You're talking about hiring someone at $50,000, $60,000 a year. Is that what you're seeing? Are you seeing folks who just need other people to help them get their product out there? Is that the most compelling reason to get investment at this point?
No, let's take craft beer as an example. That's a very capital-intensive business.
Right.
So I think even more than a feet on the ground, to get up and running, you need equipment, and that's going to cost you, depends on how sophisticated you want to start out, but, probably on the very low end, $500,000 to $1 million, and you could go up from there. So it depends on the business plan, but yes, salespeople are obviously important, but that's not the only use that we see people coming to us for.
Yeah. What trends are you looking at right now? You mentioned, you see some of the just general high-level kind of, trends that are happening all over beverage, but any specific categories or specific formulation trends that you're seeing that are really compelling to you?
Well, I think when you're talking about trends, one of the ones that we see kind of across the spectrum is better for you. So better ingredients. People are looking for something that they want to know what they're putting inside their body. And so, companies that are being made with, non-GMO, organic type ingredients, I think are seeing rapid growth right now.
Yep.
So that's one example of a trend that we'd be looking at.
In terms of any specific beverage categories, just in your own personal life, what are you seeing? Some of the things, is it cold brew coffee? Is it cold pressed juice? Is it tea? Is it what?
Yeah, yes, and yes. Like take kombucha. 3 years ago, I had no idea what it was, and now I find myself drinking it regularly. So it's the interesting thing to me about the beverage business is the amount of innovation that's going on. And so these categories like coconut water that didn't exist 10 years ago are now big categories. And you could even start with the most basic one, which is the most the most drunk beverage in the United States is now bottled water.
Right.
So, when you look at how the industry has transformed itself over the last 20 years, I don't see the pace of that slowing down going forward.
Indeed, and it's interesting you brought up kombucha. I was talking about this in our podcast a little while ago. I myself never thought I'd be drinking kombucha with dinner. And I've been drinking kombucha with dinner like every night this past week. It's great. Yeah. It's a really interesting, it takes a little bit of time to get used to the flavor.
I would liken it, Ray, to sour beers. Right.
Sure.
It takes a little getting used to, but once you get used to it, you start to develop that, A, familiarity with it, and B, kind of a craving for it at times.
Well, maybe we'll see more craft beer producers start making kombucha.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. All right, last question. Can Manchester United win the Premier League next season?
That's a great question. I think the answer is yes.
The answer is
Let's
yes.
hope so.
Go Man U.
Yes, go.
All right.
Glory, glory.
All right. Craig, really
Thank you.
great. Thanks so much for being a part of this, and thanks for being a sponsor.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Well, that is it for the morning session of the live stream lounge. We're going to be back here, as John Craven mentioned, at 12:15 for a very special VIP session. Not that Craig isn't a VIP, but, a different kind of VIP. But thanks so much for watching at home and here, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. Thanks.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Davis and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and
Tastes too good to come in a can. These magic snowflakes are a brand new scientific development, rich in all the protein, minerals, and B vitamins of whole milk.
Go and get me what I crave.
Like anything in life, you have to constantly sort of pivot and update and recreate and keep things fresh.
And the innovation process, I think one of the things people often have a hard time with is they let great get in the way of good. And you know, that's a real problem, because sometimes you just got to get product out there, and then you got to refine it.
Those of you in the room here are the ones that are driving a lot of the innovation, a lot of the new dollars coming into refreshment beverages.
That's absolutely job number one, which is do the right new things. But more importantly, having the courage
to step away from the old things that have worked in the past, because sometimes the old things while working might keep you steeped in the past, as opposed to really propelling you where you need to go forward.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Still recovering from the New Beverage Showdown. Anyway, my name is John Craven, and I'm the founder and CEO of BevNet. Thank you. Before we get started here, I want to thank everyone for joining us here in New York City. We know that this is a busy time of the year, and we're really flattered that you're joining us for the next 2 days. As some of you know, this is BevNet's 20th anniversary this year. It's also the 16th one of these BevNet Lives that we've done. It's pretty funny to think back to 2009 when we did our first one, which was basically the result of a bunch of us in the office saying, hey, maybe we should put on a conference. There was, of course, this huge learning curve, much like the one that all of you go through in the beverage industry. For us, that was learning things like needing to put lighting on the speakers on the stage, like who knew? Or that driving, a U-Haul full of beverages across Midtown Manhattan and unloading it on Central Park South wasn't really a bright idea. The fun part about what we do is that most of this learning happens in front of this live audience here. We have kind of no other way to practice except get up here and do it. Fortunately, despite these occasional missteps, we knew from the very beginning that there was a need for this type of event in the beverage industry. Somehow we've navigated through all of this, and we've managed to extend our platform into craft beer and a natural food through our other sites and conference series, Brewbound and Project Nosh. And this year we're putting on a total of 15 different events across the 3 platforms, and we're constantly working on new ideas. Getting back to the early days of BevNet for a second, back when we were young and BevNet Live was much smaller, one thing that always stood out was this great sense of community among the entrepreneurs that we worked with. It's pretty awesome to look out at the audience here today and see how that community has grown and how the industry has evolved over the past 20 years. It's definitely something that I'm proud to be a part of. So you're in good company here, whether you're a beverage industry veteran or someone who's just getting started. You're amongst entrepreneurs, ourselves included, who are each on our own journey. We'll all make mistakes, learn hard lessons, and hopefully forge a path to growth and success. And we hope that along the way, you'll use the community around you as resources, and that, of course, includes all of us here at BevNet. We're honored that by attending our events and participating in our platform, you're allowing us to take part in your journey, too. We hope that you take opportunity to reach out and connect with us, both at this event and down the road. And finally, before I turn it over to Jeff Kleiman to introduce today's program, hold on one second, Jeff. I want to also take a minute, he wants me off the stage. I also want to take a minute to acknowledge our team. It takes a small army to put on these conferences and months of planning as well as execution on these days here that we're putting on the event. And of all the lessons that I've learned in the last 20 years with BevNet, the most important one has been the importance of surrounding yourself with good people. People who are smart, creative, have an amazing work ethic, and at the end of the day, I can honestly say I want to go have a beer with. So thanks to the entire BevNet team, and thank you for being here today. We're looking forward to a great show. So now I'll get off the stage and invite Jeff up, our editor-in-chief. So thank you.
Well, thank you, John, for providing us this forum for the beverage industry and for you, the dogged tide of entrepreneurs who are fueled by this platform. Now, one of the chief words you'll hear thrown around this event and at so many others is innovation. Entrepreneurs, investors, distributors, retailers, consumers, and New Beverage Showdown judges all seem to be constantly looking for what's innovative in this industry. Perhaps through innovation, we hear, we might create that other goal that's out there, disruption. Now, our speakers today, many of them, they'll explore both of these ideas. But why this dogged pursuit of innovation? They've been big terms since we started these events, but what does it mean, innovation for food and beverage, when we hear calls for innovation, for disruption, in everything from tech and finance to media and distribution and lawn care product design? We call innovation the entrepreneur's edge, but in many ways, that really isn't true. Innovation for innovation's sake, we've seen, isn't going to get you past the mad scientist stage. Disruptive approaches, innovative routes to market, they can be as important as these crazy new functional products, and that, unfortunately, is often where the big guys still have an edge. Organizations of their size can create practical innovations with regard to marketing, merchandising, production, and they have the advantage of being able to do it on a really large scale. So what have you and what have we got? We've got the ability to prove our points quickly. We've got changing times, new audiences, and as John suggested, we've got community. And for beverages, that extends beyond the internal community he referred to, but also the external community that consumes, enjoys, and talks about these beverages. Your ability to deliver audience is your chief innovation, your killer app. Think about it this way. When he was speaking yesterday, Bill Creelman, who started Spindrift and Stirrings, was talking about the need for entrepreneurs to find a place to tell their story. And I think that's something that Rohan would be able to speak to as well. That place where a product makes sense and a group to whom it makes sense. And you can do that with a much smaller group than the big guys can. Red Bull proved it with skiers and skaters. Blueprint did it apartment by apartment, beautiful person by beautiful person. Zico and Vita Coco did it with yogis and with the really hungover. And when you're in with these groups, you've clarified a proof of concept and you've created community. And community gives these people a sense of place. A hot new beverage is a magnet for community, and it quickly creates new coalitions of people who are sharing an experience. You know, Andy Warhol had it right when he said that a Coke is a Coke, whether Liz Taylor is drinking it or you. The same idea applies here. You're the ones who are bringing new experiences to new people who are realizing shared tastes, realizing shared ideas, and in so doing, you're tying new communities together. And it's these communities that investors and distributors and retailers want so badly. Why do they want you? You're the disruption. the system for delivering millions of people who will opt into that shared taste and shared experience. It's these communities that will always be attractive to gatekeepers, but you, the entrepreneurs, are the ones who can create them, who can bring them together. Never forget that your products create an audience, and when you've developed that audience, when you've found that place to tell your story, people will want to drink it again and again, just like you're here dipping into this shared community of knowledge again as well. And we thank you for it, for helping us find a community that we love. So now let's start our program. And we're going to hear about telling the story, investing in the story, amplifying that story, branding it, and yes, improving it and augmenting it from our day's speakers. During the program, we would love it if you would join us with your questions. At the bottom of your agendas, you'll find a text number, a email, ask@bevnet.com, and you can tweet to us at hashtag BevNetLive. I sound like Bob Dole describing the internet. So I want to talk a little bit about our first guests, Rohan Oza and Brett Thomas, two of the three co-founders of CAVU. Now, even 4 or 5 years ago, there was this notion of a super team going around. I'm not going to name names beyond Rohan and Clayton Christopher, but there were these folks with different strengths of background, plenty of money, who are going to form a sort of Justice League of beverages. Of course, there are those who might see it as something else, and I'm sure we'll get into that. But the idea that a group of truly battle-tested entrepreneurs getting together to work on companies as value-added investors isn't a new one. It's just the quality of the entrepreneur and investor, the results they've gotten, the batting average that's so interesting when we look at CAVU, which now brings together Rohan, Clayton, and Brett Thomas. Clayton isn't here today because he had to go shoot stuff in the jungle, but he's the classic entrepreneur, having started notable companies like Sweet Leaf Tea and Deep Eddy Vodka, along with a bunch of early-stage investments in other brands. Rohan, we know, is the master marketer, the cool architect of Glasso's celebrity investor strategy, a former insider with Sprite and Coke, and now the man to see for up-and-coming beverage plays, and as I understand it, someone who is actually allowed to call Dr. J Julius. But what's a Brett Thomas? Well, he's got quite a history and an edge in the beverage business as well, as I'm sure he'll explain, and also a finance background that grounds the other two in fiscal reality. So with Rohan and Brett on stage, we'll hear about CAVU now, what it means for companies and entrepreneurs on the rise, and what the overall role of funds like this one imply for the beverage market overall. So again, we invite you to send in questions for these speakers as we welcome CAVU's Brett Thomas and Rohan Oza. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
What are the seating arrangements?
I am here. You're on my couch.
Oh, we're on the couch?
Yeah.
God, I have to be close to you. All right, here we go.
Yes, we're very close.
All right.
So it's been 4 years since you've been here.
I gotta grab my beverage, sorry.
Okay. What you got there?
I couldn't find a buy downstairs, so I'm going with my other favorite.
So you guys are investors in Health Aid, I see.
What gives that away?
So
Dustin's bugging me. He's right over there. That's why.
So intros very quickly. Brett, I don't think most people here are familiar with you yet in sort of a broad sense. So can you talk a little bit about what it is you've done in the past and what you're bringing to this team?
Sure, absolutely. Background was in finance. Worked for a hedge fund for a bunch of years. When I turned 30, I had a great piece of advice from my grandfather and some other people who were mentors to me. that if you don't ever go and follow your passion before it gets too late, you never will. And so when you grow up and you have responsibilities, mortgages, kids, it becomes very difficult to take that chance in life the further you go on. So I'd always been consumed with CPG, food and beverage, and wanted to somehow make it my career. And if you can always, the adage that you can turn what you love to do, your passion into your career, you'll never work a day in your life, right? So I set out going to these conventions, sitting here at BevNet several years ago, sitting in the audience, learning as much as I could, meeting as many of the difference makers in the industry as possible, and started making investments with my own money. The first couple didn't go too well, but that was cheap education. Learned a lot, and what I found was that I needed to go out and find the difference makers in the space. The guys like Rohan Oza, Clayton Christopher, there's a number of them out there. And my goal was to go meet these individuals who've had patterns of previous success and, wanted to see their deals and be a part of their network.
What, excuse me, what is CAVU's thesis for investment?
There you go.
You want to take that?
Okay, sure. So if we step back macro, my philosophy, which is safer in BevNet than it is in other places, but fundamentally, I believe that if you go to a grocery store today, forget the fruits and vegetables, just take the center of the store, packaged goods. You could argue that 80% of packaged goods out there are bad for you. High sugar, high carbohydrates, low protein, low fiber, low good fats. It's literally the reverse pyramid to how we should be eating. The last 40 years, the big manufacturers and corporations have really been giving us shitty products. And I think the next 40 years, the tide will turn. And I think that the beauty of being an entrepreneur in America today is we've become, it's the greatest place to be an entrepreneur because we've become the incubators of innovation for the big corporations. And they realize that. That's why they've all created VC arms. It's why they've partnered with us in certain deals and with other private equity and venture growth funds in deals because they see that it's better to go find established winners and then make them huge rather than trying to create something from scratch. So my premise is that in the next 40 years, we'll be establishing in both beverages and snacks brands for the future generations. And so our thesis is to get in and help founders create the next iconic brands. And I'm not talented enough to be a founder. I've never been a founder. I'm not that smart. But I'm really good at finding smart people and great brands and then helping them. And so CAVU's thesis is, the name is Ceiling Invisibility Unlimited. It's a flying term. Clayton's a dorky pilot, so he came with that term and we bought into it because the vision that he had was that we're going to help founders and entrepreneurs navigate through the turbulence they will be into clear skies. And that's why we're here, that's why I'm here, because I think it's an exciting time to be in food and beverage, and you're going to see what's been an evolution become a revolution over the next 30 years.
So I want to come back to this idea of 80%, but I wanted to ask you, what do these founders need typically? I mean, what are the gaps that need to be filled in that all value-based funds, value-added funds can add, and what's your specific edge?
Well, they all need money, first of all. And I think some of the biggest mistakes, and every fund can give them money, by the way, but I think the biggest mistake some founders make is trying to raise too little and sputter along at the beginning because they're fearful of dilution. It's better to own 20% of a $1 billion company or even 10% than it is to own 80% of a $5 million company that's headed to bankruptcy. And so where I've seen mistake after mistake is not taking enough money in, and especially in beverages. I mean, beverages is the most expensive game out there. If you don't want to raise a lot of money and you're fearful of dilution, don't get into beverages. So that's one. The second, I think, is partnering with funds or people who've been there, who can help navigate. Again, every case is different, but if you've partnered with people who have been on certain ships, and if it's been a successful ride, then there's a lot of insights that can be shared that prevent new founders from making old mistakes.
Can you give us an example? Something from the portfolio right now.
when I first partnered with Ben Weiss at Buy, I think we spoke about Buy 4 years ago here. It was a blip. And now it's the fastest growing beverage in the country. And it hasn't even scratched the surface. If you ask 10 people, I think 2 out of 10 might know what Buy is. And the brand's off the charts. But right at the beginning, Ben and I had a discussion and debate. Ben had regular Buy, and he had the 5-calorie Buy. And I pushed hard with Ben. I said, nobody really cares about the regular calorie Buy, because if you want full-calorie beverage, you got Vitamin Water and Snapple and all these sodas and all these other brands out there. The beauty of Buy is the fact that it tastes amazing at 5 calories, and it's naturally sweetened. And it was tough for him, and it took a few months, but he had to ultimately cut half his revenue to focus on the golden child, which is Buy 5.
Sure.
And so, if we hadn't done that, the brand would have sputtered along for a while before we got to that point. And I give Ben a lot of credit. I mean, he listens to me about 80% of the time, and I'm probably about 80% right. So it's a good ratio. But I think that was a big difference. And certain brands that I've been involved in want to go too far too quickly. I mean, the death knell in beverages is if you go to too many markets too quickly.
Sure.
You can't support it, you don't get the velocity, it costs you way too much money, but certain founders chase the money. Oh, we got 2,000 Kroger stores. Good luck with that. And so I've been in scenarios where I've reined back certain partners because they're trying to go too wide too quickly. But that's the advantage of having been through a number of these scenarios.
So you want to stay sort of regional and narrow, but at the same time, you can never have enough money. Brett, when folks come in and you're reviewing sheets, do you say, well, you're going to need more money than this. Let us give you more. Let us invest more.
That's always the challenge, is trying to find the perfect sweet spot where the entrepreneurs are okay with the dilution and managing that versus handcuffing them with not enough capital. And I think like Rohan mentioned, the biggest mistake entrepreneurs can do is get caught up too much on the amount of dilution. It's very important, obviously, it's their baby. But you don't want to, one of the biggest things is fundraising is very time consuming. Even if you think you know who your partner is, it still takes months of diligence and shaking the trees, so to speak. So I think to be able to raise enough earlier on, or when you do these fundraisers, I think it'll prevent you from having to go to the market 4 months later if you run out of capital again, especially in beverage. It takes a lot of money in this space.
So I'll give you 2 examples. So I'm not going to name names, maybe one of them. But one of our investments, I clearly told the founder 6 months ago, you're not taking enough money. You're going to be out of money, and you're going to be raising again, and you won't have the run rate you need to go get the valuation you have. Didn't listen to me. Within the last 24 hours, they said to me, yeah, you were right, we should have taken in more money. When we did a raise on Health Aid, Justin and Dinah were very conscious about how much they wanted to raise. I told them, you guys are going to need more money because they're busting out the seams. They can't keep up with demand. But I said, you got to look beyond that to the next stage. And I give them credit where they both came back during the process of the raise. And Dinah said, yeah, we need that money. We've done the math and we'll take it. And they were raising a chunk of change there, but they realized that if you're going to build this brand and truly be a brand of tomorrow, you've got to take that. And we don't want to give money for the sake of it. You shouldn't be sitting on the sidelines for 4 years with money. But you do need it in this business, especially if you're going to own your own manufacturing.
Sure. Go ahead.
I also think it's important timing of when you take that extra money. I think taking it too early, you may not need it, but it's when you're at that point of inflection, and Health Aid is an example. They're like this because they don't have the capacity right now. When they turn that capacity on, there's a lot of runway there. So it's making sure that when you're at that point of inflection in your business, that you have the growth capital to be able to accelerate and really go into more doors and support it properly with the proper merchandising and marketing behind it. So I think timing is critical as well.
It's interesting to hear you guys talk about supply chain as being a key to acceleration. Just because for so long it's been a kind of co-pack environment. Is there something about some of these beverages that are coming on the market now, your kind of HPPs, your cold brewed coffees, some of the kombuchas, where you can own capacity rather than co-man it, that is changing the game for investors and for entrepreneurs?
I hate owning capacity. unless we have to. Like Bai produces an amazing product and has built Ben's been fantastic relationships with the supplier. So the co-packer.
But he's had to build a pretty unique supply chain.
But he doesn't own it. Someone else owns it, and they're an investor in the company, and he's got an amazing relationship with them. So, fostering relationships with your co-packers, huge. Them understanding that they're part of a team with you long-term, huge. Totally agree with you. So if you can, I would always go to co-packer, foster relationships, and you can build a pretty huge brand. If your production methodology is unique enough that someone else out there can't do it, then you build your own. So Health Aid is an example of where it's unique enough they have to build their own, but generally I prefer not to because you sink a lot of capital into infrastructure versus brand growth.
Are you seeing more products, more products where it's necessary, though, to start building your own?
I'm not. I mean, even in the juice, what happens is as soon as a category gets created, people get out there and start creating the co-packing environment. It's existing manufacturers go, okay, we did this in juice, now we're going to get these machines. They know how to make it, they've got the manpower, they've got the warehouses. So I think that co-packing will definitely follow the innovation. So I don't think it's going to be a massive movement to say, okay, everyone's going to start owning their manufacturing.
Sure. What's the environment like for financing right now? I mean, there are many value-added funds out there. What's the ultimate effect for the entrepreneur on this?
I think it's an incredible environment for an entrepreneur to go out, and there's so many great options for capital these days. And value-added, I think where this industry was years ago versus where it is today it's incredible what's happened, right? Before, you used to have to go pass the hat around to friends and family. Now there's so many different alternatives, especially earlier on now, for entrepreneurs to get capital. You see all the new funds that have been established, all the new VC arms that have come in. So you do have a lot of dollars chasing a lot of deals. I think valuations will be a concern, where I think brands may have expectations that may not be, in line with kind of where the market is. But other than that, I think it's a really good environment for entrepreneurs to go out and seek kind of value-added partners.
Got some questions from the audience.
Can you say who?
We have a 412 number. Oh, it's Pittsburgh. How do you satisfy investors without growing too fast, too quickly?
You're talking about as an entrepreneur satisfying
investors, yeah.
You don't have to look. There's realistic and unrealistic expectations. I've been blessed to be part of a couple of brands that have delivered unrealistic numbers. Right? Vitamin Water and Bai are probably the two that have exploded at some unprecedented levels. But not everything has to do that. The key is you want good growth, and actually in the early days you kind of want great growth, because there's not every brand that gets created is going to get sold. I think people forget that sometimes there's only a finite amount of shelf space, and if you've got an exit partner that's usually one of the big companies, they're only going to buy you if there's a real need for that product. So just because you get to 20 million doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have an exit partner. So I think that the key is in the early days is to have sufficient growth to make you a relevant brand. I'm talking about from an investor standpoint. So, I mean, it sounds good to go from like 3 million to 5 million in the grand scheme of things, growth percentage-wise, but it's not going to get you very far. So in the early days, in order for you to make it a real brand, I think you have to have, triple-digit type growth in the early days to make it really sustain. And then that can slow down with time. But I think that the biggest thing for me is velocities. If your velocities are there, you know the brand is real, you can lean into it.
Are you willing to pay for that velocity? Should you
not
be
if it's
willing to?
Not if it's artificial. So if your velocity is, look, I'm paying slotting or I'm paying shelf space and I'm running promos to get trial and awareness, sure, yes. But if then I'm supporting the heck out of the brand at 99 cents to get it to move, that's not good.
There seems to be a boom in sort of brands that are able to stay independent longer. Do you see, first of all, that as a good or a bad thing? And also, do you see strategics, in fact, something like General Mills trying to help these brands stay independent for a while?
Give me an example.
Vita Coco would be an example of a brand that's managed to stay independent of the larger strategics for a much longer time. They seem to have a lot more options.
I think that if the distribution partner can continue to grow with the brand, as Dr. Pepper has done with Vita Coco, I think you're fine to be independent because there's no rush to have to exit or because Vita Coco is growing great, profitable. Mike runs a great ship out there, and so he's in no rush, and he's creating a global brand. So what you don't see domestically is what Mike's done in the UK and Canada and Asia. And so he's building a global brand. So for him, he's looking beyond the United States, but the partner in the US is delivering. So as long as your distribution partner can deliver and Dr. Pepper can drive scale for independent brands, and they're usually the biggest player, or big guys who are in New York, whoever, then yeah, they can stay independent longer.
If you have a reliable source of volume, you can try new things as an independent brand.
Correct. But the distributors have to be able to take independent brands to scale.
Brett, we had a question from the audience for you. Yep. You mentioned an inflection point the brands need to hit to be worthy of that next level of investment. What are you looking for from a brand to be considered that it's hitting that inflection point?
I think the way we look at it collectively in our thesis and our creed is, and Rohan said this before, is product, people, and passion. I think it all starts with a great product. If we're speaking beverage, if your liquid is not good, you've got a problem. So I think first and foremost, what you're selling, the taste of it has to be right on. And if you have that, then a lot of the other things are fixable. Packaging is fixable. Ability to get distribution. There's so many things that can be fixed, but I think it all starts with the liquid and then building upon that. So when we look at brands at a point of inflection, I think it's saying, okay, what channels are they in right now, right? Okay, they're in natural. How are they performing in natural? And if they're performing very well in natural, and one of our companies is doing extremely well in natural, but they're not really in conventional yet, it's being able to realize and see, can this brand translate in both natural and conventional and convenience as well as all the other kind of spaces out there. So for us, it's the ability to take a brand that might be having success regionally with strong velocities and be able to accelerate that into other markets and support it.
Would you rather see a regional success, or would you rather see a channel-based success?
Yes, regional success. Because regional success to me, and I tell every brand this, prove yourself out regionally. I had a conversation with one of the brands we were in. I'm like, you don't have capacity to go nationwide. So crush it in New York, crush it in Southern California, prove you can work in multiple channels. And then you learn the mistakes on a regional basis. One, they're less expensive. Two, you know which channels do and don't work for you. And three, when you go national, you have learnings across the board. National channel strategy is less important than regional success.
Now, isn't that...
Especially in beverages.
Isn't that more distributor dependent than co-man dependent?
It's very distributor dependent. But
they talk.
But generally in beverages, without distributor support, I don't know who's made it really big. I can't think. But no brand that I know of. I mean, Snapple, Sobe, Vitamin Water, Bai, Vita Coco. Nobody's made it with I mean, even Gatorade in the early days. It was distributor dependent.
Yep. What areas of the industry are you guys most interested in right now?
I would, in terms of CPG or specifically beverage?
Specifically to beverage.
Oh, I was going to say beverage.
Beverage.
Yeah. I mean, beverage to me is the most exciting category to be in. This is like, if you guys want to make a choice, beverage is the place to be.
So you guys are doing okay, at least.
Well, because
step one.
Yeah, check.
Because the thing is, you've got, what, $70 billion out there, $60 billion that's leaking, right? There's no soda brand that's growing. Diet sodas are down double digit, and there's no immediate comeback, right? There's like, there's I don't know, $1 billion, $2 billion leak per year. And so people aren't drinking less. Sure, they'll drink more water. But as a country, we want flavor. So if we deliver flavor with function, you're going to have a winning proposition.
All right, so we've got beverage. Where do we go from there?
can't give you too much insight because that's what I'm investing in.
We had a question about powders and concentrates. Is that a space, the water minus kind of beverage space? Is that
powders and concentrate?
Yeah.
That's not my space. I'm not that smart. Brett might be smart. I like finished product I can grab and go.
I also think it's anything that will take. Listen, carbonated soft drinks have been declining for 11 straight years, right? And I think they still have a 20% plus share of the stomach. So what we look for and kind of
He's been reading on beverage jargon.
Seep down is where is the consumer going to go if they're not drinking the CSDs? And so if you look at the Sujas of the world and all these great brands out there and the cold brew category and kombucha, 2-3 years ago when I invested in Suja, I'm from Ohio. I never thought I'd be drinking green juice. But I moved Cokes and Pepsis out of my diet, and I needed something besides water to kind of bridge that gap. And today I'm drinking kombucha. Again, I never thought I'd be drinking kombucha, let alone did I know what kombucha was, several years ago. So I really think—
You're growing up.
Growing up, exactly. And if you look at the product, it's got to be great taste. It's got to have an upgrade of what's out there previously, right? Vitamin water was an upgrade over the existing incumbent, and then we think Bai is kind of the upgrade to that today. And in a few years, 5-7 years down the road, there'll be another kind of even better for you product. So I think you can't sacrifice taste. That's number one. But if you can provide, and our country won't allow it, but I think if you can upgrade what's in here and provide more beneficial, functional ingredients, I think that's kind of what we're interested in.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we're very excited to watch CAVU and its brands grow up together.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So our next interview is going to be with Cheryl Olaughlin. Now, she brings remarkable organizational expertise to our stage. Cheryl's the CEO of Rebel Inc., but for more than 20 years, she's helped bring depth and passion to entrepreneurial food and beverage brands as a product developer and the eventual CEO of Cliff Bar, where she helped shepherd the company from $100 million to $200 million in revenue while launching Luna. Then she was the co-founder of Plum Inc., a children's food company that was eventually sold to Campbell's. And now as the CEO of Rebel, she's joined fellow conscious entrepreneur Paolo Hawken to create a cutting-edge, adaptogenic herbal beverage. I say conscious entrepreneur because what extends beyond the level of financial success that she's brought to these companies is a commitment to their underlying meaning. Their B Corps, their quintuple bottom line organizations, they're committed to causes like fighting slavery, supporting women's wellness, saving the planet, all the things we think we can do but don't always get to. When you have Cheryl's experience and you also work as a CEO in a startup environment, you find yourself working as a teacher as much as you do an executive. And Cheryl has spent plenty of time sharing her experience and expertise as a board member for other entrepreneurial CPG companies and as a professor and instructor, including leading the Center for Entrepreneurial Studies at Stanford. Have we pre-qualified her enough? Good, let's talk with her about how we guide enterprises through various growth stages and keep them focused on their multiple bottom lines. Please welcome Cheryl Olaughlin.
Good to see you.
It is such a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. So much fun.
So when I set out to put this program together, one of the things that I thought was interesting was we could have a set of entrepreneurs turned investors and then we could have an entrepreneur turned investor who went back to being an operator. So why are you doing this instead of sort of laying back on a board somewhere?
I can't help myself. I love running companies. I just being able to work with people that are so passionate and have so much grit, and being able to get in there and see the results of your work. There's nothing like it to me. Nothing like it. You know, I love being on boards. I love helping entrepreneurs, but I just keep going back. I can't help myself. What can I say?
Now, when you came in as CEO at Rebel, the idea is to help take a company that I think a lot of people see potential in. Certainly investors have seen potential in it. The natural channel has. But the idea is to bring it from startup into that sort of fast growth and inflection point that we just heard about. So what are some of the principles that come into play when you're trying to do that?
Yeah, well, a big one, CAVU just mentioned, is velocity, velocity to velocity. It so much boils down to that. I mean, if you're setting up a house of cards, if you're building distribution without the basis of velocity, and CAVU also alluded to it, the fact that you've got to be able to see that your gross margin has potential to grow with the company, that you could see it getting to the point where it can continue to fund the company going forward. Those two things are so incredibly important. CAVU also mentioned cash. We get into these companies in beverage and CPG, and you have this beautiful thing called growth that starts to happen, but then all of a sudden, you need the cash, and the more you grow, the more you need the cash. And when I first came into Rebel, we were nail biting. I mean, it was down to the last fumes of cash. And we were so lucky that we had a wonderful investor like Mark Rampolla, who's going to be talking with this group, founder of Zico, come in. And it helped to give us some breathing room so we can be able to fund our growth and not be worrying about every moment as we went forward.
But you've got a complicated product there.
Yes, we do.
I mean, can you tell these folks a little bit about Rebel?
Sure. Well, big picture, we're about drinkable plant nutrition cultivated from the best stuff on earth, plants. And when you look at what Rebel is in the basic sense, it's a coconut milk-based drink with adaptogens. So what are adaptogens? Adaptogens are super herbs. We're starting to hear more and more about them, such as ashwagandha, maca, reishi mushroom. And they're these beautiful things that nature has brought us and has been around for centuries in Chinese medicine, South American medicine. And we're starting to find through clinical research that these adaptogens are perfect for today's lifestyle. Everybody's stressed out, running all over the place all the time, and these adaptogens really actually adapt to your body to help you to be able to deal with stress in your life, and they're really shown to work. And it's just such a source of pride to be able to bring these products to people.
But they're beautiful things. They're also expensive things. And creating a supply chain for them is expensive. Yeah. And so every bottle that you're testing in the market is expensive. Yet you guys are keeping it pretty lean.
Yeah.
How do you manage to do that?
How do you manage to keep it lean?
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, honestly, how many people out here are entrepreneurs, just so I have a sense of it? Okay, how many people work for big companies? Okay. Yeah, it's rough in the beginning. We have very few people in our company. We have 5 people and an outsourced CFO who's wonderful. But that's it, and we're experiencing this growth, and so what's so important, which was a key thing to me when I first came into the company, is prioritization, communication, and clarity. So much of it in the beginning is about the entrepreneur going in and throwing spaghetti against the wall, and there's only a few people, and they just kind of catch it. But quickly, that becomes overwhelming for the company. So really being clear on what are the most important things to get done? When are they done? Who needs to be involved in what? Everyone's so used to being involved in everything, it's really hard to get people to see, we can't. We need to be focused at the right place and the
So
right time.
when do you start to clarify roles in an entrepreneurial organization, and what are they? And I mean, how big do you need to be to do that?
Yeah, well, I don't think you need to be huge. You need to be able to focus on the most important priorities from the beginning. So for us, for example, in every company that I've been part of, innovation has been key. Innovation and design. We want to bring forward products that look beautiful for people so they're attracted to it. So that's always been core to the company, and it has to be, to me, in my opinion, has to be done in-house. But then you also have
In-house design and innovation.
ideally, to have some capability in-house to design, so it comes from your soul. There are outsourced places that you can go, but to really be in there with your hands dirty on the design, so you were bringing forward something that's so meaningful to you as you go out into the world. But also areas like operations and finance, people put those sometimes at the way back burner, that they've got to be done later. The speed of light of which companies are growing and the importance of getting quality products into the market, it's so imperative that the operations and the finance are in place and running well. So we focus on those key things in sales. Sales is, once you got your proof of concept, it's got to go. So that is another key element, and that, that makes up a small core of 4 or 5 people.
Now, entrepreneurial organizations have this great sort of pirate ship feel to them.
Yeah.
They're sort of, we're going to take on the world. We can do everything together. But when you join one as a CEO and put systems in place, how do you avoid conflict between the sort of soul, the rebel soul, if you will, and the body as it has to operate?
Yeah, well, I learned that the hard way when I was at Cliff Bar, actually. So I had been with General Foods and Quaker Oats, and I was used to these big companies. And what you were rewarded on is really good process and really good strategy. So I thought, yeah, I'm going into this small company, and I'm going to set up my processes, and I'm going to help them go. So I get into this company, and I'm, putting my processes in place, and we're moving forward, and I'm pushing Gary, the co-founder.
What's Cliff like at this time when you're getting in?
What size was it?
Yeah, what size was it? What was the environment?
Well, it was a $45 million company, which to me was, at the time was tiny. I was used to companies that were a couple $1 billion. Put it this way, when I walked into the company to do my interview, I'm looking around, it's my interview day, and dogs greeted me at the door, but I didn't see any people. So I'm walking through the building, looking, no one. I'll go to the back, and there's this huge climbing wall, and right in front of it is the whole entire company participating in the stretching class. So it was just shit happened. That's just the way it got done. Shit happened. So I go to the company. I thought, yeah, they're hiring me to do this job and get things in place. So I'm working away, and all of a sudden, someone comes up to me, someone who knew Gary, the co-founder and now owner of Cliff Bar, really well, and said, "Shh, Cheryl, got to tell you, you're working your way right out of a job." And I'm like, "How is this possible? We just launched Luna Bar. This is great." And she said, "You got to talk to Gary." So Gary and I went out to Pyramid Brewery in Berkeley and had a beer. And he said, "Cheryl, you are too productive." I'm like, "What? Too productive? What does that mean?" And I had to stop myself and said, you're too much for this company. And in that moment, I had one of those moments. You probably have had those moments in your life. You're like, I got to take a breath and stop here. And I thought to myself, I either can sit here right now and say, this is it. I'm not right for this company. It's not the place for me. Or I can get over it, take off my ego, and think about the fact that this man had built a $45 million company. I had so much to learn from him. And so for the next 6 months, I put my head down and I just soaked in the environment. And I realized what a different a different way a startup operates, and that there's a time and a cadence to it. And there's a time when discipline needs to be in, but it needs to be at the right pace at the right time. And what Gary began to realize over the next 6 months is the discipline is also important. It really brought us together in this great cultural balance that we called being disciplined entrepreneurial players. And it was the best of both worlds, but doing it together as a company.
So what did you have to unlearn, or how did you have to learn to slack off? In what ways?
For me, this is still so hard for this day, but I actually had to slow down. I had to learn how to take a breath. And, I'd walk in that door and I'd be like, I'm on. I got to talk to people. We got to go. And I learned I got to come in. I got to talk. These are people. We're part of humanity. The connection that we have to each other in every conversation is so rich in terms of being part of the soul of what the company is to become, and really understanding that and valuing that was so key.
And what, in turn, did the organization need to learn from you? What did Gary need to learn?
Well, we had to, the example of this is how we went forward with new products. Gary is a brilliant product innovator, and he just gets how critical, and every company I've been part of, this has been key, is how critical taste is. It can be so healthy, but if it doesn't taste good, no one's going to drink it, or it's not going to get to the masses. But what we realized is as we got bigger, in those days, natural food, it was just, you went to what everyone calls Expo now. We went in Birkenstocks and tie-dye shirts. We called it MPE. It was a different world at that time. And
it was still Shakedown Street.
It was what?
Still Shakedown Street.
Oh yeah. So what we learned together is we've got to be able to have a way of communicating with each other and having milestones on how we develop products, so that the sales group would know when's the product coming to them. Ops would be able to be part of the process. So the whole system is working together.
So it's sort of creating interdepartmental communication
Absolutely.
where there haven't really been departments in the past.
Exactly. Or in some ways, as I came in, there were some departments and they were at each other's throats.
So now, how's the business changed since then, though? I mean, you've created this class of natural product entrepreneur now. Are they better prepared? And so how has coming into Rebel, for example, been different than Cliff?
Yeah, my God, it's worlds difference. I mean, look at going to Stanford University, teaching entrepreneurship there, and having so many brilliant people, so many of them in this room that are starting companies now, with so much depth of learning and understanding about business. And one of the really key things from the beginning in terms of discipline that we didn't have back then is really getting your proof of concept down and having the discipline to be able to understand every single part of your business model and being out into the market and testing that. I love a quote from, how many people are familiar with Steve Blank and Eric Ries on the Lean Startup? Has anyone heard of that?
Oh, there's that guy.
Wow. Okay, well, I won't go into my whole class on Lean Startup, but something to look up is if you go into udacity.com and look up Steve Blank and creating a startup, it's all about what he calls a startup is not a company. A startup is a series of experiments to help you find a scalable, valuable business model. Then you have a company. So in the beginning, being able to almost be a scientist and go out and creating hypotheses for every single part of your business model, testing it to see if it works. That's what we do as entrepreneurs now in order to have the discipline from the beginning to be able to grow a great company.
What are the specific hard parts or challenges in the beverage industry that affect that kind of model?
Oh, geez. Many, many challenges. The beverage industry, I've got to say, is one of the most challenging industries I've ever been a part of, having been a part of food for a long, long time. I mean, just the whole aspect of how important it is with that shelf space. You're fighting for shelf space. You've got to prove to retailers, to distributors, that you deserve to be on there. So making sure that you can go and have the discipline to, just as CAVU talked about, go to certain accounts. I mean, you don't even have to go to a lot of accounts. Go to 5 natural food stores. Get your product out there. Test it. Understand what's working. Understand what's not. And even with retailers, I mean, people go out when money's out there. So you go out and hire a sales guy to go out and do your sales, or salesperson to go out and do your sales for you. But you know what? If the founder's not there, sitting at the customer, understanding the feedback, that's an experiment right there when you're talking to your customer. Those kind of things and working your way step by step to expand is so critical.
So it's really detail-oriented at the start.
Absolutely, because every penny counts. Yes, there's money out there. Yes, you can get it. Yes, there's high valuations. Man, if you don't understand what your business is about, it goes away in a puff of smoke.
So what are the big critical learnings that have happened? And I want to go sort of company by company here.
Okay.
Let's start with Rebel. Like, what are the big things you're trying to learn and have learned about this sort of nascent organization?
Yeah, I mean, a big part is trying to learn the pace of which people understand what adaptogens are. It's happening, and you see it, and the flywheel's going. But to make sure that we're basing that product, though, in great taste. I mean, if people look at our package and they don't understand what ashwagandha is, but they know when they open that bottle and it tastes like an indulgent, creamy, wonderful experience, we've got them. And then we bring them into the company to learn over time. So that's one of the key pieces. For us, we're also learning, how do we build our network, a really strong distributor, retailer network? And that takes time and pace and knowing the right time and pace to do that at. I mean, we've had to really hold ourselves back. We're seeing our velocities turn on. So we know natural is working, but as we go into conventional, we want to stair-step it really carefully. Is it working in that channel? What's working in one doesn't always work in
What are you
another.
looking for to see if it's working? I mean, is it just sales volume, or is it?
Velocity, velocity, velocity. Everything boils down to velocity. I don't care how much volume we're moving if it's based on stores. It's velocity.
Is it worth paying for that kind of information?
To be able to see how your velocities.
Yeah.
It's funny that you asked that. Well, we get wonderful. We get it through the Whole Foods portal, so that helps us a lot. Now we have a wonderful partner with Presence Marketing, and Bill's going to be talking later today. So that helps to get that data. But we actually bit the bullet and bought some spins because everyone said, you got to look at how you're doing on spins. And all of a sudden we looked at it and we're like, oh my God, the brand is killing it, which really helped us to be able to see, okay, it's not just in one account that this is working across accounts. So we didn't need it from the beginning, but as we're starting building distribution to be able to help us understand if it's still working, it's critical.
So that's at the retailer level, is building that selling story.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it at the consumer level. And it's interesting that you brought up Bill. This is something I want to talk with him about later today as well. For a long time, the route to getting a consumer to accept something that was a little unusual was to make it sweet enough for them to have this pleasant experience and accept it. Now you're in a highly functional area. You're trying to get them to drink mushrooms. Okay.
That's funny, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Say it that way.
And so we know that consumers are looking a little less sweet, but how much room do you get in formulation to create something that they're willing to try and that doesn't need to be padded as much?
Well, it's a great question. For us, it boils down to the purity of the ingredients. Every single thing on that Rebel label is food. It's all real food. And so for us, making sure that we take the beauty of what plants have to offer and make that, I partner with Paulo Hawken in this company because he is a brilliant product developer. He understands people's palates, and he makes it so it's not just about sweetness, it's about texture and mouthfeel and the delight of drinking it. So getting people to the point where there's enough sweetness and enjoyment but not going too far, and knowing what that balance is, and having a range of options for them. And there's some people that are going to want absolutely unsweetened, but people are willing to give a certain amount of sweetness. Fruits and vegetables have sweetness in them.
How quickly are the consumers coming toward this kind of product, toward this less sweet product, and how much room is there for that suite of products now?
Oh my God, I think there's, the amount of room is endless. I mean, we find every time, put it this way, every time we put a flavor on the market, usually in some companies you're used to the 80-20 rule. You've got a couple flavors that are driving the whole entire portfolio. This, right now, hopefully this will continue. It's a beautiful thing where across the board, our flavors are somewhat equal in terms of share.
But aren't you still nascent enough, small enough that the 80-20 rule is hard to discern from your sales figures?
Well, I think it's an interesting question because I've seen it be very different in some of the other companies that I've been on. I mean, you got your core 2 or 3, and that's it. I mean, we have 8 flavors on the line now. So it seems to be because I think the uniqueness of the taste, people's tastes are much bigger than the time.
They're still trying across the line.
They're still trying it across the line, whether it's matcha, ashwagandha chai, chocolate. You would think that chocolate's the most of the portfolio. It's not. What our #1 flavor right now is turmeric golden milk. People are so open to a variety of flavors now.
I have time for one last quick question. I want to pull it back to because not all our audience is the very small entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about larger companies, what are the kinds of challenges or organizational changes that need to be in place as you grow very quickly?
Yeah, it's such a good, so you get out of your proof of concept phase and you're seeing the traction, and all of a sudden it's, holy shit, how do we manage all of this? And one of the first things I've found actually I should start with the very first thing is absolutely communication. We touched on that before, and that was so important at Rebel when I first, smaller company, but when I first came in, we had these team meetings, but there was no agenda. Everyone kind of brought up what they wanted to bring up. There was no clear leader, and it wasn't really clear on how decisions get made. So coming in from the beginning and really getting that communication down is so key before anything else.
So at a larger company, is it that there may be changes in the way decisions get made and they have to adapt to that?
Absolutely. I mean, you're so used to in the beginning operating on consensus. Everyone's part of everything, but it's, really at the end of the day, to me, as the company goes, it's not even respectful to people to do that anymore. It gives people meaning in their work to be able to know, what is it that I'm accountable for? What at the end of the day can I bring to this company that is going to make this company great? So I think getting real clarity on that, and then saying to people how everyone's used to, kind of decisions get made as they get made. One of the things that I spent a lot of time talking about is who needs to be involved in what decision, who's going to make the decision. Sometimes it's not me, many times it's not me. So who else is going to make the decision, and what role do I serve? Because as the CEO of your company, as soon as you say something, so many of you know, everyone shuts down. Well, Cheryl said it, so that must be it. That's the last thing I want, because these people are a lot smarter than I am. But I gotta be clear on when it's time for me to come in and say, this is where we gotta go.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that my people are telling me this is where we've gotta go. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, good to see you.
All right, so next up, we're going to hear from Tom First, who is the managing partner of First Beverage Group. First Beverage Group, for those of you who don't know, is both an investment bank and a private equity fund. They work with leading companies across the beverage landscape, including Purity Organic, Essentia, Drizzly, Juicero, Health Aid, and Q Drinks, to name a few. And on the banking side, they've been involved in what seems like every big craft beer deal out there lately. As for Tom, he's someone who's been around the beverage space since the early 1990s when he co-founded Nantucket Nectars along with Tom Scott. He's been an operator who has grown and built beverage brands from start to finish, and he's also someone who's been a board member of a variety of food and beverage companies along the way. Today, he's going to talk to us about his perspective on the evolving challenge set facing beverage entrepreneurs. This includes not only the changes in the marketplace, but also how the actual entrepreneurs who are competing in this space have changed as well. From there, Tom and I will have a discussion and take some audience questions, so please send those in along the way. So now I'd like to invite Tom up. Thanks.
Morning. Craven asked me to come up here and talk a little bit about how the industry has changed since I've been in it. And to give context, I started in 1989, and honestly, there wasn't really much of an alternative beverage industry. So I feel like somewhat of an elder statesman to the industry that has amazingly evolved. Tom Scott and I started a company on Nantucket. We didn't know anything about the beverage industry. And I remember our first ever distributor meeting that we ever had. We had somehow gotten in touch with a distributor called L. Knife & Sons. They were the Bud distributors in Boston, the Sheehan family, which some of you who are on the beer side probably know the Sheehan family. And we were going to go and negotiate a contract with the Sheehans. And I'd never negotiated a contract in my life, so I called the other Tom's dad, who was an attorney, and I asked him for some advice on the contract that they had sent us. And he basically gave me all these things that were terrible about the agreement. I had 14 items that I was charged with negotiating. So Tom and I went to Kingston, Mass. We took the ferry off of Nantucket, rented a car, drove to Kingston, brought some samples with us, and we walk into this Budweiser distributorship, and the entrance, we'd never been in a beverage distributor before. The entrance was this marble floor, these spiral marble staircase with a Clydesdale like this next to the marble staircase. And we were walking up the marble staircase to go to our meeting, and Tommy, which is, for anyone who knows the other Tom, this is typical of Tom, but he tripped on the stairs and dropped the sample case, and we had glass bottles, and all the bottles broke on the stairs and then dripped all over the Clydesdale. And so that's how we entered our first distributor meeting. And then so I go in, and then we sit down with this guy, and I can still picture him. I don't think I've ever seen him since, named Charlie Smith. He was their CFO, to negotiate our distributor agreement. And so I said, I have a couple issues with the distributor agreement. I'd like to go through them with you. And he said, okay, what are your issues? No smile, no expression. I said, well, first of all, it says here that you'll pay us in 60 days. Our terms are 30 days. And he said, we pay in 60 days. And I said, okay. And then he said, and then the next one was, it says here that we have to follow your policies and whatever, but actually it should be our policies. No, you follow all our policies. And I said, okay, that's fine. And I went through all 14 items. He said no to everyone, and I said okay to everyone that he said no to, and then I signed the agreement. I handed it back to him, and that was how I negotiated my first contract. That was a warm-up to go deal with Big Geyser in a year or two later. That's $1. Anyway, and then on the way out, he said, we're going to need POS. We're going to need a lot of POS from you guys. And I said, absolutely. We're going to have all sorts of POS, and we'll deal with that once we get going. So Tommy and I got back in our rent-a-car, and we were driving back to the ferry, and I looked over at Tommy and I said, what's POS? And Tommy said, I have absolutely no idea what POS is. So we had to call. And honestly, this was, am I supposed to use this for the thing? Is that how I advance it? That was what I knew of the beverage industry. So it was a very different place, and building Nantucket Nectars was at a different time. We started our company on the back dock of a fish market in a boat. We raised a total of $2.5 million in the history of the company. There was no internet, and there were no cell phones. So I remember early on, I was looking for glass, and I was looking in the yellow pages. For the younger people in the audience, that was this book that you found stuff in, and I would call and be like, "Excuse me, I'm trying to find bottles," and they would be like, "We do like windshields. You got the wrong number." And so but they were in the glass section of the yellow pages, so it made sense to me. And then I also remember, like, the first time I got to speak, we got invited to speak actually at Harvard Business School, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years in. Someone in the class asked me what our exit strategy was, and I looked around the room and I said, I don't know, probably that door right over there. I had never heard the term exit strategy. So we didn't have a venue like this where we understood there would be distributor agreements. There weren't other companies to look to. And you know, a lot of people probably don't know the names Sophia Collier or Lenny Jaime and Arnie, or you know probably Don and John or Joe Umbach, or Elliot Hirsch, who hates me, but these were the mothers and fathers of the alternative beverage industry. Was kind of created around the time that we started. So this was our industry. When we started battling on the streets, these were there may be a couple other products that were out there. Someone said to me, I think last night, that like chocolate milk was out there too. There was, but we were battling against these. Very Fine was a huge item in Massachusetts, and our first goal was just to win against Very Fine. But this is what the beverage set looked like. But it's changed dramatically. And the interesting thing is, like, when I was getting going, if I wanted to get in touch with a food or a beverage entrepreneur, the only people I actually knew that were like human beings that had started food and beverage companies, other than a couple of guys that I mentioned. Like, I wasn't going to call the Snapple guys because I thought they might not like me. But I knew Ben and Jerry, and we got to meet them. I got to meet Jim Cook at Boston Beer Company. He was someone that I knew was a human being, and Gary Hirschberg, frankly. Those were like the people in the beverage industry. And it's sort of amazing now that we have so many entrepreneurs that are so attractive that this is a cool industry, because when the 90s came along, or the later 90s, it was very cool for young, smart people to be in technology, but it wasn't that cool to be in food and beverage. And I actually remember being at a conference where I was at an entrepreneur thing, and the guy with me was Jerry Yang. And I walked up to him and I said, "So what do you do?" And he said, "Oh, I started this company called Yahoo." And I said, "And what do they make?" And he sort of looked at me like I was an idiot, and I probably was. But I remember at that conference thinking, like, God, why do I have receivables and inventory? Like, these people don't have anything, and they're worth so much more money than Nantucket Nectars is. But today we have athletes and celebrities that have flowed into this industry, highly educated people in the space. And the pace is only accelerating, and as Rose said, you know, there's billions of dollars that are being converted to opportunities for people like you. Capital's plentiful. There's a huge pace of investment. There's so many ways that money is available to entrepreneurs today. I will say, like, if I think back to the days of Nantucket Nectars, you know, we raised money from Ocean Spray and an individual investor, and then ultimately sold the company. And it gave us less resources to make decisions. There wasn't the opportunity, even when we were doing like $70 or $80 million in revenue, for us to say, well, these are a bunch of different choices for us to grow the business. And today, you guys all have it available, whether it's crowdfunding or incubators. But there are challenges that come with all this opportunity. Distributors are much more aware of their own challenges with multiple products, with contracts, with multiple channels of distribution. There are many more distribution choices out there, whether it's refrigeration, direct to market, and the retailers are also creating sort of convoluted paths for each of your brands to get to market. And then there's obviously a lot of complexity as you start to get into big accounts, which are national accounts that are requiring broad geographic distribution. And I agree with a lot of what was said earlier in terms of focus regionally, but it becomes challenging to focus regionally as there's more consolidation of retailers, because retailers are actually pushing you to more broad channels and more broad regions than you may want. And these large retail customers have incredible demands for companies. I would say that the biggest challenge for all these brands is storytelling, and that's what I call it. As we started to develop a marketing strategy in Nantucket Nectars, and most people don't remember, but we were a huge radio advertiser. At one point, we were spending $10 million a year just on radio. I really wanted to understand what marketing strategy was, and Tommy and I always used to say, the simple way to think about marketing is just telling a story. And so we actually stopped, in some sense, using the word marketing, and we used to just talk about telling a story, because that's the simplest way to think about marketing, whether it's happening on your package, or it's happening on a radio ad, or it's happening with your people. The consistency of telling that story is really important. And I think that it's more complicated than ever today with sort of the multi-channels of storytelling and the clutter and the number of products. It becomes more difficult to stand out because the sector that we're in with these alternative beverages makes it harder. And there are all these new avenues for learning about brands. This is sort of a quote. I think it's Voltaire, but it's not opportunity, it's power, but I changed it to opportunity. There's great opportunity for brands today, and it's the reason that First Beverage has grown to be what it is, because we see this opportunity with brands that are innovating and changing the industry in beverage. I mean, it's amazing. Billions of dollars are falling off the truck, and there are opportunities for growth. Many, many great brands will be created in the next 10 years, and I think they're going to be significant brands. And one of the things I believe is that I think the next 10 years are going to be even more dynamic than the last 10 years. I think that founders are smarter than ever, and they need to be smarter than ever. I'd love to say that I built Nantucket Nectars with Tom in as challenging a time as you guys are in today, but it's not true. There was less competition. It was probably less challenging than it is today, but all the same challenges existed. They're probably more intense today than they ever were before. But I wish everyone good luck. It's a great time to be in this industry. I will tell you, in the early days, people were talking about health and wellness, and I was out on the streets just trying to build my brand, and everyone was saying people are really into healthy, great products. And then I would go into a cafeteria to try to sell Nantucket Nectars, and there was a carbonated soft drink on every single table, and Nantucket Nectars was being sold in the account, and there were no nectars out there. So people were talking about it, but it wasn't happening. And today, people are talking about it, and it truly is happening, and at an accelerating pace, and it's just an incredibly exciting time for First Beverage and for all of you to be a part of this category. Thanks.
I think we've we've got about 10 minutes for questions. Whoops.
Is that me?
Maybe. Maybe not. There you go. Yeah, maybe move the mic up a little bit there. I guess we'll get this started while kind of looking through the audience questions here. I guess talking about the natural thing a little bit, and kind of your last anecdote there. In the early days, it was very much about, conventional retail and C-stores were sort of where, innovation really happened. And now there's a lot of focus on natural. It's obviously a constant theme, at this conference, and more specifically whole foods. Having a longer term perspective, like how do you feel about that? And, is that something that's good, bad?
I mean, I think it's great for the industry. And in reality, when Nantucket Nectars was being built, even though it wasn't just about whole foods, it was more challenging because we had to go out and find like the little accounts.
Uh-oh.
Is that me?
Stun microphone there.
Sorry. We had to find all the really little accounts, which were kind of like our natural channel. But today, you've got major accounts, not just Whole Foods, but you think about Albertsons and Safeway and their premium stores and the premium parts of those stores that are incubating products, and more retailers are looking to do that. So I think it's really great for the industry because there's innovation happening in so many parts of the stores that the retailers are making that innovation happen and making. You look at a product like Q Drinks. I know a little bit self-serving for me to talk about it, but the mixer space is a space that's been undifferentiated for a really long time, and Q can go into whether it's a Safeway or a Whole Foods and really change both the revenue dynamics for a retailer, but the offering for consumers.
But I guess on the same, or on a different note related to retail though, I mean, it seems like, even thinking back on my own time in this industry, like, back 10 or so years ago at least, getting stuff into stores was a lot different than, just go pitch the local forager at a Whole Foods or whatnot, which seems like it potentially allows, things that seem innovative to get their foot in at retail, but they might not be scalable. Was that something that was the same back then? And I guess from the first beverage perspective, like, how do you kind of look at things and figure out if it's meaningful innovation versus, I don't know, something that's just not going to fly?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. So, I mean, products like Nectars and Arizona iced tea or Sobe, when the industry was emerging, like if you couldn't do well in convenience, you couldn't be a very important product to your distributor. And so, I mean, I remember the navigation for Nantucket Nectars from doing well, and it was Bread and Circus before it became Whole Foods. Just when people started saying, like, we're doing well in convenience, I knew, like with a distributor like Big Geyser, that we could be a significant product for them. Today, smaller brands have the opportunity to get to scale through channels that didn't exist before. So it is really things that we might have, if we looked at items 10 years ago, it would have been a lot harder to see how they could get to a scale where the consumer is interacting with them and learning about them, that they become interesting to First Beverage. So there's a lot more opportunity today.
And I guess on the, one of the things you talked about was the storytelling, and obviously Nantucket Nectars used a specific medium that's, I guess, sort of obsolete now to build its brand and tell its story. Well, maybe as the primary focus, I don't know. Nowadays it seems like with technology there are so many different ways that entrepreneurs can connect with consumers or, even sell their products. How much does stuff like direct-to-consumer kind of play into, what you guys look for now?
I mean, I think direct-to-consumer offers avenues to certain products that, couldn't get to the consumer. But I will tell you, in terms of marketing and storytelling, I still believe very strongly in conventional forms of advertising. So, you look at social media, and to me, it's like another form of sampling. Like, everyone can go out and do it. And there are people that are better at it, and there are people that are, not as good at it. But there are game-changing ways to teach people about your product. And back at that time, there weren't a lot of people doing radio. So Tommy and I took a big risk, and we got a big reward because our brand looked a lot bigger than it was. But I think it's true today. They're taking a risk and doing something that other people aren't doing, whether it's a different medium or it's bolder or you're spending more but effectively, are how brands find ways to break out. And then the other thing is just pure consistency. We always used to talk about at Nantucket Nectars that we wanted everything we did to feel the way the other pieces felt. And people at First Beverage have heard me say this a million times, but we wanted you to meet our sampling person, walk in our office, look at our label, hear our radio ad, read something we did, and have the same emotion, and to hear the same story, to feel the same thing about our brand. And one part of that is having that consistent story, really understanding who you are, but then finding mediums through which to tell that story. And I still think radio and streaming radio can work, and it's a type of medium. It has a texture to it. It has a complexity to it that you can't get through social media or two-dimensional print. So whatever you choose, just make it breathe life into your brand.
Definitely interesting perspective. I mean, it seemed like, when you guys did those commercials way back in the day, I mean, it was a constant sort of running story too, which I think is something that, at times seems hard to do with all the different options that are out there. And that point about having, consistency as well. I think, one last sort of topic is, just the consumer. And I think, what you pointed out about people still, saying they want to be healthy, and then you see soda in the cafeteria. Do you think that's how it is today? Like, how has the consumer, evolved just in the time that, you've been in this industry? Certainly they're more, I suppose, informed, and that, access to information is much greater.
I think it's so different than when we were there. It's amazing, and I think technology and communication has changed the game and will continue to change the game in terms of allowing consumers to really know the truth about products and their brands and their origins and their ingredients. Like, you can't hide anything. And there are small companies that do it really, really well, so that if you dig in, you can really either connect to that story or discover it's true or love the ingredients. There's many in this room that are really authentic stories. So whether it's a small brand like Purity Organic, which you find out the story and the history and the fruit history, or, you got to give incredible credit to Coca-Cola with Honest, a larger brand that is owned now by a very big company, but they've been able to keep the, if you will, honesty and truth of both the story and the ingredients, and consumers don't want to walk away from that brand because they've done such a good job holding on to what's true about honesty. So
awesome. Well, it looks like we're about out of time. Thank you very much, Tom.
Tom, that was a great presentation and talk. Thank you guys very much. It's a great pleasure to welcome to our stage someone who has already been welcomed into many of our homes, be it as an author, television host, or at least in the case of me and my wife, that crazy person on the DVD player screaming that she's going to get us in shape. The reason that Jillian Michaels and Giancarlo Chursich, who will henceforth be known as G, are going to join us on that stage is that they haven't just been welcomed into our homes, but they've been welcomed into the business as well. Jillian has been an investor in food and beverage companies in the past, with brands like Crave Jerky and Pop Chips, as well as eBoost. She's currently an investor in Aqua Hydrate, and recently the pair became majority owners of Lucky Jack Coffee. On the CPG and health and wellness side, they're also involved with Thrive Market and Flywheel, among other ventures. They themselves are disruptors, they're innovators, they're constantly looking to create and increase those communities that we've talked about. What they do is bring them together. Last week, Jillian was referenced by the founder of Crave, for example, for helping bring the brand to women. Now Jillian is doing something very similar for Aqua Hydrate. So let's hear about how this fitness and wellness community comes together from a branding and marketing standpoint in the beverage industry as well. Please welcome Jillian Michaels and G. Great to have you here.
Thank you for that beautiful welcome.
Thanks for coming. You get on my couch. Yeah.
Put this in a point of prominence, just in case you thought I actually needed water. No, just want to make you all aware.
She is
Aqua
taking
Hydrate.
a branding cue supplied by Rohan Oza, who I guess you've worked with in the past, right?
Definitely, yeah.
So why the hell would you guys want to be involved in the beverage business?
Well, to be honest, for me, it isn't about the beverage business. It's about finding better-for-you products that I think people will enjoy. And it's taking America's favorites and making them over, giving them a makeover in a way that's healthy. People love coffee, obviously. It's no secret. But coffee is the second heaviliest sprayed crop in the world with pesticides. So if it's not organic, it's not good for you. With that said, cold brew is also much healthier for you than hot brew because it doesn't have the acids and the tannins, etc. So
the immediate health benefit.
Absolutely. So for me, I love coffee, but I needed to be healthier. And when we found Lucky Jack, I called him.
When you found Lucky Jack.
Well, he doesn't drink coffee. Which is crazy. And I called him and I was like, I love this product. The branding is fun. It's organic. It's in a glass bottle. It's nitro infused. It has espresso concentrate, so it's better for you than the other options. It tastes better than the other options, and I think the branding's cooler than the other options. And I was like, get into it, do your thing. And then he took over from there. That's what this guy does.
So what's your thing?
My thing is basically Jill and I have been doing this for about 9 years. And we've learned a lot through our first investments of Sodalicious and Pop Chips and along the way. And there was a real opportunity with this particular company to have operational control of the business. And that was important for us. I felt that we had graduated and could take this on. Our partners involved in the business have had great success in different sectors of business, and we have a great network of relationships. So we felt that it was time to step up our game, and instead of being passive investors, take on a challenge of being operational. And thus far, we acquired the company in December. We have majority control of the company. We also control the board. But in a short 6 months, we have really seen the trajectory of what this business can do, what this category can do, and obviously most recently Starbucks announcing that Nitro Cold Brew is being considered, well, Cold Brew is currently in their locations, but Nitro is on its way. For us is great because now there's a much greater awareness and much greater adoption of this type of product. Ours being a premium product, we think it could be a win-win.
A lot of people think of Starbucks as being premium, maybe not in this room, but out there in the world. What is it that you guys hope to be able to bring to the product, as well as what the product has, that you think will help ignite it?
So you mean beyond the fact that it's organic and so on, what do you think we'll bring? Well,
Yeah.
this guy brings his sales expertise. And so he's already, you can speak to the distribution that you have
I see
grown
3 of my rock stars right there.
exponentially in a short period of time. But I think that I can help bring awareness because I have a megaphone. And so over time, it is a gradual process of educating people about why organic is important in the space, and we're equally priced to the competitors, and we're organic. Why wouldn't you choose ours? In some cases, we're even more affordable.
But we see other organic brands out there.
They're not nitro. So then
Okay.
we beat him all the way around. So whatever he sends me, I'm like, that might be organic, but it's not nitro. That one's nitro, but it's not organic. That one's neither. The branding on that's not good. The flavor profile of ours is better. We have a guy that's like a brilliant genius back there who's literally, we're trying to get this secret. It's like a secret formula that we can't get out of this guy. But I mean, he's like how he grinds the beans for the surface area and flavor, and how long he grinds them for, and the espresso concentrate he infuses it with. Like, he's sort of a genius with it. And I just think the product is superior, and I have the ability to bring a megaphone to it with a public persona, and his business expertise are allowing us to take the product to the next level.
Now, there are a lot of brands here, a lot of owners here who'd like to be able to deploy the kind of megaphone you bring, if not your own megaphone. What's the best way to get that working? I mean, what are the sort of best practices for the Jillian Mind?
Well, I would say I would recommend, first off, do a brand study, understand who your customer is, who your product speaks to. Yes, while Jillian is involved in Lucky Jack, currently my co-CEO, Matt Amirati, who's a branding specialist, we are going through that exactly right now and really understanding who is drinking nitro cold brew. And in this particular case, does Jillian necessarily speak to that consumer in a way that we believe will be most effective? However, because we're going after the natural channel, because we're going after conventional and club, there might be a bigger play for us in in conventional than in the natural channel with Jillian. It just depends. So, and obviously we're looking at celebrity seating. We know how well that works, and all that sort of stuff. So I would really understand who your customer is, who you're selling to, and how you're going to speak to them, and what are the best tools that you have in your toolbox to either use or acquire.
So you're one of the owners, but you might not be the face of or the voice of the brand.
We find that it's important with any product, whether it's, if you look at Lady Gaga and headphones, the Beats, they tried to do all these celebrity deals for celebrity headphones they didn't sell. But when the celebrity endorsed the original brand, it helped raise awareness and drive sales. I think nowadays, the millennial generation, they don't want to buy Jillian coffee. They want to think for themselves. But if you can make them aware of something with a public profile, they might even hate me, but they'll hear about it through something I did. As long as it doesn't have my face or my name on it, doesn't matter if they like it. But if it did, it would probably be a turnoff for those that may not appreciate me, my personality, or my brand. So in this case, Lucky Jack is the brand, and I'm just one function of raising awareness, and there may be many others. In fact, it's young men that like cold brew. I was just sitting with 2 young boys last night who work with us, who were telling me how they discovered the product organically and love it. 24-year-old boys. That's not my audience.
It's nice when it connects like that. Now, with Aqua Hydrate, it's interesting. We've had folks here in the past. We had Mark Wahlberg to talk about it, and a lot of the activation was taking place at the distributor level, at the retailer level. Now, they're flipping the switch with you, and I want to know how that decision was made that we need to sort of roll out Jillian.
Well, yeah, so let's go back 2 years. Jillian and I invested in Aqua Hydrate prior to the new management team and CEO being in place. When Hal Kravitz came on board, I told him, as an investor, I believe you guys are not speaking to one of the biggest sectors out there, which are women. And Jillian has always been very vocal about the type of water you drink and the use of plastic, but because this is performance water, infused with trace minerals and all that good stuff, I said to Hal, you should really consider using Jillian at point of sale to promote the brand. And that turned into me turning over to them the success of retail programs that we've done in the past with Kroger or what have you, in specific brands. And then he's like, wow, you're really on point. So Hal led his team to get to where we are, and we're announcing it this week. You'll even see tractor trailers with Jillian cruising around the country, which is pretty cool. But again, this is a very hot category. You guys recently posted put out some information that it continues to grow, and performance water is important. I mean, it's part of what she does every day.
So let's talk about performance and fitness. And this is one of the things that we talked about having you guys do is, I mean, you're this emissary from the fitness and exercise and sort of, gym world. And there's a pretty strong intersection set between beverage and fitness and, as you call it, performance. So what's happening there that we need to know about here?
Well, fortunately, let's try not to get us sued. Trying to think how to word this very carefully. A lot of the products that in the past have been advertised as performance products are just filled with poison, artificial color, just a bunch of crap, artificial sweeteners, chemicals of all kinds, preservatives. And I think that people are becoming more aware of that. It's like, hey, if it's neon blue, I don't know that it's food. Probably not. Have you seen a neon blue fruit? I don't think so.
Blue has always been a big disqualifier in the BevNet rankings.
I think that, you're starting to see, we just read an article the other day about Aqua Hydrate and how water was becoming like the #1 selling beverage in the country. And, sodas are declining. Soda sales are declining, and all the sugary, fake, processed performance stuff is declining. And people are looking to things like coconut water, watermelon water. I recently heard about something called hemp 2.0 that a couple of kids were telling me about. It has a lot of calories in it, so I haven't found it, I haven't tried it yet, but it's always like, okay, let's take a superfood and infuse water with it. I think that's very trendy. What I liked about Aqua Hydrate, it had similar things that Lucky Jack had. It's a premium product. It has the highest pH. It has more minerals, more electrolytes. And so when you are going to buy bottled water, because you're not always going to have your little canteen with you, not everybody has a Kangen filter, it's the best product to buy out there.
And it tastes great. And it cures hangovers even before you have them.
So premiumization, we can call. Stick around. We'll get you hungover.
I would know nothing about that hangover thing. I know nothing about that. It's all him.
So would you say the premiumization then from the fitness world? I mean, we've seen what's the Lululemon and those kinds of brands have sort of created those kind of same brand prompts as something like an Aqua Hydrate or a Suja higher end product. What do we see beyond premiumization that that's happening in Fitnessville that these folks should be conscious of as they start to either design or market products or brands?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. Recently, I was in a Barry's boot camp, and we had done this test in Miami where we put Aqua Hydrate in Miami next to Fiji and their private label stickered wrapped water. Now, we know that Fiji and their private label wrapped water doesn't have any benefits. It's just hydration. But then I started noticing they were carrying coconut water, actually in coconuts, where they crack them open for you, have it right after class. They had Buy 5. They had cold brew. And what's starting to happen, they had watermelon water. So you're starting to see these destination points of fitness starting to bring in what you start seeing in a lot of the natural food stores. Obviously, their shelf space is much smaller, but I think there's this constant awareness and demand now from consumers that want to spend and vote with their dollars the way they choose to, not be forced to buy whatever's there. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, they're selling cold brew at Barry's boot camp.
Is it something where they're seeking function, but specific functional diet?
I would say, one of the things that has really impressed me with regard to branding is Bulletproof. It's a 600-calorie beverage. And everyone's like, yes, this is a panacea. And the guy's a biohacker. Mm-hmm. And I think that word hack is hip, trendy, and cool. It makes a promise, like, I found a better way to deliver performance. You'll have more energy for longer, and these good fats are gonna do X, Y, and Z. And I think it's about reinventing nutrients in a way that are meant to deliver better endurance, better power. And, caffeine does that. Caffeine is the #1 performance aid. It really is. It's legal. And, but it's this hacked caffeine. Brilliant. Genius.
So we're seeing recast of nutrients. We're seeing a lot of fat is
different delivery
is
mechanisms.
in.
The stripping out of chemicals. Like, that's, I think, the kind of that game is. And what is vitamin water? Oh, it's the most electrolytes. Or I'm sorry, not vitamin water. Coconut water. But it's sweet. It has calories if you don't want it, if you just want hydration, if you don't like the taste, and a lot of people don't. So that's what watermelon water is. It's reinventing these micronutrients and these superfoods and hacking the delivery mechanism.
But you're still getting what it is you want or need.
Exactly.
How do you know what to work in and not sort of compromise your credibility in your core competency?
We have something that we call kind of the quan, right? So we look at something and we go, okay, does it taste good? Are you gonna like it? Because he's brought me a lot of things. He's like, what do you think of this? I'm like, yuck. Which, again, I don't want to get us sued, so I won't say what they are, but there have been a lot of them that have had super nutrients and really cool hip ingredients, seaweed products, all this stuff. If they don't taste good, we don't get involved. If they don't have if we can't say, hey, this is better than the traditional chip, pop chips, for example. I always say, look, is it a superfood? No, it's not a superfood. Are people going to give up chips? No, they're not going to give up chips. So why wouldn't you want one that doesn't have MSG, trans fat, artificial color, artificial flavors? We can say all that about it. So if it's better for you, legitimately so, we want to do that, and it has to be profitable. It is a business. Our partners need to make money. So those three things. Does it taste great? Is it better for you? Can it be profitable?
Yeah, so it can be incremental improvement.
Sorry, say that again?
It can be either incremental improvement or it can be sort of advancing lifestyle.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But at its core, it's got to taste great and have, better benefits for you than the traditional product.
So what are some of the other categories you guys are interested in on the consumer side and on the beverage side?
We've looked recently at peanut butter and nut butters and that sort of stuff, and obviously with the announcement of Justin's being bought, we decided not to pursue that category. I'm trying to stay away from businesses that are becoming commoditized, which is a true problem. I mean, we're fortunate with Lucky Jack because it's cold brew's a hot category, and there's a handful of players, and the adoption rate, we're having conversations where it's like we're closing today, and they're like, we'll send you a PO next week. I mean, it's that fast.
There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of demand.
Yeah, and the good thing is we don't have to wait to get cut in to schematic and all that sort of stuff. So we're really trying to stay with things that are relevant, and again, I don't know, there's just so much. We've looked recently at, we've looked at everything from alcohol to bars and all of that, but it's just bread. We looked at ice cream, gelatos, all that sort of stuff. But I would probably say out of 10 things that come our way, half of one makes it through. And that's for a myriad of reasons. It's just whether the deal can get done, whether the partner is sophisticated enough to understand how we work. But it's interesting, and one of the things especially that I've learned with Lucky Jack is now that we're operators, all those other opportunities aren't as interesting to me.
Okay, so
they just take away too much time and attention, and I also can't have her be in this aisle, this refrigerated section. It's just too much. So, I would rather build this up, start cultivating the next thing. If there's an exit, then we're on to the next thing. But that's a real challenge because we're overachievers, and there's only so much time. And that's a real challenge because a lot of small brands come to us saying, hey, can you push us to the next level? And the incentives are great and the opportunities are great, but I want to do great for us first with the things that we've taken on.
And sometimes it's too small. It's not there yet. Like there's a product called Core. KOR, Core Shots, love them. And he's like, it's just small and it's shot and then all kinds of
Refrigerated,
business issues. Yes, and then there was this product I just discovered called fire cider. And apple cider vinegar has been around for 100 years, but
that's another product type that's really being recast as very important.
The branding's
good for you.
fantastic. It's been remodeled. It's got turmeric and garlic and all these other superfoods, and it actually tastes good. And I was like, this is cool. We should watch this. I bought it. And I'm starting to see it places. And so, again, it's everybody knows about apple cider vinegar. It does speak to a certain community, but kombucha spoke to a certain community and then became a gazillion-dollar business. So can these guys do, what the guys who reinvented kombucha did? Can they do that for apple cider vinegar?
Maybe they can do it faster with Jillian and Gia.
Well, the other thing too, now that I'm really like 6 months deep into Lucky Jack, one of the things that I'm looking to say is, okay, how do I leverage the retail relationships or the distribution relationships that I have now, whether it be, DSD with High Touch in the Southwest, or, I'm trying to figure out, are there things that we can put into the fold that just amplify our businesses without having to start from scratch all over again? Because there's a lot of heartache in that.
So what are you finding that you enjoy the most about the beverage business, and what is driving you to end up hungover like this morning?
Being a student. I love it. Every day I'm learning and getting my ass handed to me at the same time. But at the same time, there are a lot of little wins in this business. We come from the traditional media world where you sign a big television contract or a massive endorsement deal. This is working with, true entrepreneurs that roll up their sleeves and have a vision, believe in, and this is all they have. I mean, this company situation was dire straits. If we didn't do what we did, there'd be no, Lucky Jack would be gone. And I think for me, being a student in this space and surrounding myself with people that are way smarter than me is really what I love every day. I mean, she's like, go ahead, tell me every day.
Every day I get the rundown. It's like, we got into this little market in the middle of the Castro or whatever. But for him, he wants to make sure that we're in places where influencers are gonna go.
And those wins are important to everyone out here too.
Yeah. He's excited about those as he does about selling.
I'm excited about how small the scale is, that we can grow it, versus walking into a situation where oh yeah, we're going to distribute your title in 3,600 Walmarts. I'm like, okay, awesome, grateful for it, but now I really have to work to get those accounts because I've got competitors that are paving the path and all that sort of stuff.
We talk a lot about culture of companies, and we've seen some of your interaction with your team and your trainees on TV and that kind of culture. But what's the culture like in the Lucky Jack office? What are you trying to promote there?
Well, I don't run the Lucky Jack office, and it's also not a life or death intervention for employees that are 500 pounds. So I definitely wouldn't draw any correlation to The Biggest Loser. I'll let you answer it since you do run the Lucky Jack office.
What we're now doing is it's very different than everything I've ever done before. Number one, factory employees, it's their own, subculture, and I love it. I mean, I'll be at the plant, I'll work the line, I'll roll up my sleeves and, learn this, and it's great to have, one of our factory workers come up to me and be like, hey, boss, do it this way. And I've been doing this for, you hear the guy saying, I've been doing this for 7 years, and I learned this little trick. And so for us, I like to run all of our companies as a family. Everyone brings their value in their own way, whether it's our, hourly employees, our full-time employees, our partners, our brokers, our distributors. I like to have that type of relationship with them. We don't, we are now with our factory employees, because things are going well, they're getting incentives. If you make this much product, you get this much more money. And that seems to be working really well because everyone feels like they're part of the growth and the success of what's going on.
A lot of brands here want to reach out to you guys. What's the best way to do it?
It depends. If it's for Lucky Jack, just email rs@luckyjackcoffee.com. That's Ryan, our sales director. If it's for general business stuff for Jillian and I, just email caa@empoweredmedia.us. caa@empoweredmedia.us. And Kathleen would be the contact there.
All right. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great show.
Thank you.
All right, outstanding stuff. Really great speakers this morning. And we're about to break for lunch, but before we break for lunch, a couple quick things, including the naming of the New Beverage Showdown finalists. But I want to mention one particular thing. So the entire event is being live streamed online. And as a few of you probably know, we do something called the Live Stream Lounge, which is sort of a talk show style program that's running downstairs. Today we have a primetime session, sort of a VIP session, with some seating and some really special guests, including Marcus Santebi, who's the founder and CEO of Juice Press, Erwin Simon, who's the founder and CEO of Hain Celestial, and Cyrus Schwartz, who's the founder and CEO of Doors Naturals. We also have Theo Rossi, who you might know from Sons of Anarchy. He started his own company called Ounce Water. So all those folks will be interviewed downstairs. You don't want to miss it. All right, now for the big announcement. Who is going to be presenting in the finals of the New Beverage Showdown tomorrow? The finals are Noah, Relaxation, Vive Organic, Well, Mon Fifo, Tickle Water, and Salud Refresco, which won the audience vote. Congratulations to the finalists. All right, let's break for lunch. Our live stream lounge starts at 12:15 today, downstairs. We have limited seating, so if you want to sit down, get there now. Thanks.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on. in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available.
All right, welcome back to the live stream lounge. We're here at the primetime hour. I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor of BevNet. I'm joined by John Craven, who's the founder and CEO, and we're joined by the one and only Marcus Santebi, the founder of Juice Press. How are you, Marcus?
I'm great. Thanks a lot for having me here. I appreciate being
Thanks so
here.
much for being here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Juice Press and your background in starting the company?
Okay. Well, I've been in retail since 10 years old, so I'm no stranger to retail. I fought competitive Thai boxing for a number of years, and I was cutting weight and exercising at a very high level 6 days a week. So it was necessary for me to find a secret weapon for my nutrition. And some of the older fighters taught me how to use juice and smoothies as a way of getting the calories that I needed without overdoing the calories. But there was something else happening at the time to my chemistry, which I wasn't aware of until I got into the industry. When I retired from Thai boxing and got out of my family business, I was sitting around trying to figure out what to do next. And I've had this juice idea in my head for a number of years. So a location became available on East 1st Street. And I wanted the location more than I wanted to be in business. I just thought it was the coolest retail location in New York. So I found myself executing a lease and then saying, oh my God, what am I going to do with this store? Everything that I did at Juice Press early on came very natural to me because of my background in retail, very complicated retail. I had a very complicated skydiving equipment company for 8 years. And because I understood the product so well, everything just flowed and it was a natural progression. So Juice Press today, where we're at right now, is we have 42 retail stores open mostly in Manhattan, but we're in Southampton, East Hampton, Bridgehampton. We have stores in Brooklyn. We're in Connecticut, New Jersey, and Massachusetts and Boston. So by the end of the year, we'll have about 52 stores.
Thanks for coming to Massachusetts, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming to Massachusetts.
It's kind of hard, even with this mic, to hear you with all the background noise.
Yeah, a little crazy in here.
Yeah. Can they hear me okay?
So let's get to the sort of elephant in the room about HPP, which is the lack of HPP. And just kind of without, I know you say you can get into sort of science and whatnot on a lot of the products and stuff in your space. Just kind of give us the simple, your approach and why you've done what you've done.
Well, everybody, I think, understands what HPP as a process is and what it does. Is definitely a better process than heat pasteurization. I think that for Juice Press, the one thing that we're doing is we're doing everything the hard way. When you open a store like this, if you look at my closest competitors, they have maybe 20 SKUs in their refrigerator. We have about 70, and we're attached to all of them. We're not actually discontinuing it, and we're just adding on to the list, which is hard. And we've over 6 years mastered the art form of predicting what we're supposed to build as an inventory on a daily basis without having waste that kills us. So our waste levels are incredibly low, somewhere between 4 and 5% of our bottles that we make, which is incredible. So the first thing everyone understands that the kill step is required for somebody who's doing a wholesale of juice. So it's definitely the method to use over other methods that are available. The problem that I have with HPP as a consumer is that I don't like the taste of a juice once it's past 3 or 4 days. And I've tested HPP myself because I'm concerned of having a a protection in place if the FDA changes the laws about a company my size with a centralized kitchen. I don't want to just be caught with my pants down. So I did a lot of research on my own, figuring out what can be done. And what I discovered about HPP is that at full pressure, most of my juices actually taste pretty good 2 or 3 days after the HPP process is done. On the 4th and 5th day, the taste of it just goes right into the toilet. And I don't want to design formulations to work on HPP. I want to design formulations for people's chemistry and for the benefits that a raw fresh juice would have. So that's really where we're at right now with HPP and why we use HPP, why we don't use HPP. What I did discover actually is that if I was required to use HPP, I would probably recoin the term HPP. I would change it to LPP. I would call it low pressure pasteurization, and I would use the lowest possible setting whatever the lowest possible setting is for that particular formulation to achieve the 5-log reduction, and then I wouldn't have the shelf life. So I would still be the shortest shelf life, but I'd be able to sell the product wherever I needed to sell the product, and likely not in a wholesale environment. So that's something, if I had to do it by law, and that was the business model, I figured out how to do that. So I could keep the taste, have the kill step, and still, be able to function within the program that I'm looking to do.
And is wholesale distribution part of the plan for Juice Press? I mean, it's not part of what you're doing right now, right?
Well, we don't wholesale, obviously, because we're not achieving the 5-log reduction. And we're building a retail brand. And with what we have going on, it's not really possible to do both at the same time. I think when you think about it, if I was a wholesale brand, it would be nearly impossible for me to then say I want to become a retail brand. So as a retail brand, it's definitely an exit strategy or somewhere in the middle or the 3/4 way down the road where we can say, okay, now we have 100 SKUs and 10 of them are so widely accepted, and we're ready to create a supermarket line and concentrate on that. And we definitely want to do that. We have beverages now that we feel would be ideal for a supermarket brand. They're products that I don't think people are going to for optimal health. They're going to them as a better decision. So, for example, we have an amazing cold brewed coffee line that uses fresh almond milk, for example. I don't think people think of that the same way they think of a green juice. So having a product line like that we HPP, and that's a $5 product in the supermarket, is really a great entry into the wholesale business.
It's a great entry level to the wholesale business. And HPP and cold pressed juice have been on quite a run the last 3 or 4 years. Where do you see the category as it is today, and where do you see the category over the next 3 or 4 years?
I think the one thing that we all have in common in this industry is we have to together figure out a way to educate the consumer about what they're eating and avoiding processed food. So anyone that's in the beverage industry that's using highly processed ingredients would not really be someone that I'd be a good person to talk to. But the people that are trying to create a high vibration, high energy product that, just by nature of the fact of hydration is a reduction of inflammation, and they're using ingredients like ginger and turmeric and plant-based products, and they're not using processed refined sugars, we're all kind of on the same team because we're taking away one of the biggest problems in the Western diet, which is processed food. So as we today, as an example, in the New York Post, the Mets pitcher Noah Syndergaard, there's a big spread on him about how much juice he's drinking, and that his trainer and everyone that's around him is promoting a very low inflammation diet, and he's saying outright that juice is a big part of his regimen. The more things that we get like that in our industry, the larger this category is going to grow. So for Juice Press, it's all about really creating enough range in our SKU price points, because we know if my green juices were not $11, if they were $5, I'd have 1,000 stores. So for me, the more I can have premium products that don't compromise the integrity, but allow people to buy into the brand. For example, we have a line of functional waters at Juice Press. For example, we have an aloe water, we have a probiotic water, we have a vitamin D water, a vitamin C water, we have a rose water, and we're expanding those lines. They're all $3 items. They're functional. They actually have benefits, and it's actually water. So if I was in the industry right now, in the wholesale industry, I would really try to get, I would concentrate on delivering real products that can be functional and deliver slightly more than just hydration.
And so, you know, admittedly though, not all juices are created equal. And you know, you focus very heavily on providing high nutritional content in all your products, including probiotics.
Right.
And probiotics are a really big thing. You infuse them in all your juices. Why do you feel probiotics are such an important part of the diet at this point?
Well, in the case of the probiotic that I'm using, which is a brand called Probiotic, which is a sister company to Juice Press, that particular strain, which it's called GLB44, also known as L. bulgaricus. This particular strain of bacteria, we originally started with it to use it as a supplement only, to sell it as a probiotic supplement. It's a vegan probiotic. It comes from a flower, and it grows in carrot or green juice. It doesn't need a dairy medium, and it's not a probiotic derived from an animal source. We would have been very happy with it if that was the only thing it did was be a supplement. We started testing it, and we did a study with Sofia University in Bulgaria and also a study with Harvard, and we accidentally discovered that one capsule, which is a single dose, in a bottle of juice can destroy E. coli, Listeria, and Salmonella, which obviously was an epic discovery. And we've been testing it, and we have conclusive evidence that it does that. The condition is very simple. If you take one dose of the bacteria and you put it in the juice and you add the pathogens, and it has to be refrigerated, it takes 20 hours, 100% mitigation of Salmonella and Listeria, 100%, and 99.875 of E. coli. And there's 3 or 4 other foodborne pathogens that this strain destroyed. There's no other bacteria that's a probiotic that's FDA approved that does that, because we've tested with it, we've done the same test with other bacteria. So what we're doing now at Juice Press, for our own peace of mind, obviously we have a lot of money tied up in Juice Press, is we're adding that probiotic to every juice. So it's actually, we're not only making our juice we're making the juice with an added probiotic without having to take dairy, which is the most common way people do it. But we're also, for us, we're making the juice safer from those pathogens. There's nobody else that could make that claim. There's no other probiotic available. We have an exclusive on that, and we also, I believe that we still have a patent pending on the mechanism of using this strain of bacteria in a juice to kill those bacteria.
And I guess one last question.
Yes.
You've got 70, I think you said 70 flavors of
Right.
juices now. How did you end up with so many? And I guess, is there kind of a right number that you're going for? I don't mean that in a negative way.
No, I agree. You know, when you think about the obstacle that we had to overcome in Juice Press, just in New York, the obstacle is even bigger in cities that are used to a juice bar where you walk in and you just basically create your own juice on a rotary machine. So very early on, when I started Juice Press, it was a big problem for me because I had to direct people from what they would think is a traditional way of getting a juice, and I had to say, no, if you get it in the bottle, it's better. So in order for me to actually keep the audience interested, there has to be no way that I don't have something that they want or like. So the SKUs were always very cluttered and confusing from the start. As we started to build out, we really learned that the high amount of SKUs that we have really is why that we created a lifestyle brand, and not just like, oh, I'm going to go to a juice bar once a week. You can't really get bored with the offering that I have between the bottled smoothies, the ginger and the turmeric drinks, the coffee beverages, the coconut waters, you know, and the green juices and the fruit juices. There's such a wide variety that you can't get bored. You can come to Juice Press 3 times a day and always feel like you're having a unique experience. So that works for us.
Outstanding. Well,
Thank you very much.
Marcus, we're out of time, but this has been incredible. So thanks so much for being with us.
Thank
And
you very much.
look forward to seeing more Juice Press in Boston.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you.
Yes, round of applause for Marcus. Thank you. All right, next up, from one Juice Press to the Juice.
Very odd that you said juice as I was coming up.
Had to
How
make
about-
that joke, I guess.
I know.
You had to.
Was that planned?
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Ray.
With us is Theo Rossi, who is best known for his roles on Sons of Anarchy and Cloverfield, and is now a full-time beverage entrepreneur.
So true.
So true. And the founder of Ounce Water, which we've got right here.
Yeah. This is the 40. John happens to be drinking the 20. You know, who would have thought that I would be at a beverage conference, expo.
Me too. I think that sometimes too. So
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go. So, why beverage?
You know, my life is absolutely insane in every way. We have a lot of different businesses, and I think, you know, just like when I was listening just now with Juice, I think every great, amazing thing that I've seen comes out of a need that the person has, right? And for me, it was about 6 years ago when I made this decision to kind of really get as healthy as I possibly could in every way. And the one overwhelming factor for me was to drink as much water as possible. A smart man once said to me, nobody's ever said I drank too much water today, which happened to be, he said that to me. And it's so
Thanks.
true. Yeah. I was drinking a gallon of water every day. Every morning I'd get up, I'd fill up a gallon, and I would finish it by the end of the night. And I was shedding a lot of weight for this film that I was doing. I was getting much healthier. Everything was changing for me. But I travel a lot. So that becomes a lot harder when you're traveling, because now you got to piece together, oh, I did 16.9 here, I did 33 point here. And I said, man, I wish they would just make it easier. So about 8 or 9 months ago, I was doing this film for Universal, and we were on the final scene, and there was 150 extras, and they were all drinking. It was a film about East LA, about lowriders and stuff, and they all had 40-ounce bottles, and they had brown paper bags, and it was so hot that they were putting water in them. And totally joking around, like literally joking. Everybody was asking me about my production company, and then they were asking me about this. We have a race series. And I said, that's all whatever. I said, I'm gonna start a water company, and I'm gonna make it really easy, and I'm gonna put it in like just even number ounce bottles. I was totally kidding. I didn't think it was real. I was looking for them to laugh, and they were like, that's a terrific idea. I said, hold on one second. I ran to the bathroom. I said I was going to the bathroom. I called my business partner who's here, and I said, I have an idea, remind me to tell you, because I'm going to forget, because the character I was playing was insane, which most of the ones I do play are. And I came up with the idea, and we've been in business 7 weeks, and it's been the greatest ride that I've been on, I think, in any business. It's an incredible, incredible business, and there's the potential, and what it is outstanding.
And, you know, you had talked about being out, or when we were talking prior to this, about being out like in stores, doing demos, kind of rolling up your sleeves with this. Why did you decide to take that path as opposed to just bringing in a team or something like that?
Yeah, I've had many opportunities to get involved with a lot of products, and I have, you know, whether it be, you know, products will pay you to tweet or they'll pay you to Instagram, and they do that, you know, and I'm very particular about what I will put my name on or what I'll do, because every single step, you know, makes to the larger one. And I'm very, you know, we have our own businesses. I've always kind of been in business for myself. With this, my backpack over there, I have POS and wobblers in. Like,
there you
I'm
go.
always, we were in 50 stores yesterday, you know, going in and putting up, you know, things on the fridge and doing everywhere. I did an in-store signing this weekend. My big thing to do that and not put my name on is, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it my way. If I'm going to fail or I'm going to succeed, I want to do it, you know, the way. And also, I go in with the attitude that I don't know anything. This business is so extremely foreign to me. There's amazing people here that know so much more than me. Some of them have really helped us, like, you know, Bruce from BIM Partners has really helped us. And a lot of people who have come on and consulted us, and I've been able to have them tell me, this is kind of a roadmap of what it is. And for me, it's been like, okay, that's great, Now we're going to create our own, and we're going to figure it out through the space. So my thing is hustle, hustle. Hard work, nothing matches it. So my little team we preach 2 words, discipline and efficiency. That's our whole thing.
And you jumped into this feet first. You had really no background in the beverage industry before. No. So what's it been like? I mean, this sort of transition from, really focusing on your acting career to running your own company.
Yeah. I was set up, I kind of got teed up for this. We started my production company a couple of years ago. We had our first film premiere at Tribeca, and then it came out in the theaters in February. It's now on Netflix, if anybody wants to watch it. Bad Hurt, iTunes.
Nice.
And doing that from the other side of acting really showed me the business side of Hollywood, and how different it is from just being an actor. That kind of teed me up for this business in a way. There's so many similarities between the beverage business and Hollywood. It's outstanding. I almost feel like I could write a whole blog just on that, how extremely similar they are in many, many ways.
Want to give us a few? I'm curious now.
Okay, when you're a young actor, you can be as talented as possible, so you can be a great product. But you have to have a really good agent and a manager to get you out to the right appointments for the right people to see you. You're not going to have a big manager or agent in the beginning. You're going to have a smaller one. That smaller one's going to get you out there, and then hopefully the big ones are going to see you, and then you're going to sign on with them to get more exposure and bigger roles. And that's kind of what a product. You can go out and do your thing. You can be out there, but you need people to notice you. You need people to see you, and then you grow bigger and bigger. And just like with acting, you don't want to be, no offense to a lot of these 18 or 16 or 20-year-olds that get right thrust into stardom. They usually burn out and fade away. What you want to be is like the 16-year overnight success, where you're just that person who grinded and worked forever. And that's kind of our attitude we taken into this business, is we're in no rush. We're here to stay. We know what we have. We have a product that makes healthy habits easier. It's very simplistic, and we really pride ourselves on that. And with that, we've seen an amazing response to the product. So we're just moving slow up the road.
It's interesting. So Ounce Water to me feels like it's focused on a more male consumer than otherwise. Was that an intentional thing? I mean, was that part of your strategy?
No, it's funny. It's funny that you say that. Same with the show that I was on for a while, Sons of Anarchy, was in a lot of people's minds was a very male-dominated show. We actually had more female viewers than male, whatever the reason may be, like overwhelming females to males. With this product, it skews so much male and masculine, but what we've seen is way more women, trainers, everybody have really been attracted to the product more. And I think that especially nowadays, those lines are so blurred. People just want what works for them, what's going to make their life easier. And the reason that this whole thing even came about was we live in a world of numbers. How many followers do you have? How many miles did you jog? How many steps did you take on your Fitbit? How much do you weigh? Everything's about how many likes did you have on your picture. And with this, it was just how much water did you drink today? Let our product do the work for you. Don't make it so hard on yourself. And it's very simple.
So I guess on that front, obviously a lot of different ways you can take a bottled water, right? You could have been a high pH water, flavored, sparkling. Why did you go with just water?
So the reason natural spring water to me is you have no judgment for it. It's just natural spring water from a 600 million year old spring. And when I first heard that, I was like, I should have stayed in school longer because I thought they were lying to me. I was like, 600 million years old. But we just wanted something that no one has any judgment on, that you can't have any backlash towards. No additives, no nothing, just natural spring water that you need. And again, everyone needs it. It's a necessity for it. And to go into the premium section, to go into higher is everything you do, your beverages, your food has become an extension of you. Instagram has more pictures of food and beverage than anything. People are using it as a representative of who they are. And that's kind of what we did, is we wanted you to feel cool while you have it, and at the same time, it fulfills a need that you have.
Right, and that's an interesting point. I mean, like, you talked about Instagram a couple times now, and you have a lot of followers on social media. I mean, it's a fine line, though, between overdoing it. Where does that line sit for you?
So hard for me, right? Because it's just like when you're promoting a film or a television show. You don't want to, you have to find that line. Just like my whole job is to be anonymous. I have to keep an anonymity about me to make my characters believable. But we live in a world where people want to know more about you. And if you're not on social media, basically in Hollywood, you're irrelevant. You have to be out there. Same with products now. If you're not in that space, you're irrelevant. There are always people who can get away with it. Just like in acting, you know, Tom Hardy doesn't need to be on Twitter because he's already made his bones and did his thing. But same with water. The giants don't need to be, you know, constantly. But then there's always someone nipping at your toes. For me, it was, we have all our own social media set up. We're very active on it. And for me, it's very aware that it's me. My whole thing in life is I'm exactly who I say I am. I love the product because I use it, because I need a certain amount of water a day to function, whether it be training for a marathon like I'm doing now or whatever I'm doing, I need a certain amount of water. So I only use it and promote it when it's the right. I'm trying not to overdo it, and I am constantly skating that line.
One of the other questions I wanted to ask was about, you know, product placement. So Mark Wahlberg, an investor in Aqua Hydrate, is known for putting his bottle everywhere he can. You know, how is that going to work for you? Are you really going to look for product placement using the kind of weight that you have in Hollywood, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, you know, one of the real benefits to our company is most products create their product and then really struggle because they really want to get it out there. And most of them go towards celebrities or athletes to get it out because the celebrity or athlete has exposure. We almost kind of work backwards. I'm lucky enough that, you know, I have a new show coming up on Netflix. I have 2 films coming out. We're about to start another film. I have all these built-in relationships with a lot of people that immediately put me to get them. Like I haven't even used 1/10 to exhaust the celebrities and athletes because I want the product to stand on its own first. And then I will promote it to the celebrity ambassadors and all that. But I want people to recognize the product. For now, I'm going to use me and a few of my friends to get it out there, but not overdo it. We've had an overwhelming response to the product, as in we've been batting 1,000. People love it. What I've heard 3 times here today, and I hear it probably 10 times a day when I'm out, is, I can't believe nobody's thought of this yet. And I love that because the best things are simple. So for me, I wanted to be my company with my team, and I want to only use it and promote it when I have to, but I want the product to stand on its own. And I don't see myself being on red carpets or every interview talking about it, but inevitably, you know, we just started press for the new show. It's the first thing they ask me when we do, because people are fascinated by it.
And what was your answer?
They're like, they're like, I don't understand this. You started a water company? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, no, you invested in a water company. I'm like, no, I started it. I designed the bottle. I came up with the idea. I sat down with my team. I met with the designer. I was at the bottling factory. I tape boxes. I do everything because that's just who I am.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah. It really is. And I guess one of my last questions is, you know, this is a really tough business. This is a very, very tough business. You know, how are you sort of navigating, you know, the early stage of your business, of your company? I mean, is it really just meeting with as many people as possible? Is it trying to connect with the right brokers, distributors? You know, how are you kind of sorting through the cloud that is the beverage industry at this point?
And it is. This is an incredibly tough business in every way, and especially it seems like just like in acting and in Hollywood and any artist, you're just trying to get noticed. You know, for us is, again, the 2 words I preach. It's written in our office is discipline and efficiency. Right? Be very efficient. Keep it small. Be very disciplined. Not every opportunity is for us, especially now. We're still building our infrastructure. We're still getting our feet wet. We're still figuring everything out. Every day is a win for us. If we get 5 stores tomorrow, that's a win. If we get somebody retweeted something 20 times, that's a win. If someone uses our hashtag, that's a win. We look at all of these as wins. And every day we're just moving, you know, we set our goals of how many cases we want to sell a month, and we just try to make these goals. We're not interested in being everywhere now. The truth is, if we tried to do that, we wouldn't even be able to know what we're doing, even if we could handle it. We're not interested in that now. We want to control a lot of our own destiny, and we want to be really slow. We're not desperate. And that's a really big thing that I've noticed in this business and in any business. We're not desperate. We're just going to do it and move forward.
Outstanding. One day at a time. Outstanding. Theo, we're thrilled to have you. This has been really, really great. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Great stuff from Theo Rossi. Up next, Erwin Simon.
John Craven.
Erwin, how are you?
I'm good.
Erwin Simon is the founder, CEO, and president of Hain Celestial, one of the largest food and beverage companies in the world. Can I say that? Fair enough. All right,
the largest.
The largest, how about that? So, it's really interesting to have you on because, Hain Celestial for a long time was about selling dry teas and a few beverages. And you're here at BevNet Live and you're seeing a lot of innovation, you're seeing a lot of excitement on the entrepreneurial end. What excites you and what excites Hain as it relates to the beverage industry at this point?
So just come back, as I said, starting this company in 1993, with a focus on health and wellness, with a focus on natural, GMO, organic. So Hain, has been a disruptor. Hain has been out there from the beginning. In 2000, when we bought Celestial Seasoning Tea, been a great brand, been around for a long time. Celestial's had ready-to-drink teas. Celestial's had multiple, other products in the beverage category. We've also been in the beverage category for a long time with our Rice Stream, our West Soy, our plant-based milk products. And then our big entry went into the category in 2014 when we bought Blueprint in cold-pressed juices. In Europe, we have a major plant-based beverage business. We also have in the UK a good-sized fresh juice business, which is fresh juice, smoothies, and that we sell into Sainsbury, Tesco, Pret-a-Manger. So, Hain today has a very, big fresh beverage business around the world.
So you recently announced the launch of CAVU Ventures, which is your venture capital incubation unit that's intended to invest in small brands, help them incubate, and then plug them into your system. What are some of the categories that you're specifically interested in as it relates to RTD beverage?
So the reason we went with Cultivate, listen, we see so many opportunities and deals out there and in the $5 to $10 million range. And as Hain gets to $3+ billion, some of these were too small to fit within Hain or got lost. We also have multiple brands that are great brands that got lost within Hain. So we've carved out about $60 million of sales, and with its own separate group and its own separate sales and marketing organization. And along with that, we're going to go out and look for acquisitions in the $5 to $15 to $20 million range. And walking around here today, seeing some great beverages, some great ideas, we'd love to own them. And the unique thing with it in Hain, we have tremendous sourcing opportunities. We have 39 of our own plants around the world. And we sell in over 75 countries. So how do we take some of these brands global and take them from $5 million? And, the original blueprint when I started Hain was taking some of these small companies like Earth's Best. When we bought Earth's Best, it was a $14 million business. Our baby business today is well over $200 million in sales. Oh. Terra Chips, Garden of Eden, Sensible Portions. So we've done that with brands. Now we're looking at how we do it with $5 to $10 million or $15 million brands, because Hain has the infrastructure, the procurement and manufacturing, and the money to invest in it. We don't have to go out and look for private equity dollars. We don't have to go out there, and raise venture capital.
And can you give us a little update on what's going on with Blueprint? There's been a lot of innovation coming out of there lately.
Listen, it's interesting, when we bought Blueprint, my wife came to me early on and said, this is a company we need to, you should buy, it's a great product. And, what has evolved was Blueprint originally was a cleanse. And again, when the big thing is when you do an acquisition, how do you bring it into the bigger company? How do you make sure you don't lose the entrepreneurship, the innovation? And I think when we first bought Blueprint, it was a change for us in what the original Blueprint started out to be. You know, Blueprint has changed dramatically today under Alex Galinda's leadership, you know, coming from Facebook, who had a beverage background, and that was a key, finding, you know, that right person to run it, because, you know, after the founders had left, we brought somebody in from Pepsi and didn't go so well. Anyway, Alex is, with her team, is out there looking at tremendous innovation. You know, we stuck to what the brand stands for, in organic and raw, and that's why we're coming up with kombucha. Some of the things you were talking about before with vinegars, some of the things we're looking at hot teas, cold pressed teas, and just stay tuned. Where we really have moved away from is no longer as a cleanse. So it's, you know, it's a ready to drink. That's pretty exciting. And I think the big thing is this here, where's the focus on affordable price points today? And that's a big thing today with, you know, where Blueprint is, because when we originally bought Blueprint, the average price out there was $10.99 to $12.99. You know, we're down to a $3.99 price point today. And, you know, Blueprint is, you know, approaching a $50 million brand. It's not some small little brand.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about Blueprint is it had to evolve, as you said, to a new sort of reality for cold pressed juice. There's no more $10 juices. It's $3.99 juices that are being sold at Target. In fact, Blueprint is being sold at Target in Boston, the Boston area. I mean, how do you see the juice category as evolving over the next 3 to 4 years?
So, you know, listen, one of the reasons coming here today, you know, the beverage category is a gigantic category. And, you know, we also have a big business in the snack category. You know, we also have a big business in the baby business. So it's not that, you know, share is growing. What happened is this here. First of all, millennials are a big part of Hain today. Secondly is, as we've talked about before, the whole beverage category is evolving and changing as soda declines, as sugar drinks decline. What are they replacing with? So, you know, Blueprint is going after the Odwalla, the Naked Juice, the Tropicana, you know, consumer that's looking for healthier drinks, less sugar, that when you drink it, you know, there's value and there's attributes to it. And, you know, we have Celestial Seasonings kombucha. We have our own kombucha plant. I'm not sure the Celestial Seasoned kombucha resonates with millennials today, where Blueprint kombucha does. We have a major soup business today in Imagine Soup, Health Valley Soup, and a soup business in the UK. But Blueprint is coming out with a cold pressed soup that resonate with millennials. So there's a lot within Hain today, a lot of technology innovation today, where when I originally looked at buying Blueprint, it was, how does that become our lifestyle brand? So stay tuned for Blueprint possibly going into personal care, going into other types of products, other types of beverage products. And I, you know, think, you know, I have 4 kids, we have 55 brands. You know, Blueprint is one of my favorite out there.
I mean, that's pretty amazing that you're sort of leveraging the equity and the brand name across a whole spectrum of products. I mean, is that something you look for when you're looking for acquisitions at this point?
So just come back, Earth's Best. Earth's Best, you know, was a baby food business we bought. We introduced infants and toddlers to their first foods. Babies only stay on baby food for about 9 months. We've gone into diapers that are chlorine-free. We've gone into formula. We've gone into wipes. We've gone into food. So our dream business, we had a non-dairy plant-based dream. We've gone into non-dairy ice cream. We've gone into non-dairy yogurt. We've gone into non-dairy chocolate. I love taking a brand and expanding it across categories. You gotta keep the common denominator there. You just can't, you know, put it on everything. But I think from a lifestyle standpoint, Blueprint has tremendous opportunities and application for other products in the category.
Now, we have about 1 minute left, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about one very fast-growing category, which is RTD coffee.
So, you know, we have not got into the coffee business. We originally tried it with Celestial Seasonings early on, and it's just been a category that I just felt there's so many different great companies out there, with Starbucks and what Green Mountain was doing, that we just couldn't add value to. And that's the thing within Hain. If we can't add value, we can't innovate. And we've stayed away from pet business. We've stayed away from businesses that we just thought, hey, not our bailiwick. We have so much opportunity in the tea business. Millennials drink more hot tea than they do coffee. And that's where our focus is right now, how we grow the Celestial brand, how we grow the Blueprint brand.
Extremely informative stuff. Erwin, I can't thank you enough for being as open and as candid with us. This has been tremendous. Thanks so much for being here.
You know, just like consumers look for transparency on products and ingredients today, I make sure we give the same thing.
Outstanding.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate your time. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you. All right. Indeed. Oh, you can come out. That was Erwin Simon, the CEO of Hanes Celestial. Now we'll bring up Cyrus Schwartz, who is the founder and CEO of Doors Natural. Cyrus, how are you?
I'm doing well.
How's your
Welcome.
BevNet?
It's actually one of my suppliers with Blueprint.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So you've known him for a long time, and once again, you know, you've been involved in the cold pressed juice category since it really started blowing up. We've already asked Marcus and Erwin about the cold pressed juice category. You know, as someone who's as deeply involved in distributing cold pressed juice, where do you see this category going?
So I don't think there's a lot of additional space there for another line of cold pressed green juices and apple-based lemonades. I see new products coming out that are maybe single fruit products, things that are have more functionality than the current product line. So I think as the category grows, you're going to see more hydration products that have lower sugar. Then you'll see some other products developing that are blended products with much more fiber. So the category will expand and diversify.
Oh, I guess I want to ask a question about your own line of the maple waters that you guys have, and just kind of give us any insight into how that's doing.
So, we've got a brand named Sap on Tap, line of maple waters that we launched last year. It is a teeny category.
Right.
I think the jury is still out on whether it will become the next coconut water. We think it kind of hits a lot of the on-trend boxes. So it's natural hydration, it's low in sugar and carbs, and it's nutrient dense. It's got a whole bunch of different micronutrients, but principally manganese, about twice the manganese as a cup of kale. We're seeing some nice velocities, but to kind of echo what Rohan said up earlier today, which is what I tell brands that we work with all the time, we don't want to be every place, day one. We want to go cross categories, kind of, pick our battles, develop velocities, get the message out. There's a very low level of consumer understanding of what maple water is, and so we want to make sure that we're educating consumers as we're growing rather than throwing the product out there into gas stations.
You don't want to be everywhere, but Dora's as a company is expanding geographically. You're moving out of New York and sort of a little bit further north. I mean, what's that process like of sort of expanding your region, but not opening satellite offices?
So we look very seriously at launching into New England in the fall. We spent scores of hours as a team. We actually found a location, and in the end, we didn't pull the trigger because we just had too many projects going on. We're not only a distributor, we're a manufacturer, so we manufacture for our own brands like Sap on Tap, as well as for other brands like World Water's Watermelon Water. We're an HPP toller, which we're expanding greatly this year. We're buying an additional facility in New Jersey. We'll be blow molding our own bottles to supply this category. And we actually are now starting to take some of our brands that we're distributing regionally and expand our distribution deals to a national basis. So we just finalized a deal with Juice by Julie for their line of shots, which is a kind of another exciting category that we see emerging. A whole bunch of companies are out here. We think they've got some nice innovation, some unique products. We have a chlorophyll product, an E3 Live product. We just finalized, I think we just signed that deal on Thursday of this past week, and we'll be now rolling that out nationally.
Nice.
So to answer your question, with all that going on, we thought it wasn't prudent to open up a satellite location this year, and rather just go much deeper into New York and slowly creep out geographically, as you mentioned. So we're continually pushing further east in Connecticut and further north in New York and further south in New Jersey. I think it'll be a big year of growth. We run 50 trucks currently, and I think in the next 9 months, we'll probably be up to 70 or 75.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough to run a business like yours because you're a refrigerated truck company. I mean, you're a refrigerated distributor. And, you know, one of the things that I saw the other day, actually, I was walking through New York and I saw a bodega and they had kombucha out in the open, cases of it, not refrigerated. I mean, how are you educating retailers? How are you working with retailers, you know, to maintain that kind of level of quality that your suppliers expect?
Yeah, so we obviously can't control everything every retailer does after they get a hold of our product, but I'd say we don't have many of those issues. Even though we carry quite a number of shelf-stable beverages, Runa, Wyatt Owens, Up Mountain Switchel, as well as others. We just signed a deal with Agua. Our entire chain is refrigerated, so when we're delivering a product, our retailers, you know, we're pretty good at educating our retailers on where the product should go, and we've got quite a lot of merchandising in the field. I think you'll run into those problems more when you have distributors that maybe aren't beverage distributors. They just have a refrigerated truck and they're selling baby wipes and they've got no merchandising support, and you know, so the retailers don't know what to do with the product once they get it.
Now, we talked to Jerry Rita yesterday, who's the chief operating officer of Big Geyser, slightly bigger operation than you guys right now, and he was really extolling the importance of being well-funded, being focused, and sort of really collaborating with your distributor on a day-to-day kind of basis, like talking to them constantly. Is that the same kind of advice that you would offer to your suppliers and to new suppliers?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have a rule that if we don't get to know the CEO or owner of the company, we won't work with them. And we work very closely with them. We're very deliberate about what we pick up. And in almost all cases, we're either making an investment or getting a small piece of equity as part of doing our deal. So our interests are aligned, and one of our services is helping guide our business partners, our brand partners, not just in our geographic area, but helping them in other areas as well. Maybe we know a broker on the West Coast that we think would work well with them. Maybe they want us to look at a contract, you know, for another distributor, beverage distributor in another market. We'll get that deep with our vendors, and that's pretty important to us.
So I guess looking forward a little bit, are there any, you know, categories that are kind of, I don't know, interesting but not, you know, totally on the radar for doors to pick up right now?
So the categories that we play in are obviously perishable beverage, where we're pretty dominant. Shelf-stable beverage, which we're continuing to, you know, grow every week. Snacks, which has really been a smaller category for us, but where we think there's a lot of room for growth. So we just signed My Superfoods in the last few weeks. And dairy case, where we got started, and where we're continuing to look at some interesting dairy case brands, some sizable brands that we're negotiating with right now. I think those are the areas we're going to continue to play with. If I took a look at subcategories, I think shots is very interesting, right? I think you'll see shelf products which have typically been shelf-stable products that are aseptic or retort products that have very long shelf life, migrating over into perishable versions of them that are much less processed and probably more nutrient intact. Some of which I could talk about, some of which I don't want to, because we're gonna probably JV on a couple of those.
Okay.
In your own portfolio, can you tell us some of the fastest growing brands and the fastest growing categories that you're seeing? I mean, which brands are right now just on fire?
So, you know, I think World Waters, watermelon water is, you know, obviously one of our fastest growing brands. It's on fire. It's you know, picked up the Beyonce investment and getting a lot of play. Kombucha, which has been a very substantial category for us for a while, it just seems to have had its moment, you know? Sometimes we're so early into categories, it sometimes is a little bit of we get a skewed view of it. So we were the first distributor of Greek yogurt in the country with Faye. They were flying it over from Greece. When we were doing $10 million of Faye in our house, we thought, hey, it's kind of done already, you know? They were a $50 million brand. It was a $60 million category, and obviously it just kind of got started. And I think we're seeing the same thing with kombucha. It might have been a $5 million brand with us, on its way to being a $10 or $15 million brand, but it's on its way to being a $500 million category.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really growing unbelievably fast right now. It's almost like Maybe the cold brew coffee of this year, of 2016. How about that? Yeah.
We can't get enough. We're on allocation.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, Cyrus, this has been really great. And I can't thank you enough for being here. I mean, I know we see you sometimes, and it's like, we've been so candid with some of our guests today, and you've been really open about everything that's going on with Doris. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. All right, up next, Grant Prentice, how are you? Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. John, nice to meet you.
Grant Prentice is with Food Minds, and for those of you who don't know what Food Minds is, Grant, why don't you tell us?
We're a consulting and communications company that's doing work right now with the Can Manufacturers Institute. It's got the Open Up to Cans program. We've been contracted with them to understand some of the drivers of innovation that have been occurring within beverages and within canned beverages, looking at the trend of growth and understanding what the drivers of those growth elements are. One of the things that we did for CMI, for the Can Manufacturers Institute, is contracted with Mintel to look at patterns of growth in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in France, also in Asia, in Japan and China, and in Mexico, and also in Brazil, and looking at the patterns of innovation in different types of beverages and the packaging that's being used across those different beverage categories. And it's interesting that we see cans and the use of cans in innovation outpacing the category as a whole by about 20%. So there's some interesting things going on there, we think particularly with craft beverages, in that a lot of the new products that are driving that growth across those different countries, that faster pace of growth, are RTD teas, coffees, juices, are all there as part of that growth and contributing to that. So those have been some interesting observations that we've been able to make.
And the Open Up to Cans you're referring to, the logo back here at our sponsored by the live stream.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I think, our responsibility, we feel it's our responsibility to just make sure that some of these great people who are doing all these innovations with these very carefully crafted beverages, not just in beer, but in lemonade, in juices, in coffees and teas, where there's a more complex taste profile, more complex ingredients, where there's some sensitivity perhaps to those products as they sit on shelf, that they're taking cans into consideration as something that offers kind of the ultimate protection from light in terms of damage that can be done to beverages, and also oxygen and exposure to the atmosphere.
Now you mentioned craft. You're looking at a lot of the craft type beverages that can go into cans. Where do you see that transition sort of already happening from glass or plastic into cans?
I'm sorry, say that again, I lost
So
it.
you mentioned that cans are becoming a premium option
Yes.
for craft beverages. Where do you see a lot of that transition happening, specifically in what beverage categories?
Well, I think one of the primary categories where we've seen that transition is in craft beer. And all of the data that's coming out of the beer industry shows a decline in use of bottles, an increase in the use of cans, particularly in higher end, both imports, value-added domestic, and then also craft beers as well. There's more of those brands are going into cans than into bottles currently. And I think it's an increased appreciation for the level of protection, the level of light block, and also exposure to other elements, minimizing exposure to other elements in the atmosphere that can protect that product and give it that shelf life and deliver a quality product at the end of that life cycle.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, in terms of, you were talking also about global trends. You looked at a lot of different countries. What is the single unifying factor about cans that is really appealing to a lot of people at this point? I mean, is it the recyclability? I think you mentioned that. I mean, what's going on where people are really opening up to cans?
To cans. I think that it's interesting. I think that the other area of research that we looked at wasn't just protecting sort of the physical chemistry of the product, which cans do a very good job of, but also the other sensory attributes and characteristics that cans can deliver. There's a lot of science out there that shows that experiencing food and beverage is a multi-sensory it's a compound of different sensory experiences that people have. It's not just the taste, it's the expectation that's created by the way a package looks, what the graphics say, all the positioning conversations that we had earlier today about these new products, and is it clear to the consumer what the benefit is that's going to be delivered by that product? That's part of that process. And then also the tactile sense as you're drinking that beverage, how it feels in your hand, how it feels against your lips. And canned beverage drinkers talk a lot about that being that transmission, that sensory experience being part of the drinking experience and contributing favorably to people's perceptions of the product that they're drinking. And we see, I think, a lot of beverage manufacturers that are doing innovation wanting to take advantage of those additional qualities that a can provide. Even the auditory signal, when you open a can, people are drinking a beverage for some kind of transformation. That sound signals and reinforces that transformation. And we know that all of the major can manufacturers right now are working with their customers to sort of fine-tune that noise. It can make a different sort of noise while it's opening in terms of the cracking and the explosion of the carbonation that's in the product, and that can affect the way people perceive the beverage. We know that Sam Adams, as they moved into cans, did a lot of work with the top of that can, looking at designing the opening to sort of enhance the drinking experience. So I think that's a big part of reinforcing and also building up the positive attributes and experiences that people can have with these craft beverages, where aroma is a big part of it as well as taste.
Well, that's really interesting about the sound. It's almost like it's a sound that's telling you it's refreshing or it's something. But what are the cues that people are hearing? When they're hearing that can open, what's going through their mind at that point?
That's an excellent question. I think it varies considerably by category. If you're an energy drinker, the association that you have with that noise, the benefits that you associate with it, the transformation that you're expecting is one of sort of physical energy. I think in a lot of these beverages now that are positioned based on alertness or feeling calm, I think the degree to which that is reinforced is not only by the way the packaging is designed, but also by that sound.
Now, one other thing that's been interesting is sort of the emergence of nitro and texturized beverages. We've seen that in cold brew coffee. La Colombe just came out with their draft latte in a can, and Todd Carmichael has talked extensively about texturized beverages as being the next great hurdle for consumers. Is that something you're seeing as well? Or, are suppliers starting to turn to texturized beverages and the can format as being that vehicle to get there?
I think so. I think, again, that's a very carefully developed, carefully produced product. There are a number of different attributes that contribute to the sensory experience. It's not just the chemistry of the product, but almost the carbonation and the texture of that carbonation. And in order to be able to preserve that and create the kind of shelf life that the retail channel needs and that the consumer needs, they're looking at a more protective, better sealed package that provides that kind of coverage. I think you're gonna see more of that.
And another really big category that's been adopting cans as of late is in sparkling water. LaCroix has just been on fire. They are just growing like crazy. You also see, smaller brands like Spindrift getting a lot of traction with their sparkling water. What is it about that can package that's really appealing to consumers? Is it sort of segmenting or segueing away from soda?
I think that obviously a big driver in that category is just it's a value-added water experience, right? It's not just plain water in a PET container. There's something else there for the consumer. And I do think that the 360-degree branding that cans offer in that category helps create some differentiation. Again, I know in LaCroix, the taste expectation that people have is very artfully transmitted by their range of different packages. There's a brand thematic and a consistency across those different flavors. It's LaCroix, but there's an expectation, a specific expectation that's created by the 360-degree branding and design that's delivered on all of those packages.
This has been some amazing stuff. I feel like I just learned, like, I don't know, a year's worth about
That's
cans
why
in,
we're
like, the
here.
last 10 minutes.
Share the good news.
That was really amazing. So, Grant, thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate your time, and hope you're enjoying the rest of BevNet Live.
I am. This is a fantastic experience. Thank you.
Thanks so much for saying that. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Okay.
Thank you, John.
All right, well, that ends our session for right now. We're going to break for about 15 minutes, but we're going to come right back on the live stream lounge, so stay tuned at home. We're only going to break for 15. We'll be right back here. Thanks so much for watching.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
As promised, we're back here on the live stream lounge. I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor of BevNet, and I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Neil Martinez-Belkin. Neil, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well.
Now, this is your fourth BevNet Live?
I was just thinking about that a minute ago. It's my fourth.
I think this is my 11th.
Dear God.
How's your day going so far?
It's going well, man. I feel like with each BevNet Live we have, I'm able to navigate it a little bit better each time, and just like have more time to chat with people and get around and not run around like a chicken with his head cut off the whole time.
Yes, I mean it's a really interesting vibe we've got here. Packed. If you're here, you know how packed it is. But you know what? I haven't eaten all day. and I need to go eat lunch. So I'm gonna pass this over to you for now.
Go eat lunch.
Okay. Thanks for watching Live Stream Lounge, sponsored by Can Manufacturers Institute, CMI. Thanks so much. I'll be back.
All right. There we go. While Ray goes to get something to eat, I'm joined by our first guest, Vanessa Walker. Vanessa.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are
Vanessa,
you?
I'm doing pretty well. I really appreciate you taking a couple minutes to chat with us today.
Thank you.
You know, there is well, first I should say Vanessa is the Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Celsius.
Yes.
And then there's so much going on with Celsius, I don't even know where to start, okay? So let's just start with what brought you to the brand. You've been there for what, 6 months? Not even.
Yeah, I came in January, at the end of January this year. You know, I've always known about Celsius. I found the brand in 2006 originally. And it was just kind of one of those brands that was always around. And I wasn't really, seeing it too much, but then I kept seeing it. And it kind of stood the test of time. And I was reintroduced to the brand. And when I sat down and I talked to Jerry David, who is the CEO and president, he just won a Gold Circle Award for CEO of the Year.
I saw it
globally.
just last week that
Yeah.
came in, right? Yep.
Fascinating man, amazing career. And the investors and the board of directors, unbelievable. I mean, true celebrities and just really thought leaders around the globe in many different industries. You sit down and I asked, well, what is this brand? And what I found was it's really a functional energy drink, and it's kind of energy 2.0. But the brand has always been rooted in the dietary supplement aisle.
Right.
And it was founded by the former CEO of GNC. He's the one that created it, Greg Horn. So it was kind of always steeped in diets, and it was never really brought into the beverage industry. And so just now, we call ourselves, we're on the road to beverage. So we're now putting a beverage team in place, and we're treating it like a beverage and not really kind of a crossover. We're just going to come full force into beverage now. And I think that challenge excited me.
So, and like I said, there have been a lot of happenings and a lot of big hires in addition to the senior leadership team, in addition to yourself. So when you come in, I guess what are the immediate goals and what are like the long-term goals that you're kind of taking on here?
Yeah, so that's a good question. One of the quick goals I had was organizational structure, the infrastructure, and kind of that strategy of how we're going to chart a course into beverage. How are we going to really turn the tide and come out of the HBC aisle and go beverage? And so the immediate challenge was, does our package really tell the tale? We're a thermogenic energy drink. So we're not just a regular energy, we're backed by clinical science. We're the real deal. So are we saying that to the consumers? Have we told that story? And the answer is no. Additionally, is our sales team structured for growth and success in a traditional beverage sense? Answer again, no. So charting a path for both telling the story in a marketing angle, getting it out there with the consumer and the trade, and then picking the right partners, DSD as well as a hybrid channel of distribution, and then answering the big question for the brand, which is, where do we sit? Are we going to sit on the energy aisle? Are we going to sit in HBC? We can be a muscle milk, which sits in both locations, and that's what we're going to do.
Very cool. And it seems like, in your short time there, you guys have already been pretty effective in communicating that message. I know in terms of distribution, there's like 8,000 convenience stores that you guys entered a couple of months ago. I know that you're kind of making a big push into the fitness channel as well. With we were talking earlier today about Europa. What role are they going to have in achieving those goals?
So Europa's, it's fascinating. I being in beverage 22 years, I really didn't know about Europa, because Europa always played in a segment of the industry that none of the brands I ever represented or were a part of ever played in, and that is fitness channel. And Celsius crushes it in the fitness channel. And it's seen as a pre-workout because it's a thermogenic, so it's raising your body metabolism, and by raising your metabolism, it's helping you burn excess fat and calories while it gives you energy. Well, who doesn't need energy and then also want to burn body fat and calories? What a fantastic benefit. So Europa is the conduit to that channel. But what we're finding is in the last 6 months, Europa has just merged and they acquired Lone Star, which was the number 2 player. So now in that channel, you have kind of a King Kong. And we're on board with DNA in California, and we're on board with, a bunch of other AFW in Arizona. But what you're seeing is that channel is now they're going to go outside of fitness, and they're going to be able to take us to vitamin specialty nutrition shops, all these other great places that traditional DSD doesn't cover. And they're a formidable force now. And it's interesting because their business model doesn't include contracts, and it doesn't include buyouts or exclusive territory. So we have to weave that carefully into our distribution partnership strategy.
Right. I was going to ask you how that fits in with your existing kind of distributor base. The other channel that I wanted to ask you about, and I think I called you to pick your brain on this like a couple months ago. I was working on a magazine story, was Celsius's e-commerce platform, and I remember you saying that was another thing coming in that kind of you learned a lot in in consumer habits and how people were getting Celsius.
Absolutely. So one of the most fascinating things I found about the brand was even though the company wasn't structured like a beverage company and they didn't have beverage executives per se on staff, the consumers declared it a healthy energy drink. And on Amazon, when you search healthy energy drink, Celsius is the number 1 organic item that pops up, 4.5 stars. I never was involved in a company before that sold on Amazon because we just never got it done. Or we had exclusives with distributors and you couldn't ship on Amazon because it was crossing territory lines. Here's a brand coming out of HBC and they went e-commerce first. And because they've already carved out a spot with e-commerce, it's a great indicator of how popular your brand is, the momentum and the marketing, because when the consumers can't find it at their local stores, they can jump on Amazon.com and order it. And our sales year over year are triple-digit increases on Amazon right now. Domestically, we're flying off Amazon shelves. Great e-commerce strategy I never knew existed out there, and it's fantastic that the brand is doing so well on Amazon.com.
Totally. And moving from the sales back to marketing a little bit, the last thing I wanted to ask you, I know that they're trying to run, was Celsius is a brand with some high-profile figures attached to it. Last year's investment from Russell and Kimura Lee Simmons. Where do you see kind of the role of celebrities? And I know Flo Rida is a big part of the brand in pushing this brand forward and celebrity marketing with the brand.
Again, it was a first for me with this level, this caliber of celebrity, and even our board of director members. Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank is on the board. Very interesting. When you sit back, you ask yourself, it's one thing to have a celebrity name and throw the name out there, but what does it really mean? And the benefit is having them integrated into their lifestyle and then having them go viral with why they love the brand and why they're a part of the brand. And Russell Simmons is vegan, and he touches a completely different audience for us than Flo Rida does, than Kevin Harrington would. So really our plan is to tell their stories and to have them integrate the brand naturally into their lives. They're doing it anyway. Explain to their following and their fan base and the people they're influencing, how do they work out with the brand? How do they live with the brand? What does it mean to them? How does it help them focus? And really bring that authenticity and that storyline. Jillian Michael said it earlier. You might not like that individual person, you might not relate to them, but they give you a platform to reach millions of other people to tell that story.
Well, it looks like we're ready for our next guest over here. Vanessa, Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so
and
much.
down.
It was a
It's always
pleasure.
nice catching up with you.
Thank you.
All right. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
So we've got Wyatt Owens, founder and CEO of Salud Refresco here. Wiley, how did the new beverage showdown treat you this morning?
It was fantastic. Made it to the finals. Wasn't necessarily going in expecting that, obviously hoping for that.
Yep.
Really just believing that any feedback is great. The exposure is amazing. I don't think you could have such a concentration of so many influential people who've been in the industry forever, and just to be able to get up there and tell them about the brand and just get it out there in one shot, it's unlike any other event you can really have.
Right. So, I'm going to give you'll have a couple more minutes. In your elevator pitch this morning, all you could say was you've been in the natural product space for your whole life. But I remember when you came to the office, you gave me a little bit more background on that, which I found really interesting. Tell me a bit about your experience in the space and how it kind of has led to Salud Refresco's launch.
So my family business is a distributor out of New Hampshire. It's called Associated Buyers.
Yep.
I've grown up around that. My parents have owned it since 1988. So I've seen a lot of these brands come, and some brands go, some brands grow and be very, very strong. And I think I've just learned a lot through that process. And also I've just learned kind of the industry and what I love about it, and it's generally the passion behind people's things. And I think that just has generally instilled this innate sense to think about everything in a natural manner. So looking at conventional products like the Jarritos brand, which my product, Salud Refresco, is very similar to, and essentially looking at that and saying, hey, how can I make this a better product? How can I make it clean? How can I make it healthier? Jillian Michaels touched on pop chips and how pop chips isn't a superfood, but essentially people are still going to eat chips, but they want something better, something that's better for you.
Cool. And you guys launched in Whole Foods, what was it, a few months ago?
A couple months ago, yeah. Cool. It rolled out in April and then some larger allocations in May, yeah.
And how has that launch gone? What is the feedback that you've gotten both at the consumer and the retailer level so far?
It's been fantastic so far. They've since then they've put it into all the coolers as well in all of those stores, which for me I think is really the space that you want to be in.
Right.
So as a shelf-stable product, being in the coolers as well is really great. And the feedback that I've gotten from just doing demos by myself in the stores, being there talking to the consumers, them not even knowing that I own the company and giving me raw feedback, is people that are familiar with Jarritos are really excited about it, and then people that aren't at all, they just think that it tastes great, and they're excited about kind of a soda alternative. But a lot of these people, they're not jumping straight to products, which are great, but they're not jumping straight to those $5 kombuchas or those $5 fresh juices. Yeah. So price point is big, and right now it's at $1.99 per bottle, and I hope to get those prices even lower as my costs get lower as the company grows, and compete with those conventional sodas.
One of the observations that the judges had today was they wanted to see much more of a call out of the organic fair trade sugar. Is that something you're working towards? Is that something you found a value to, an observation you found to be of value? Or?
Oh, absolutely. And actually, I've already addressed it. So essentially, the product that they tasted, the product that you saw up on the screen, that was from my first production run. And all of those things were in process: fair trade certification, non-GMO verification. So I'm doing a production run on Monday, and right on the front of the label is the fair trade certified symbol. The next run will have the non-GMO, and so on. So it was just, I wanted to get the product out there for certain category reviews at Whole Foods, et cetera, different kinds of things, in order to get it out by this summer. So I did that, and then those things are coming into place. So absolutely, it's something that I think, they talked about the branding, and what I thought was actually a good thing is they said, oh, it looks like it's a brand that's been on the market for 20 years. Right. Or a brand that's a Mexican brand that looks like it's been on the market for 20 years. That I took as a compliment, and then I think once the fair trade and those non-GMO things are there, it'll balance that modernism out, and it'll call those things out while looking authentic in Mexico.
Now, I'll take a stab and say maybe it's going to end up being a combination of the two. But when you look at this product, do you think of this as something that existing Jarritos drinkers are going to be leveling up, or that they're looking and for, kind of a healthier or more health-minded offering like this, or do you think this is kind of bringing a new user into the fold of a craft Mexican soda?
I think it's both. Yeah. It's people that enjoy those craft sodas. It's people that are, they want that kind of nostalgic thing as well. And it's also, it's your generation, it's my generation that are looking for these better products, but they want the familiar traditional things that they've grown up with, but they understand they're more educated consumers. And I think the one thing that's actually going to make it compete, which I wanted to do, is price point. Right now, it's twice the price of Jarritos, which is generally 99 cents per bottle.
Yep.
It's going to be really, really hard to get to that price point, but $1.49 I feel like is a nice kind of balance. And as the volumes get bigger, I'm not going to take a larger margin. I'm going to lower the price in order to ramp up volume.
And are you kind of focusing your distribution in the natural channel to begin with?
That's an ongoing thing. Obviously with the family background, that's the route that it's gone. And that's where my background is, working in the industry. But I really see Whole Foods has been incredibly supportive, and I see it doing really, really well there. And they've kind of been the backbone to the launch. But I see it everywhere. I see it across the board. So it's playing that, kind of piecing that puzzle together as you go along and making it fit. Yeah.
Well, Wiley, strong work this morning. I look forward to seeing you back on the stage tomorrow. And
thanks, man.
Thanks for joining me now.
Appreciate it.
All right. Next up, we've got Heather McDow from Tickle Water.
How you doing?
I'm good. It's nice to meet you. I'm Neil.
Nice to meet you.
Heather, how did the morning treat you? How did you find the new beverage showdown?
It was fun. To be honest, it was a little nerve-wracking. I don't think I've done public speaking since college, maybe.
Okay.
Dating myself, but I really enjoyed it, and it was great to see what other entrepreneurs are doing out there and just see the different beverage types, and it was really inspiring. And then to be judged by just experts in the field and hear their constructive criticism was really helpful.
Cool. Well, you won't get the gong up here. So bring us back. Tell me a little bit about your brand and the impetus behind bringing this product to market.
Yeah, well, we are the first and only unsweetened, naturally flavored sparkling water, really targeted for kids. Of course, I think anybody can drink it. I think it appeals to maybe all ages, but we really wanted a water that kids felt like was their own, that's sparkling. And I felt like there was a white space for that. And it was inspired by my son, so that was really the motivation and the inspiration. And it's fun. Water's fun, and it's the most important thing for kids is to be hydrated. And without water, I think it affects their mood, it affects their cognitive attention span, it affects their physical ability. Kids need to be hydrated.
I found it really interesting to see because I think more than perhaps any new beverage showdown that I've watched, there were so many beverage brands that were aimed at kids. I found a whole bunch, and so it's interesting to see how we're hearing and we're reading every day about the healthier food and beverage trends that are permeating both industries, and it's interesting to see now it start to trickle down to people are shopping not just for themselves but for their kids with such products.
It's so true, and I was here last year when Tickle Water was just a figment in my imagination, but I was doing a little research at that time, and there were no kids beverage featured or really discussed, and I got a lot of feedback from people at that time that the kids area was a really challenging area, and of course it is. I think every beverage area has its challenges, but our kids, we are the ones that influence them, and they are sponges, and they learn from us, and if we're not teaching them what they should put in their bodies and what's healthy, they're going to make poor choices throughout their life. So it really has to start with us as either parents or mentors or educators, and I think it's only fair to them that we give them the same options that we're giving adults. Why are we making all these healthy options for adults but not for the kids, and we're still giving them the sugar-loaded juices and sodas and chocolate milks, and so it was time.
You answered what was going to be my follow-up question, was how do you navigate both, and this was something that was brought up earlier, a challenge that was brought up, is how do you navigate both selling to mom and appealing to mom and also appealing to the kids in the store?
It's definitely a challenge, and it's primary, secondary, and which one comes first. We want to check the boxes for the mom. The mom's looking for, does this have sugar? Are these flavors GMO-free? Is this can BPA-free, et cetera, et cetera? They need to be able to know that those qualifications are on our product or in our product. But it has to appeal to the kids, and the kids have to feel like, oh, this is for me, and this is cool, and I'll feel cool having this at school or in my lunchbox. So I think that we achieved a pretty good job with our label and our logo design and the mascots that we have. I think kids love it. They love looking at it, but it also is a cool package that an adult wouldn't feel uncomfortable holding.
I'll certainly hold it. So it's like an assembly line here. I'm already ready. They're already ready for the next one. But
I know.
hey, where can people get Tickle Water?
Right now we're in 120 locations, Westside Market, Zabar's, Garden of Eden. Soon, I actually shouldn't say it till it's there, but between Connecticut, Hamptons, and New York, about 120 locations, independent stores.
Very cool. Strong work this morning. It's nice to meet you, Heather.
Nice to meet you.
All right,
Thank
take
you.
care. Next up, we've got Donald Wils. How are you, Donald? Donald's the CEO of Blue Pacific Flavors and Fragrances. Donald, how's BevNet Live treating you so far today?
It's great. It's very active. It's always, I think, a great group of people that come here. A lot of energy, obviously, and it's fun to see some old faces and some new faces as well.
Right, so you've been coming to these for a while, correct?
Oh yeah, we were one of the, I think, one of the early guys that came here.
So give me a little bit of a history lesson, or put this in a historical context. Over the years, how has the nature of what you guys do as a business, how has it been evolving with some of the trends that are being seen across the food and beverage industry?
Well, I think traditionally what's happened is most of the flavor industry was asset aligned with big food. And so what you saw basically was, the emergence of the organic category was fairly small relative to the scale of conventional foods. And so as a company, we looked at this about 10 years ago, and we saw there was this emerging area which was organic. And we felt that it was an important area because we felt that eventually consumers would want to know what's in their food. And I think because we were fairly early adopters to that overall mindset, we were fairly well established in the asset alignment to organic. And today, of course, big food has suffered. They've lost almost 4% share. And you're seeing a lot of acquisitions in the area to try to gain market share in organic space and natural non-GMO products or gluten-free products. So in general, we find that our business has done well in this time because we focused on that what was really more of a boutique industry, and today it's becoming much more, I think, a mainstay for the beverage industry is simple labeling, transparency, and products that have a real sense of authenticity.
Totally. What are some of the flavor trends in beverage categories that you're seeing right now?
Well, I mean, it depends on the category, but obviously, I think the key word is simple, clean label. But I think one of the challenges of that actually is really how do you differentiate your product? Most people will look at brand as a part of the storytelling. But in the end, I mean, when you're competing in a shelf space that has a significant large players that have greater capital, greater ability to buy market share, or even potentially supply chain in a lot of instances, when you're dealing with fresh juices or vegetable products, it's hard for a startup beverage company to compete. So I think flavor has a real important role in that, and making products really taste unique and different. What we see, generally speaking, is there's a huge multicultural trend in the U.S. A lot of that is really the traditional consumer like me. I grew up in just outside of Queens, New York today, and if I took a picture of where I grew up and compared to where we were in the 70s, where we are today, I mean, it really looks like completely different. I mean, I become really more the minority, whereas before, the typical Caucasian male was the majority. And so I think that's really who America is today. And I think, unfortunately, for a lot of the larger companies, they have tried, specifically to focus on their traditional flavor brands, and they really haven't moved towards, I think, building on the potential opportunities with the Latino community, for example, and even the Asian community. So I think you'll see a lot of unique flavors that are going to cross over. The other area I was going to say, category-wise, obviously plant-based, you're seeing it, and I think you'll see more of it. I mean, people will move outside of the traditional vanilla or the caramel or things like that, or the cold brew coffee, which of course is very popular. But in general, we see a lot of kind of fusion between the alcohol industry and beverage. Really, what happened is like the alcohol guys are actually looking for real fruit and authenticity stories, and the beverage guys are looking for whiskey and kind of oak type profiles that are really more layered type, in complex type notes that they can add to traditional beverages. So I think it's a very interesting time right now, very dynamic.
That's super interesting. And what about like certifications that brands are looking for, like organic or fair trade? What are some of just like the certifications that are trending right now across beverage?
Well, we were early in the Project Verified Non-GMO. We actually went out and got a lot of our products done, and we found that a lot of our customers really like that. But I think in general, non-GMO is still very, very big. The category is huge. I think it's over $2 billion in food. And of course, the biggest thing that we see right now is organic. We see a lot of the larger companies trying to get into the space. It's kind of like they woke up one day and said, oh my God, we're losing market share and we need to get into organic. The problem for them is that they don't have the asset alignment with their supply chain. So that makes it very, very difficult. And let's face it, it's not that easy to find organic raw materials. It's a lot easier than it was, but it still takes time. So I think in general, the organic certification is really going to be vital. So a lot of the companies, and particularly the smaller companies, they've got to find co-packers since they don't have the money to build their own facilities. They've got to utilize the co-packing facility systems, and hopefully those are NOP-approved, organic certified facilities if they're going organic, for example.
Awesome. Well, Donald, I really appreciate you coming and gracing the stage for a little bit.
My pleasure.
All right.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Likewise. Take care. Sarah, how are you? So we're joined now by Sarah from Chia Star. Sarah, there's lots to talk about with Chia Star.
Yeah.
I think we spoke maybe during the winter or during the spring, and you had just launched your line of, and I'll let you introduce it.
Coconut milkshakes.
What brought you to extending your brand into these coconut milkshakes, these high-pressure processed HPP coconut milkshakes?
Right. Well, a couple things. First of all, it's kind of a mission of mine to make sure people know chia is at its most potent, powerful form when it's fully soaked. And that's what really gives it that amazing sustained release hydrating effect. It activates all its nutrients. So you can't grind chia and get the same thing. And you really have to soak it a long time. This is quite a fussy product to make right, and to get it to be viscous but not too viscous. But the protein line was really about meal replacement. So the busier we get, the more important it is for us to have something quick, but that really gives you all the great macro and micronutrients that the human genome craves. And I think we've done that well. We've got 3 really great plant proteins. We have quinoa, sprouted brown rice, and pea protein. Combined with chia, soaked chia, and coconut milk, it's like just teeming with antioxidants, good fats, fiber, great proteins. Plant foods and plant proteins are just going to continue to grow in importance. I'm not a vegan, per se. I have been for many, many years. But I just think it's important because we have a growing global population. We have sustainability issues, water issues, topsoil issues. And so I think the engineering of great plant foods is going to continue to grow in importance. And for me, chia it meets all that. It's the top superfood I've ever researched. And I've been a holistic nutritionist for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like chia. So it's packed with calcium and antioxidants and great fats, omega-3s and protein and B vitamins, and it's sustainable. It's drought tolerant. It's pest and disease resistance. It's amazing.
Did you find that your existing consumer base, they were looking for added functionalities? They wanted additional protein with their chia, or they wanted coffee, they wanted a little kick of caffeine with it. Because I think the 3 SKUs each have their own kind of functionality. What was the impetus behind or the feedback that you were getting that made you see that there was opportunity for combining chia and coffee and cold brew coffee?
It was really selfish because I was making it for myself at home for years that way and giving it to friends. I would mix espresso with coconut milk and chia, and my friends would drink it. They were like, why aren't you making this? And so when HPP processing came about, I thought, well, this is a perfect opportunity because now I can, keep the chia intact without heating it at all, even though in my fruit line, we really keep the heat at the point where it doesn't destroy the omegas.
Right. Yep.
So, it was just, I'm always doing something at home. I'm actually making new drinks already at home, which I know I'll get coerced into bottling at some point.
Well, I remember the last time we spoke, I think you had teased something about a line of sports drinks, high electrolyte sports drinks. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I've been making sport drinks for my friends and myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any plans to bring that to market?
Well, we'll see. We're almost finished with our first round of capital, our seed capital, and so I think a lot. I listen very carefully to my advisors and my investors, and so I try to build consensus before I run off and do something like spend tens of thousands of dollars.
Totally. Yeah, I think you were about a third of the way there when we spoke last. How do you plan on allocating those resources when you close this round?
Well, a good chunk of it obviously goes right into sales and marketing and branding. We searched high and low for our Mad Men, which is why we have such a great new logo. I mean,
that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, tell me about the rebrand, because it really is a totally
different.
total overhaul from the original Chia Star branding.
So the original brand was more niche oriented, and as I wanted to bring the power of full soaked whole seed chia, more into every household, I realized that my brand had to change. It had to be more accessible. And so I spent years looking for my Mad Men, and I found him in the form of Justin Bell in Lion Agency. And, that was where I felt the magic fairy dust come over me when I talked to him. I knew he got me and that he knew what had to be done. And so his brand is clean and modern. What he did with us is going to make an impact in people's minds, like Starbucks and Nabisco and Pepsi. It's that kind of look, that memorable, clean, modern look with the colors of the chia plant built into it. And so he's done an amazing job. Next week he starts renovating our digital assets, our website, and bringing us up to date in that way as well. And it's just a real partnership with him. He's brilliant, not only as an artist, but in marketing. And so I think that focusing my dollars in that direction was important. I tend to be very scientific, nutrition-minded. My background is in biology and the sciences. So, I need, someone like him to, make what I do work,
Totally. Well, looks like that's all the time we have for now. But Sarah, thanks so much for coming and joining us in the live stream lounge.
Great to meet you, Neil.
The bottles look great. It's great to meet you as well.
Thank you.
Looks like we're rejoined by Ray, who I hope got something to eat. Ray, tell me about lunch, okay?
Neil, how was your experience on the live stream lounge?
It was good. I love it up here.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I saw you talking to Sarah Erb, the founder of Chia Star.
Yeah, they've got some new bottles. They've got a new line of products. Lots going on over there. They're raising money. Lots of happenings.
Lots of happenings. Now it's time for you to eat some lunch, I think, right?
I already ate, but lunch number 2.
Lunch number 2. You're a growing man.
Yeah, I'm a growing boy.
You're an MMA guy. You need to get some more.
We know we're not supposed to talk about that.
What does Chris say? Gains. Okay, great. All right, you're off and I'm on.
Thanks, Ray. I'm out of here.
Thank you. All right. Actually, you can leave that over here. I'm going to slide over to Neil's former seat, and we're going to bring on Austin Allen. Austin Allen.
Hi, Ray.
The one, the only. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
As you can tell, maybe you can, Austin Allen is the founder and CEO of Theo Gazpacho. But you're actually the TIO, right? Aren't you?
The totally important officer.
The totally important officer. I wonder how you came up with that.
It was a late night preparing for an event, and I was trying to come up with a clever title right before, actually to put on some business cards. And I was inspired by Seth Goldman, who was the TEO of Honest Tea. So I was trying to come up with something clever, and it's stuck 3 years later.
And hopefully one day you'll reach the level of success of an Honest Tea.
I hope so.
So Theo Gazpacho, as the name probably indicates, is a bottled gazpacho product. Soup in a bottle is a pretty bleeding edge trend right now, and you're one of the pioneers of the category.
The pioneer.
Yes, the pioneer of the category. It's an impressive brand, so impressive that General Mills Incubation Unit 301 recently invested in the brand, as did a couple other companies.
A couple others. Circle Up. They have a growth fund within their platform, and some other private investors as well.
So this is the first time we've spoken since that investment.
That is true, yeah.
How have you sort of deployed the funds at this point?
So we're developing, I've not made much secret of this, so we're developing a whole new line of products that'll still be drinkable soups. So we've invested a little bit of money into the new product line, expanding our production, purchasing some ingredients in bulk, expanding our sales efforts. So now we actually have a sales team instead of just me running around. And yeah, that's the big ticket item so far.
And it's really interesting, you know, the soup in a bottle thing is sort of indicative of these overall health trends that so many people are talking about today. You know, they want something that's going to be satiating but healthy.
Yeah.
And, you know, you really nailed that when you presented at New Beverage Showdown a couple of years ago, or what was that, a year and a half ago, when you won the whole thing.
Yep.
Have you seen now any advice that you would give to some of these other brands that are starting out or presenting tomorrow in the finals?
Well, I think I gave this advice to anybody I have given this advice to anybody that's ever asked, is really trying to stay true to your vision, because a lot of people will try to tell you what you should and shouldn't do and what's good and great about your product and what's terrible and what you should fix. And if you listen to everybody, your product will morph into so many different directions. So as long as you're confident that you have a really strong concept, you know, stay true to that vision.
Now, along the same lines, I mean, you had a vision for... That was a really good announcement from Mark Mahoney. Along the same lines, you must have had a sort of vision about where your product would be on shelf and some of the places where it would be. And it's almost like this chicken and the egg thing, because that's been a bit of a challenge. You know, where do you position, where do you merchandise a bottled soup? And, you know, how are you approaching that? Are you saying, okay, this is where we need to be, or are you sort of letting the market kind of dictate that?
Well, that's a really good question, because initially I had a somewhat clear vision that we were going to be like a Suja or Blueprint of soup, and that we were going to sit in that same aisle and fulfill a similar need. And you know, quickly we learned that that wasn't the case, that people don't think of soup in a bottle as refreshing, as a drink. And so it has a meal usage occasion where people are purchasing it because they're hungry and they're on the go and they want something quick and refreshing and delicious but not overly processed. And so as we had these learnings and realizations, we started to change the conversation a little bit with the retailers. So instead of going in and saying, here's this product, you know, do what you want with it, or where do you think you should put it, or where do you have space for it, we say very clearly, this is a food product, this is food in a bottle, and so don't put it with drinks, right? It's not a kombucha, it's not a coconut water, it's not a cold pressed juice. So we want it to be with other food products. So if it's a grab and go set, you know, there's going to be a grab and go sandwich or salad that's going to sit right next to it. And if there's other soups, it would be like in a heat and eat kind of format where, like, you go to Whole Foods, they have chicken noodle soup and minestrone and black bean and things like that. So we actually want to be right there next to the others because, you know, it just pops off the shelf and people go, whoa, that's cool, I haven't seen that before.
Right.
And we're injecting some life into a category that's pretty boring.
And, you know, that includes food service opportunities as well. How are you sort of navigating that channel?
So that's something that's a brand new conversation for us. We're working with a new partner in the next couple of weeks to start launching in food service channels, possibly doing some private label, although we're not 100% sure of that, but that's on the table as well. And so, you know, that remains to be seen how that works out, but we're confident that it's going to do really well because it's a great fit for food service.
Yeah, and now you have your newest product, which is a watermelon-based gazpacho.
Yeah, so this actually is, my first time putting my hands on it was today. It's a watermelon, cilantro, cayenne pepper gazpacho. It's brand new. It's
sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's great. You guys gave it a great review. So
we really liked it, actually. Not we. I'm not part of it. Look, that whole review process is very serious. I don't even know how the whole thing works, so don't come to me and complain if you have a bad review. Sorry, that was my PSA. I'm sorry. Please continue.
That's all right. No, that's all. It's our first our new line extension since actually, you know, we launched a year and a half ago. So we're really excited to get this out there. It's going to be available in stores in probably a week or so, and it's my new favorite.
It looks like you kind of changed up your label a little bit too. I mean, you added your did you add your signature on the side of the bottle as well?
No, that's always been there.
Okay, I'm just very inattentive to these kinds of things.
No, everything's exactly the same. The only thing for this flavor, we took off the word vegetable soup because it is mostly watermelon. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to talk about was, you know, we had talked about this HPP category a few times. I mean, it feels like the last two New Beverage Showdowns, the last two Beverage Lives, you know, there was so much talk about HPP.
Yeah.
There was so much interest in, hey, where's it going to go? And there were so many people still getting into or using that safety method. Today, I haven't heard a heck of a lot about HPP.
Yeah.
And in fact, you started to see very, very slowly some people kind of pull away from HPP. Can you explain why that's happening? Or do you have an opinion on why that's happening, or is it? I mean, what can you say about that?
I mean, I haven't observed it myself. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the showdown this morning, but I would imagine that it's because, HPP is becoming so commonplace that it's no longer a differentiator. So if you walk in and say, oh, guess what, I have an HPP product, there's gonna be 25 other people right behind you that also have a new HPP product. So I think maybe it's a maturing. I don't think it's going away. I just think maybe it's more mature. And so it's not quite the selling point that it used to be for young brands.
Would you still rely on? I mean, you market it as cold pasteurized. That's your sort of way of describing it.
Yeah, we are committed to HPP just because the flavor of the product speaks for itself. If we were to flash pasteurize this and or add citric acid or anything else, it wouldn't taste the same. So we're really committed to HPP, and all the products that we're developing going forward will all be HPP products.
Really looking forward to seeing those products this fall.
This fall, hopefully, yep.
All right, looking forward to it. Austin.
Great to see you.
You're the man. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Time to bring up Mr. Mahoney, first name of Mark. Mark Mahoney is the co-founder of Powell Mahoney and a longtime veteran of the beverage industry. And this is a good interview to pay attention to because this guy knows a lot. How are you, Mark?
You're making me sound old, Ray. I'm great. How are you?
I was hoping for experience, which you are. I mean,
one comes with the other.
Exactly. Now, I mean, along with a few other brands, you've sort of been at the forefront. Powell Mahoney, that is, has been at the forefront of this premium bottled cocktail mixer movement. And your distribution points keep growing and growing, almost like every month. Can you sort of give us a sort of snapshot of where the product is distributed, how many doors you're in at this point?
Yeah, I mean, year over year, we just had a data set showing us through May, year over year growth was 64.3%. We've picked up over 3,000 doors in the last 6 months, which is, pretty amazing. We're really happy about that. Some of the bigger retailers, we've gone from number one position in specialty, number one position in natural, fastest growing in grocery, number one in Target after 18 months. We're just fortunate enough to have them roll out 6 SKUs nationally for us, which is great. They're a great customer and a great partner to deal with. A lot of the things we've learned from the last year especially is just like the data set, the analytics that are behind the bigger, more sophisticated buyers has really been instrumental for us in our growth, showing us what we need to pay attention to out there in the marketplace. So that's been a really interesting growth pattern, especially in the last year. We've had our biggest growth in 6 years, just in the last 9 or 10 months.
What are some of those things that you're paying more attention to on the market?
On the marketing side, number one, foremost is we've got to support our existing distribution. So our distributors, our retailers are, the core of, the blood in our veins. We rely on these guys, and they help us establish a great marketplace to reach our consumers, and we just try to support them as much as we possibly can.
So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about today is, we see a lot more brands on the market that are bottled cocktail mixers. A lot more entrepreneurs are getting into that category.
Yep.
It's a different margin item than it is for a traditional beverage, a traditional RTD. What's the sort of target velocity for mixers? Is it one per store per day?
Yeah, it's abysmal. We call it the stepchild to RTD. Or it's interesting to look at the different data of cocktail set versus say tonic, carbonated mixers, and then alcohol. So I would say the average is 1 to 2 per week, per flavor in a smaller store. Whereas you're looking at tonic water, mojito might be 5 to 10. So it's 5 to 10 times, and so it's interesting. And I think the driver behind that is the carbonated products. A lot of people are using them and drinking them. They'll add water to it, and it'll be a carbonated beverage. They'll make it into an RTD.
So you talked about your tonic water, which is recently the flavored line. The flavored ones are a line extension, and you're expanding not only your product set, but the facility where you make the products.
Yeah.
I visited there it was about a month and a half ago,
Yep.
and you were just sort of still in the initial stages of really ramping up.
Yeah.
You and I talked about it. Why don't we tell our live stream exactly, what is Vermont Bottling Company going to look like in a year or two?
So it's really interesting. Along with the growth that we've had in Powell and Mahoney in the last year, at Vermont Bottling Company, it's interesting because we've ramped up our production threefold in the last 12 months. And by identifying one run per day, we've got to be up to 20 to 22,000 bottles, per shift. And so we brought on a strategic partner, Leahy Foods, which they're helping us, with the growth behind the operation. And we're going to pay attention to the brand building, and they're going to pay attention to, actually building the products for us. So it's a nice strategic partnership for us. It's laying the foundation for us to be a much bigger brand. And, we're all on the same page that the product has to be consistent and constant improvement. Every day we make that product. Everyone on our team, all of our energy is focused on making the best products that we can possibly make.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff for sure. We have
Thank
some
you.
in the office, and we really go at it when we get it. And Vermont Bottling doesn't just make Powell Mahoney. You guys co-pack for a few other brands, including Owl's Brew.
Yep.
And a few others. Thea's English Tea, which is already out here.
Great product.
Yeah. So, what's the process like if someone approaches you and says, "Hey, I want to start co-packing," and I really would love to co-pack with you.
Yep.
What do you need from them?
We've helped incubate a number of brands there, and the challenge with any startup is getting people. Financially is the financial hurdle is the biggest thing. But
what do you mean by financial?
The financial hurdle, it's going to a co-packer. You've got to deal with minimum runs. You've got to have your act together as far as regulatory on your labels and compliance and everything like that. You can't show up with a distributor or an end user and not have the right barcode, and it has to be scannable. So all of those things, we've looked at, and over the course of owning the bottling company for 4 years, we took a step back about a year ago and said, let's just concentrate on Powell and Mahoney, okay, until we have the bandwidth to deal with our other customers. So the existing customers that we had, we said we're going to do the best job that we possibly can for them, and we're not taking on any new business. So as a result of our partnership with Leahy, we now have the bandwidth and capabilities to expand on our co-packing potential. And as a result of that, very quickly, in making some introductions through these guys, this year we're making product for the biggest retailer in Canada, cocktail mixes. We're making some cocktail mixes for one of the biggest retailers in the U.S.
You're talking about private label.
Your private label. And we're actually being fast-tracked in the month of June to be a certified facility for one of the biggest coffee producers in America. I can't say who that is, but it's really exciting stuff.
You sure you can't say who that is?
I cannot say who that is. Maybe at some point.
Well, it was interesting. I was talking to Kari Morris from Morris Kitchen, who also operates and founded a cocktail mixer brand. And she was singing your praises, talking about how, she has been doing her own bottling, her own manufacturing in Brooklyn for a short time, was like, really, we need to step up our manufacturing. How are we going to do this? And, it's not necessarily even specialized. You do need to go to a co-packer who knows what he's doing, but the partnership, the collaboration is so critical. What makes it work?
I think, you can't be a generalist. So we've become a specialist. When I first bought the bottling company, we had 40 co-pack clients. I was one of them, and that's how I fell into the co-packing business. But as a result of that and trying to do one thing well, that's what we wanted to do. So over the course of, say, 2 years, we told all of the food manufacturers that we were dealing with that we're a beverage manufacturer. We're not doing food. We're strictly beverage. So we geared all of our equipment to just doing our specific type of beverage. And now we're getting efficient with the equipment upgrades, going to PET, being able to have a full shrink tunnel, bottle depalletization. So really getting much more sophisticated in that. And as a result of our partnership, there are other food service opportunities that have come our way, including doing shrubs for one of the largest food service operators in the U.S., who I can't tell you who it is at this time.
Okay. Well, let's get to something that you can tell me. At least I hope you can. Why come to BevNet Live? What are you getting out of this conference?
It's a great it's a great networking session for us. We meet a lot of folks that we've known in the industry. We've been in the industry now 6 years, and I think it's has a synergistic effect where you see some of the folks during the year at different events and trade shows, but this is an event where you see a lot of innovation. I actually brought my 2 sons here to really learn, the vertical integration of meeting the right accountants, meeting the right attorneys, and so you can get an education in 2 days here or 3 days here where it would take you 2 years. You've got all the specialists and the best people and all of their individual, respective skill sets here. And you make those introductions and you stay with them. And it can be a big shortcut and a catalyst to learning the business quickly.
I could not have said that better myself. Mark, that was really fantastic. Can't thank you enough for being with us, and look forward to having a drink later on in the cocktail hour.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
All right, Mark. Great seeing you. That was Mark Mahoney. That is still Mark Mahoney, the co-founder of Powell Mahoney. I just want to note that our expo is thriving over here. You might be able to see some camera shots, and you see Austin Allen in the headshot right there. But once again, this is the live stream lounge at BevNet Live Summer 2016, sponsored by the Can Manufacturers Institute. And joining me right now is Chuck Muth. How are you, Chuck?
I'm very good, thank you.
Chuck is the SVP of Sales for Venturing Emerging Brands, the operating unit of Coca-Cola, or an operating unit of Coca-Cola. You were a judge for the New Beverage Showdown this morning.
I was.
We did a little bit of a debrief on stage, but now I have you one-on-one. What do you think of, in just generally the portfolio, I guess, for lack of a better word, of the 15 brands that we saw today? What was most compelling?
We saw some trends. We saw a lot of organic beverages. I was surprised, frankly, by the ginger influence in the presentation. There were at least 3 brands that had ginger in it, so that was unique. There were a bunch of kids' drinks, a bunch of kids' organic drinks, and kids' propositions. So, some definitely trends.
In terms of judging, judging is pretty difficult because, you have these 15 brands that are all passionate about what they're doing. They're all really deeply involved and been working on this for a very long time. And you're basically having to whittle them down to, the 6 finalists. But there are some things that really stood out as to what makes for a successful brand, a brand that's actually going to have that capacity to be a scalable brand, a very, very scalable brand. And that's kind of what we're looking for, right? Is that market opportunity. Was there a unifying thread to the 6 finalists?
As I said, I think the kids' drink, that space is growing very quickly, and a lot of folks are gravitating to that. So the kids' drinks area, health and wellness, definitely playing up that very big. There were a number of shot drinks, that quick and easy, get that drink quick and put it down. And some of them were very strong. We had a couple of strong gingers in there. So, that was, And again, the organic play. There was a lot of organics out there. And you can see that consumers today are gravitating to better health and wellness brands. It's not only consumers, but retailers are paying attention. You're seeing retailers today, it's not just Whole Food anymore. Now you're seeing Kroger, you're seeing Publix, you're seeing Ahold, you're seeing some of these big Wegmans, some of these big retailers, even Walmart talking about health and wellness brands and how they play. So there's opportunity now to get in and get trial and to get into some of these bigger retailers that historically have been hard to get into for small brands.
Yeah, now, you're stepping away from VEB at some point in the near future. But, I think you still are pretty deep into how VEB operates and what they're looking for in new categories and new opportunities. So what's on VEB's radar in terms of some of the categories, the emerging categories that are developing right now?
I think the craft soda business is very interesting for us right now. So we are looking at the craft soda business. Obviously we're already invested in some of the fast-growing categories. Coffee is another one we're still working on. But the coconut water space, the organic space with our Honest brand, the protein space with our Core Power and Fairlife products. So we're clearly focused on categories that are not only emerging but growing very quickly and scalable, to your point earlier.
And you mentioned coffee. You already have a brand in Ilissimo. Are you also looking at the cold brew category pretty closely?
We are looking at the cold brew category. You don't have to do anything more than walk around the New York City market right now and see all the variety of cold brew coffees that are out there today. So we know that's a space that is interesting and fast growing and something we want to participate in.
So I asked Erwin Simon, the CEO of Hain Celestial, when he was up here, I asked him, about RTD coffee, and I said, is Hain thinking about getting into that category? And he said, we've looked hard at it, but it's something where we invest in brands that we feel like we can really add a lot of value. And he said, we really don't see where we can add a lot of value in RTD coffee. In VEB's case, you invest in and incubate in brands where you can add value. But how do you do it specifically? What's VEB's process of taking a brand from one place and making it something else?
Yeah, okay. So we do operate a little different at VEB than the rest of the Coca-Cola company.
Sure.
First of all, we don't really invest directly in brands until they get to a certain size. I mean, the smaller brands, we do have accelerators that we invest in. We let them nurture and work directly with those brands to scale them up. When they get to a certain size, they're getting up to the $30 or $40 million range. In some cases, we will invest in those brands, and in some other cases, we will actually buy the brands. So once we buy the brands, then it's a matter of scaling it up, and many times in the Coca-Cola system. And that's where my role comes in. I lead their sales organization. We operate very different from the normal Coke world in that we actually set up literally business units around the country. So even our region managers are their own business. They own the business. They own the business. They have the empowerment to make decisions. They have the resource to make decisions. They have the budgets to make decisions. And at the end, we have very tight metrics, and we hold them accountable for results. That creates a culture where you have a high energy, like an entrepreneurial culture. You have a very high energy, high-performing culture, and it's really helped us scale up brands like Honest and Zico and some of the other brands that we've managed.
And some other brands, including Suja. How is Suja doing since the Coke investment?
Well, I'm not directly involved in Suja,
okay.
But Suja is a refrigerated product going through our Minute Maid organization. But everything I've heard is just an amazing tasting product, and it's doing very, very well.
So, in terms of the BevNet Live experience, I mean, you've been here a few different times. You've been a judge in the New Beverage Showdown a few different times. The entrepreneurs that you're meeting, and I'm sure you're talking to a lot of them who want to get your opinion and want to get your advice. What is the one or two things that they really need to succeed in this industry?
I think a dose of reality. I mean, I think a lot of them want to scale very quickly, or they want to target a broader audience. I think for me, I would keep it small, learn from your mistakes at a small scale, focus on who your consumer is, go after that consumer. Don't try and be more things than you can be. Don't expand your brand portfolio very quickly. I mean, I talked to a few people today, and they were like trying to brand up and add more flavors, and I'm like, yeah, let's just, I would just calm it down, work with 3 or 4 flavors, get that right, and then you can look at additional flavors down the road.
Earlier you mentioned craft soda, which is pretty interesting for me, and I know you said VEB, VEB operates very, very differently than the rest of the Coca-Cola company, but still you're selling a soda that might not really take any kind of dent, not even a nibble on what Coke is actually doing. But it's still interesting that Coke is willing to hear an idea about craft soda, and soda at all other than what they already sell. So, I mean, what's that been like? I mean, why craft soda? What's the interest there?
Well, VEB's mandate is to get in the growth space. I mean, so VEB represented over 30% of Coke's North America's growth last year. So we are small brands, but I always say if you look over to the third column, not the actual or prior year, but the change column, we rank very high. So our brands are actually growing very, very quickly. So we're a growth component of the Coke company. Our mandate is to look at growth space, growth categories, and growth brands, and nurture them, even though they're small. I mean, if craft soda is a growth area, which we believe it will be, then we want to participate, and we want to grow.
And you think there can be a craft soda brand that's the next billion-dollar brand, which is also part of VEB's mandate, is to find and nurture the next billion-dollar brands for Coke.
Yeah, I think that's a lofty goal. I mean, I'm not saying that's wrong, but I certainly think Coke would be very happy with $200 million brands and $300 million. We had enough of those, yeah.
I think anyone would be happy with a $200 million brand, for sure. One other question, this is the last question I wanted to ask you, is, at this point, I think last year or about 6 months ago, I talked to Rebecca Messina, who has since moved on to Beam, and she's now the CMO of Beam, which is a pretty amazing position for her. And she used to run the marketing department at VEB. And she had mentioned dairy alternative, and as dairy alternative as being something that VEB was looking at. Has your opinion of the space evolved at this point? I mean, what do you think of nut milks and those kinds of products?
Well, I mean, I'm not aware of that, by the way, but I will say that the dairy alternative space is an interesting space. If you go into some of these groceries today, there's more dairy alternatives than are dairy products in some cases. So I do think if there's a beverage space that's available, non-alcoholic beverage space that's available, we're going to look at it, and if we think we can scale it up and participate aggressively there or fundamentally there, we'll do that. So not ruling it out. At this point, I don't know whether we're doing it or not.
Okay, Chuck. This has been really great, and it really makes me happy that you're here because you're such a great judge and you're such a great source of information, and hope to see you again really soon.
Well, thank you, Ray. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks so much. That was Chuck Muth, the SVP of Sales for VEB, a good man. All right, up next, Justine Monsoul. Geez, I can't even speak right now. How are you?
My partner's name is Justin. So
yeah, that's what makes it kind of
funny. Yeah,
so, exactly. Yeah. Justine is the founder of Mon Fifo, who you may have seen this morning in the New Beverage Showdown semifinals. Congratulations on getting into the finals.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Mon Fifo was a ginger shot.
Yes.
It's about a 2-ounce shot.
Yes.
And I know you talked a little bit about it in the showdown this morning, but for those who didn't see it, can you tell us a little about what you're selling?
Yes. So about the product. The product is it's cold pressed organic ginger juice, organic lemon juice, and organic honey. And we pretty much took something that has been consumed for centuries at homes, in health stores, and we pretty much put it in the supermarket for just an easy and convenient way to receive the nutritional gains from our ginger shot. You just grab it, go, put it in some warm water, and you have the most amazing ginger tea.
Yeah, I mean, that was the interesting thing. When you were presenting today, you talked about the variety of ways that you can use a shot. You can take it by itself, you can mix it in water, you can mix it with sparkling water, you can mix it with hot water.
Yes.
And, what do you think, just based on early sales, I know it's still very early for you guys, how are most people consuming your product?
To be honest, some people have told me that they just have it as a ginger tea. They say they have it every night as a tea, and that's how they love it. Some just like it straight up, and they don't want to change that. They like it. They think that's the way it should be. My sister, on the other hand, she always has it with a bottle of Fiji. So, it really depends on your taste. That's why we like to advertise the ways to drink, so it can appeal to more people than just people who love spicy things.
And so the functional benefits, too.
Yes.
How are you explaining that to consumers? How are you educating consumers about the functional benefits of the Mon Fifo ginger shot?
Well, it's not easy to describe it as a wholesale business, but it is, it's a wellness drink. It helps you kind of, instead of getting sick, you feel good all the time from it. I drink it every day, and I feel great. It's good for your overall self. There's a lot of information out there about ginger, a lot of it, and lemon.
It sounds like you've talked to a lawyer recently. No, this is good. I mean, this is good practice, actually, because, attorneys are advising their clients to not talk too much about the functional benefits of their drink. It's just a generally good for you drink, and there's a lot of information about the ingredients out there, is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Let's talk about the experience of being on the New Beverage Showdown. It was early in the morning. High pressure. I think you were the 14th brand up there.
I was the last one, the 15th.
You were the last one. My brain is completely mush at this point. I apologize.
That's okay.
How do you prepare for this?
Well, I prepared. I constantly repeated the speech to my family, my friends, and yet I messed up on stage. I blinked out, and I forgot what I was saying, but it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. We still made it to the finals, so...
Not everyone noticed that you did that. I think the only thing that I noticed is that the gong came on just on your last word.
I did not want to get the gong. I hope I don't get the gong tomorrow.
No, you will not get the gong tomorrow because you're going to practice, right?
Yes, I am, but I did practice yesterday, so.
Well, you never know. So you have 5 minutes tomorrow.
Yes.
What are you going to talk about tomorrow that we didn't hear about today? A little preview.
I'm going to go more into the detail of how the brand was created. I'm going to go more into I described today about how we're passionate about health and creativity. And we involve a lot of art in our packaging and our products, so I'm going to be talking more about that. Our accounts, our growth, our future, and that's pretty much it.
One of the things that the judges, I don't know if they saw today, was the actual 12-pack that you have, which is actually a really beautiful package.
Thank you.
Now, are you selling that 12-pack to end consumers, or is that just the vehicle to go to your customers, your retail customers?
We do online sales, and we only sell the 12-pack to online sales. So we do that, and a lot of stores will offer 10% discounts if you buy the whole box. So that's pretty cool. We have a barcode under the box, so you can buy the box if you want to, or just take the shot.
So I know we have a limited amount of time here, and I have a ton of questions left, but one of the things that came up today was about merchandising and being able to merchandise shots. It's tough because there isn't really a shot
Very
section
tough.
anywhere.
Mhm.
I mean, there might be a Whole Foods here or there that has a shot section, but what are you finding as the most successful way to merchandise your product?
The most successful way, well, we give them a free case and we're like, see for yourselves how it sells. And it always sells. It's very difficult to kind of communicate to the buyer, first of all, that it's a perishable, it's not a shelf-stable product, explaining the price point to them, and yet we give it to them and the people know that they see that it's the real deal. And that has been kind of our way of getting the stores and, reaching people.
But in terms of the actual physical shelf presence,
Yes.
how are you kind of navigating that?
Well, we are our own merchandisers. We always go in the store, we're shaking them up, we're putting them around. No, that's why we made the tray. We made the tray so we can push 4 in a row, and that helps us stand out. If there's 1 in a row, it's very difficult. So we make the 4-pack to really make ourselves stand out. And I think that really helps kind of bring shelf space. And you can also put the 12-pack on top of each other, which we've seen happen a lot. So that's it is difficult though for a small product, but we do have plans for the future to stand out a little more, but we're making our way.
Nice. Very last question. BevNet Live today is just absolutely crushed and packed.
Yeah.
It's a monster of a show. What are you getting out of this show? Why? Tell us about your BevNet Live experience, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
In the morning, it was a little nerve-wracking, but no, it's been really good. I've been meeting a lot of people, learning a lot about different products, different things, introducing ourselves. It's a great networking event. I get to meet you. This is our first time I think we're meeting right now.
Am I famous? You know me? Have you seen me on TV before?
I have.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, it's really great meeting you, Justine.
Nice
you have
to
a
meet
great
you as
product,
well.
and I really look forward to seeing you in the finals tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Hope we don't get the dong.
Practice.
I will.
All right,
you.
Justine Monsoul. Thanks so much.
care. Thank you.
The founder of Mon Fifo. You'll see her again tomorrow during the New Beverage Showdown finals. TBD on your exactly when you'll be on. But I'll tell you exactly who's going to be on right now. That's Russ Colbert, the global strategist beverages with Rabobank. How are you?
Great. Good to be here.
Ross, I think you were one of the first people I met. You probably don't even remember it when I came to BevNet in 2011. And,
Back in the day.
And if you're a novice to the beverage industry and you talk to a beverage titan like yourself, it's kind of a weird experience, actually. I mean, and the interesting thing is now, you're covering global beverages. I mean, you're following all kinds of trends that are just not even happening in the U.S. right now. But my question for you is, or at least my first question for you is, what are some of the trends that you're seeing outside of the U.S. globally that you think could have an impact here over the next decade?
Right. Well, thanks for that intro. I appreciate it. Globally, one of the big trends I see going on right now are the consumption of coffee. As a hot drink around the world has really changed in the last 5 years, particularly in emerging markets. We get where you have traditional tea drinking cultures that are discovering coffee for the first time. India, Asia, Southeast Asia, Korea, and the coffee sector is booming in some of these markets. And I think it's a reflection of how socially coffee has become, how social it's become, whether it's the coffee shop culture, the connectivity it provides around the world. And obviously companies like Starbucks and others are taking advantage of that fully. And doing a great job of bringing great coffee culture innovation around the world. I'd say the other big interesting global trend is craft beer. You're seeing for the first time craft brewers migrating through joint venture, through partnership, through investing in beer companies around the world. And as beer consolidation continues to accelerate, I think craft is finding a nice tailwind to ride with some of these global brewers into emerging markets.
Now you mentioned coffee culture, and it sounds like it's more than just a liquid. There's something about coffee that's a sort of communal kind of beverage in certain ways. Can you kind of expand on that?
I think, look, coffee is a bit of a social lubricant, right? It's a need state.
As is craft beer, right?
Yeah, it's a need state that everyone appreciates and recognizes that coffee brings people together. It's healthy. It's got some great health attributes that are just really now coming to the surface, whether it's Alzheimer's or heart-related, cardiovascular-related issues. Coffee's got a great story. It's also got transparency, sustainability. It's got a neat backstory that resonates with young people around the world. It's also one of the few beverages that I've seen where you get this huge step up in premiumization. You think about the average cup of coffee, 20, 30 cents versus what you'll pay in a Starbucks or some artisanal roaster. So there's a huge gap for premium or premiumization, unlike many other beverages. It's not quite the same. Well, craft beer doesn't have that same level of premiumization yet.
It's interesting you say that because craft brewers might disagree with you on that. But, what we're saying, and please, if you, so for example, the Brewers Association, which is the trade group that represents craft brewers in America, really try to pump in this argument that what they're selling is of a higher quality than the domestic options that are available, significantly higher. But you disagree.
Look at it this way. The average six-pack of craft beer today, based on IRI data, is about $9.99 a six-pack. Okay. When you look at Ballast Point as the sort of super premium gold standard in craft beer today, that averages about $15 a six-pack. So that's the price gap, right, between premium and what you'd call super premium, the high end. Coffee's much wider than that. So I think there's still a lot of headroom for growth in some of these categories, like coffee. I think tea, what we've been trying to follow more closely is can tea ride the coattails of coffee in premiumization, right? And it's a little harder to do. The styles of tea don't always lend themselves the same way coffee does. But I still think there's a lot of growth and headroom for both coffee and tea globally.
So probably my last question on coffee is, the biggest player in coffee, Starbucks, recently unleashed its resources to promote cold brew, and they're starting to do nitro now in this country as well. Cold brew has just been one of the fastest growing trends that we've seen over the last few years, and Starbucks getting deeper into the category. How do you think that's going to affect how people think about cold coffee and iced beverages?
Well, I think it's a great innovation. I love the nitro infused cold brew coffee. I think it brings together some of the elements of carbonated soft drinks with a natural, refreshing product. I think it's a very interesting. I hate to use the word it's a threat because it's not big enough yet to be a threat, but it will pose at some level a challenge for energy drinks, as you see energy drinks, constantly, under scrutiny about what health attributes they have or don't have versus a cold brew coffee, which perhaps is a little more authentic, a little more transparent. So it's
we see some of those things taking place already just in the packaging. We're seeing a lot of these cold brews come out in energy drink style cans and putting the caffeine right on the front. So
exactly.
It could be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. Here at BevNet, so we continue to look at trends and innovation that are happening at the entrepreneurial level. You've walked around a little bit, you've seen a few things. What are some of the things that sort of surprised you about what's happening on the ground with these entrepreneurs?
Well, first and foremost, the energy in the room here is palpable. It's great to see so many new faces, fresh ideas, a lot of innovation. I spent some time talking to a gentleman that has an alternative to high-pressure pasteurization, using ultraviolet as a means of providing quick pasteurization of juice without any heat or degradation of the product. And as an alternative to HPP, which we all recognize is slow and expensive, I think that's great innovation. It's early days. He's looking, he's got a couple of pilot plants running in Europe, but I think that's something that holds a lot of promise. From a packaged goods standpoint, I've seen a little bit more emphasis on maple A couple of maple products here that seems to be getting some traction, albeit it's quite a kind of a unique regional taste profile. But I've also seen some hemp tonic, which is also very timely, clearly on trend, and I think this also has some potential.
So I think some folks would question that, because hemp is one of those things that's kind of a divisive subject, just based on what it is. But you've described it as on trend and timely, and that's really interesting to hear, actually. So why do you feel that way?
Wow, look, I travel around the country a lot, both here and outside the U.S. You can't help but notice the developments in hemp and the marijuana industry, and the ancillary products and services that are coming on the heels of that. And I think people's acceptance of hemp as an alternative, I think, is becoming more and more mainstream. Whether it's hemp milk or hemp tonic, I think there's a consumer out there who recognizes there are health benefits to it.
And when do you see that category as being really emergent, I guess, in this country?
Oh, it's
in terms of beverages.
Look, it's very early, right? It's in its infancy, but I think these are things to pay attention to, because big ideas often start with the smallest of a few products, and it's really up to these early movers to sort of take advantage and build out that consumer base, and others will follow. So it's interesting to keep an eye on it.
Ross, I could talk to you for hours and hours, and it would still be really interesting.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're out of time.
I'm the closer.
You're the closer.
Yeah.
You're the man. All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, I really appreciate you taking
Thanks,
the time
Ray.
to be with us. This has been great, and
Good
I'll
to be
see
with
you
you.
later on for a drink, I think.
Thanks, Ray.
Maybe a craft beer.
Or two.
Or two. How about that? Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's it for the live stream lounge here today at the first day of BevNet Live Summer 2016. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for much more on the live stream on the main stage, including Todd Carmichael, who will be speaking, the founder of La Colombe. I'll be interviewing him. I'm excited about that interview. But the live stream lounge will return tomorrow morning. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and keep watching.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the Flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're into the second half of our BevNet Live event, and hope you all enjoyed lunch, and looking forward to the cocktail hour this evening. Right now, I'm going to bring up my colleague, Neil Martinez-Belkin, who's going to be introducing and moderating our next panel.
Thanks, Ray. So yeah, I'm Neil. I'm a staff writer here at BevNet. One of the things that I really like about BevNet Live is getting a chance to put some faces to the people that I'm talking with daily on email and on the phone. So please come find me, introduce yourself, tell me about your business. I want to get to know you. So our next panel, excuse me. Our next panel is going to be exploring the center store environment and how entrepreneurial brands can make a home for themselves in a section of the grocery store that's traditionally challenging and belong to the beverage industry heavyweights. Recently, however, there's been more opportunity for new age beverages within the center store as sales of traditional carbonated soft drinks and shelf-stable juices are on the decline. Joining us today are Jordan Silbert and Brian Ross of Q Drinks and Tallulah, who are showing that upstarts can make a convincing argument to retailers who want to update the offerings in the aisle and offer premium choices for both consumers and stores alike. We're also joined by John Majori, a longtime consultant and broker within the natural and specialty grocery trade, and the former category manager of natural food for Stop & Shop supermarkets. Together, they're going to give us a look at the opportunities that exist for brands in the center store, how to get in, how to execute once you're in, and just an overall look at finding success in this lower traffic area of the grocery store. Jordan, Brian, John, thanks for joining us. Okay, so I guess the question that we're looking at is, how do you establish a premium set in what is an established conventional category? But before we get to the how, I think we should probably address why. John, I'll start with you. What's the importance of finding a home for yourself in the aisle? Why not put all your eggs on being in the perimeter of the store, where there's more exposure, more foot traffic? What are the advantages of this section?
Well, the center store is literally the lifeblood of a grocery store, especially conventional grocery. Being up, everyone wants to be in the cold case, the grab-and-go case. But ultimately, to win the game, you want to be in the center store. And one of the main reasons is we talked about the billboard effect of having more varieties out there. Oftentimes in the cold case, you're very limited on the amount of space that you're going to get. You might have 3 or 4 different flavors up there, but as you expand your line, maybe to 6, 8, 10, hopefully 12 flavors, you're going to need to have some space in the center store, and it's going to give you much more billboard effect. And it's going to create more buying opportunities. Oftentimes in the single-serve case, the cold case, people aren't buying it for immediate consumption. They very rarely are buying it out of the cold case and bringing it home and put it in the pantry. So the center store is where they're going to buy multiple units, 2, 3, 4, 5 at a time. And as you go into multi-packs, hopefully, the next progression, you obviously want to be in the center store.
Totally. Moving on to you guys, I guess a similar question. Jordan, I'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about your brand and how you guys arrived at the idea of allocating your resources towards being in this section of the store.
Okay. So I started Q Drinks one night after too many gin tonics with really good friends, some really good gin but lousy tonic water, and basically figured out that my friends were pretty good, the gin was really good, and the tonic water was pretty shitty. And so I made a better tonic water, and long story short, sold it to a bunch of fancy bars and restaurants in New York City. And then all of a sudden we had consumers asking, hey, can I buy this at my local grocery store? And for us, it was riding some tailwinds, some really big cultural tailwinds going on in the spirit space, that people are spending a lot of money on their better gins, their better vodkas, their better whiskeys, and there's been an explosion in growth in kind of super premium spirits, and they wanted a mixer to mix with that, and that those people were going into Stop and Shop, those people are going into Kroger, those people are going into Target to get other food and other products, and they wanted better mixers at the same time. So if anything, it was like a customer pull for us, putting us into the middle of a conventional store, and that's where the consumers were buying Schweppes and Canada Dry already. So we belonged right next to that as kind of a premium offering, a premium tier to that conventional mixer set.
Brian, I'll ask you the same question. You guys are doing something I think pretty forward thinking with bringing green juice and premium juice into the shelf-stable juice aisle. Give us a backstory on Tallulah and the opportunity that you saw there.
Sure. So I've been in the beverage industry for about 20 years, and saw during the last 4 or 5 years all of the activity that was happening in the cold box with HPP juices and chia juices, and saw the super premium prices that they were getting and acceptance from the consumer. And having spent most of my time with shelf-stable beverages, I looked at what they were doing and thought that we could create a super premium product for the center of the store that would be, relatively speaking, to the newer products in the cold box for about half the price. Yeah. And that was the idea and concept behind Tallulah, and I felt that if we could put it in a unique, interesting bottle and have the same quality, organic, cold-pressed ingredients, we could create a really competitive product. And I partnered with Made in Nature, which is a company that does organic snacks, and we came up with Tallulah.
And I guess, so moving into the how a little bit, how were you, and Brian, I'll start with you, how are you demonstrating to the category manager that you're going to lift up this category or change it for the better? Are they out here kind of seeing what's happening in the space? Are they looking for a premiumization of that category?
Well, in the shelf-stable juice category, it's a huge billion-dollar category, but it's been slowly declining over the last 5 or 10 years. And so to be able to offer them something new and different that can help hopefully elevate the entire category, there's been an incredible acceptance by those buyers. And at this point, we're deciding where we want to go and how quickly do we want to take it out there.
Yeah. John, I'll ask you to put your buyer hat back on. What does the buyer want to see, and how does a brand kind of align their business to think about being a center store brand, and how does that translate into how you work your stores? How do you run your production? And I guess the question is, what makes a brand well suited to succeed here?
Well, Brian talked a little bit about it. The category is declining on the juice side, even on the carbonated soda. So right now, the retailers are looking for items that are going to come in and bring sales into the category. You always have to think, if they're taking on your product, they're taking something out of the store. So your item has to sell at least as well, if not much better, than what they're taking out. So that's the way the center store mentality is. So through the years, last few years, carbonated beverage, they've been cutting down some space, adding different spaces for especially sparkling water, because they feel it's going to generate more volume to the entire category, the entire aisle. And that's always the mentality that the buyers are going to have, is what's best for the category, what's going to grow the dollars in that aisle. And that's what you always want to be thinking about if you're going to go into that space. And Brian's walking in at a good time because the juice is declining, so if they can bring some super premium products in there, again, bringing up the retail and bringing up the units, it's going to bring more dollars and more profit to the retailer.
Yeah, I would add something on data. That was one of the big surprises to me when we started working with conventional retailers, is how data-driven their decisions are relative to other spaces in the beverage industry. You're talking to Gramsci Tavern or Blue Hill at Stone Barn and trying to sell them tonic water. They're not data-driven. They're making an aesthetic decision. But when you talk to Stop and Shop or Kroger, they are data-driven. And as an upstart brand, you may not have that much data. Right. So I guess the first thing I had some success doing was creating a narrative, a reason for the buyer to get excited about it. Oh, premium spirits are growing, therefore premium mixers make sense. And by the way, your factory mixers aren't doing so hot right now. This is an opportunity. And then natural tends to be the place that you can gather some data. Hey, we're selling this well at Whole Foods. We're selling this well at Sprouts. We're selling this well at Fairway. And then you can use that data at the conventional groceries. But then even better is to have some success at another conventional grocery store. Then it's really apples to apples. And so that is hard to get, but when you get it, it's really powerful. For instance, I've been doing my company for 9 years now. And the single most powerful piece of data I had is at a Kroger division out west, where Q-Tonic, this one SKU which sits on the shelf by itself, was barely promoted. We didn't know what the heck we're doing, but it was outselling Canada Dry tonic water with similar ACVs on a $1 per store basis. And Canada Dry has obviously been doing this a longer time than we have and devoted more resources that we have. So when I can bring that piece of data to another conventional retailer and say, hey, this product will sell, and we actually know what we're doing to support you and put promotions in place, and we have all this press going on, they're like, oh, I'll give it a shot. So it's that data that's been pretty surprising to me, but it seems to be a very, very powerful way to work with conventional retailers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a scorecard. For conventional retailers, every week they're going to get sales reports by category, by subcategory, so it's really focused on the numbers, and they're judged on the numbers. Versus like a food service, where it's kind of like whether the distributor's telling them there's going to be selling is what's going to go in there.
Right. I wanted to ask you both a little bit about the role of consumer education in this part of the store. Brian, I'll start with you. And I said what you guys are doing is a pretty forward-thinking play, bringing green juice, premium juice into this section of the store. How do you navigate achieving the consumer education in a part of the store that maybe where there's less consumer education than in the cold box?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably our initial biggest challenge, because we're able to get it on the shelf. One of the biggest and most important things I think for any consumer product is that the packaging has to look beautiful. And I think we did a good job with an iconic, unique bottle. And so for us, the more that we can create this, and this is another benefit of course, being shelf stable and not requiring refrigeration, is that you can pull it out of the cold box if need be. And so it makes great displays, makes great end caps. And the more that the consumer can see it, the more familiar they're going to become with the product and hopefully buy it. And then of course, it's regular promotions, it's social media, coupons, demos, events, basic blocking and tackling for beverages. And, we have to do a great job with that.
And Jordan, I know, in addition to, I guess, your beverage marketing 101, you guys have been very kind of nimble in your approach to combating kind of the category captains and doing things, partnering with spirit brands and stuff. How are you driving consumers into this section of the store?
Right. So I guess I would echo, Brian, that people don't often discover products in the middle of the grocery store. There's not that much traffic. So you got to figure out a way for someone to know about you in a different way. And so what we've done is a couple things. The first is we've focused on bars and restaurants. So someone goes out for a wonderful anniversary dinner and gets the best gin and tonic or Moscow Mule they've ever gotten. Then that next weekend, one of the spouses is shopping, and they say, "Oh, I'll buy that tonic water and I'll have a gin and tonic." And then Saturday night, we'll talk about the anniversary dinner we had the week before. They have a wonderful drink that night. Then the next weekend, one of them is shopping and they buy a 4-pack, and that becomes their thing on Friday night, and all of a sudden the retailer is very excited because they're getting a $7.99 ring in the carbonated mixer section every week from one customer. So we've made a really significant effort and a lot of energy, a lot of money trying to get our stuff served at some of the best restaurants and bars on the planet and brought out to the table in this spectacular serve where the customer really interacts with the product. The other thing we've done is gotten a lot of press, and that's, again, an advantage of a small company. No one's writing about Canada Dry tonic water in Bon Appetit or in Martha Stewart or even Fortune or the Wall Street Journal. They're writing about new products that are exciting and that the readers want to hear about. So that's a way we've gotten attention, and someone reads about us on Bon Appetit or Food and Wine, whatever it is, then they go out seeking it at their store, and they either buy it, or if they can't find it, they write an email to the, or tell the grocery manager, hey, you got to have this stuff. I just read about it in Bon Appetit. You got to carry it, and that gets some more momentum as well. But I guess the long story short, I guess the third point that you brought up was spirit partnerships. We mix really well with the best spirits. And so we do quite well in kind of the western half of the country, cross-merchandising with wonderful gin with our tonic, with wonderful vodka with our ginger beer, with wonderful whiskeys with our ginger ale. And we get these cross-merchandise displays where people can buy ultimate gin and tonics, magnificent Moscow mules. And again, getting the customer's attention in a non-traditional way is the way a small, premium, upstart company needs to act if they're going to win in the center of the store.
Cool. I've got a question here, jumping back a little bit when you were talking about the value of data. I guess where are you getting your data, and what tools are out there to get visibility on your brand and competitor brands, and what are the proof points and the metrics to define how you guys are doing in this section of the store?
Well, there's Nielsen data, IRI data, SPINS data, all that type of syndicated data. And yes, it does cost some money to buy it, but oftentimes when you're a small company just buying like a quick snapshot, a lot of those companies will work with you on the rates to try to get you enticed to buy some data, a little bit of data, because hopefully they want you coming back and buying on a routine basis. So it is out there. Nielsen IRI are the traditional syndicated data. SPINS is more of a natural data. They have SPINS for the natural channel, and they have SPINS for the conventional channel.
Another scrappy way of getting the data is asking the retailer. A lot of times the retailer will either provide some syndicated data, or they'll have their own data. For example, Target, provides data. Walmart provides data. Whole Foods has their portal, so you can get data that way. And then a lot of times, with your brokers, they'll have access to data, and they're able to provide a limited amount that you can use as part of your selling story.
Cool. John, I wanted to ask you, what other beverage categories do you think are, I guess, ripe for the sort of center store premiumization that Brian and Jordan have been able to pull off?
Well, I think most of the categories on the beverage side, because unfortunately, for the retailers, most of the traditional beverage categories right now have been struggling, mainly being the juice, the shelf-stable juice, and the carbonated beverages. So I think they're right now, the buyers and category managers are looking for things. You've always had that new age beverage category where people are always looking for something different, but I think it's even more urgent now, as carbonated beverages keeps continuing to go backwards. And on the juice aisle, it's been the last couple of years where it started to go backwards. I think they're looking for different type of items, and they've lost a bunch of business, because it's very territorial. As much as the produce department and the grocery department, they work for the same company, they're different buyers in different categories. So the grocery guy is seeing all that business go over to the produce department. They want to get some of that back.
That's right.
We've got a question here about pricing. How do you create a middle ground on pricing between the typically lower price conventional products and the super high-end stuff that's around the perimeter? How long does it take to settle at the right price?
It's a great question. What we're finding is, and this kind of counters what I've been saying, but so in the shelf-stable juice set, we're a super premium product, more expensive. So the consumer's reaching up really to purchase the product. When you put the product in the cold box, then all of a sudden you see all the value there. So for us, dual placement's really the best, because then people are seeing it in both places, and you kind of it starts to make sense. That being said, I think it's all about education and training people in the shelf-stable juice set to start thinking about more premium products.
Yeah, I would have a similar answer, I guess, that you want to be high but not too high. That you look at just about every category in the grocery store. There's, depending on how snooty you are, whether you're from Brooklyn or not, it's either good, better, best, or crappy, decent, good. But there needs to be a premium tier. And as an upstart company, you can either be two things, right? You can either be better or cheaper. And my guess is a small company is not going to be cheaper than the big guy. There's so many economies of scale in making stuff and distributing stuff that you got to be better. So you probably want to be on the top tier, especially as you're starting out. And then you want to be at the top tier, but not too high. So some of that's feeling it out and where you are in the category. And again, we mix with spirits, which makes things a little different than being a juice, because someone's spending $35 on their bottle of Hendrick's gin. Like, our tonic water costs $7.99 for a 4-pack. Pretty expensive compared to Schweppes or Canada Dry, and certainly very expensive compared to the private label stuff. But not so expensive compared to the gin, and 3/4 of your gin and tonic is the tonic water. So someone spending $35 on their gin, they don't want to ruin it, so they're more willing to pay $2 for an individual bottle of tonic water. I don't think we should charge $14 for an individual bottle of tonic water, but $2 seems like a reasonable number. So I guess the first thing is you think about, you want to be at the top, then you try to be reasonable, and then you pay attention and see what's working and test some things and eventually get to an answer that works pretty well. So it needs to be with some thought, but then iterative at the end.
Brian, I wanted to jump back to something that you said. How do you encourage dual placement? Are they looking for buyers looking for dual placement, or is it a challenge to get it in both, the cold box as well as in the aisle?
Yeah, so that's another good question. Different retailers have different policies. So at Whole Foods, for example, we work with Presence nationally, the great broker. And, we've set up programs where we're in the planogram nationally at Whole Foods, but there's an incentive for the different reps out there to get secondary placement in the cold box. And most divisions of Whole Foods, they have some leeway in that part of the store where they can add or delete products that are not in a planogram. So that's how we're doing it with our bigger bottle at Whole Foods. And then we also just recently launched a small bottle, a 14-ounce single serve. And that product we created to hope to expand with the DSD model, because the DSD guys have been left out of the cold, if you will, with the HVP and other must-be refrigerated drinks, because they typically only have shelf-stable capability. So the idea there is that with a smaller size, we will be able to get into the cold box with that different distribution system and still maintain the bigger bottle in the center store.
Great. I think we got time for one more question. On adjacent channels, what retail channels does this kind of strategy allow you easier access to? Does it cut any off?
Like I said, I don't understand exactly. What was the question?
Like, if this is working kind of in the conventional channel, what can you slide it to? What other channels can you slide it to?
Well, the alternate channel now with, even like the Bed Bath & Beyond, that whole group, they call that the alternate channel. They're getting into more and more food items. The drug channel, obviously CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, they're going after big. So there's obviously many other channels to get into.
Yeah, I think it depends on where the mainstream options of your product sell. Right. So for instance, tonic water sells in drug, and so that makes sense for us, but it may not make sense for, I don't know, Sir Kensington's, ketchup. I don't know, maybe it doesn't. So it depends on where your stuff belongs, but certainly for us it would be club and mass.
Yeah. Right.
And drug.
Yep.
And the last thing I wanted to ask, and I got caught up in all these audience questions, was just, discussing the role of the category captains. If a Coke or a Pepsi or a Welch's or an Ocean Spray is taking on the role of setting the shelf, right? How does a brand like you combat that?
Well, for us, in shelf-stable juice, because the category overall has been declining, I think the category captains have lost some of their clout. And as a result, the buyers and category managers, they're looking for solutions. So if you can provide a solution to help elevate the entire category, they're going to tell the category captain to, go away and, take a chance on the new guy. So
I would say in general, whenever a category is declining, the category captain, for the most part, is probably declining because it's usually one of the top two brands. So the category manager or buyer is going to be pushing to get other items in a good location, because that's the reason why they're bringing these items in. So I think it's selling your story to the category manager or the buyer about why it's important that your item gets in the set and placed in this type of location.
And then I think just the general life lesson, just like be nice, don't be a jerk, and I think that goes a long way. And I think that, in my experience, has been a big deal. If you're just like, oh, that guy's a nice guy, they're not as angry about it.
Right.
Gentlemen, really appreciate you guys taking some time to sit down and chat with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to welcome back our managing editor, Ray Latif. Ray, you're here. All right.
Thanks, Neil. That's a great panel. Thank you. All right, our next presentation is titled Scaling Up, Challenges in Business and Law. And our speaker is Jesse Lyon, who's a partner and coordinating chair for the food and beverage practice at Davis Wright & Tremaine, LLP. Jesse worked in food and beverage before he became an attorney, and founded the food and beverage practice at Davis Wright & Tremaine 19 years ago. That unit now has 25 lawyers. So Jesse's going to talk about the key areas, legal and financial, that brands need to consider when scaling on a national level, how they can protect brand equity and intellectual property, preserve and improve margin, and maintain quality as they scale up. I'm not going to take up any more of his time. Jesse Lyons.
Got it. All that in 19 minutes and 31 seconds. Great to be here. We actually, about a week ago, hosted our large client event. I'm based in the Pacific Northwest in Portland, Oregon, and we work nationally. We hosted our client event, and one of our keynote speakers there talked about the rise of challenger brands and the market share that all of you collectively are taking away from the big brands, and it's really great to be with so many awesome challenger brands here today. So I'm going to talk about scaling up, and I've been working on actually scaling up in my business practice myself. I've been working with a coach of the Gazelles group, and they actually have a book called Scaling Up, oddly enough. Usually lawyers get consulting from other lawyers who weren't particularly successful at lawyers, so they go consult to lawyers. I wanted to work with somebody who works with CEOs because that's the way I look at my business. And I commend this book to you if you're interested. It's by Vern Harnish, who's the CEO of Gazelles Group, and he talked about 4 things that are keys to scaling up. Number 1 is attracting and keeping the right people. Number 2, having a truly differentiated strategy. 3, driving execution flawlessly. That's tough. And then 4, of course, having plenty of cash to weather the storms and help you grow. So I'm going to frame my talk today along those lines. First, on scaling up and the people component. So Vern and my coach, Avtar Hari, says to be successful, you've got to become a magnet for A-plus players. You need those A-plus players to really align around whatever are your core values. And then number 3, you've got to have systems and increase accountability and results to really drive success in your business. Easy enough said, right? Here's what I say. When I look at the founders and entrepreneurs that we've worked with over the last couple decades, and I think about who's successful, it's an executive who leads their company and is remarkably ambitious, super bold, particularly a bold communicator, but is really focused on where the business is going and also extremely realistic about what you can accomplish when. It's easy to identify those entrepreneurs who have got 1,000 ideas and lots of energy and drinking lots of caffeine and go, 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 but there's too many ideas and no focus. So we've got to have focus and be realistic about where your strengths are, where you need help on your team, and also what you can accomplish with your business partners when you come to your lawyer to negotiate things. Number 2 is somebody who brings some meaningful experience or skill set. That doesn't have to be in the business group, but it needs to be more than just ideas, more than just ambition, but some experience in retail, in branding, in finance, and really leverage those strengths. And then surround yourself with strong advisors. not just your management team in-house, but really strong advisors as mentors, or a board of advisors, or a board of directors, your accountant, and maybe even, yes, your lawyer. So I want to spend most of our time today talking about the strategy and execution piece. I think that's probably what you're most interested in hearing from us about. Obviously, supply chain from production, distribution, and on to sales and marketing is what the lifeblood of your business is. If your advisors don't know this stuff very well, get different advisors. That'd be like having a tech company that builds itself around a brand and a platform and some technology and some corporate work, but dealing with people who don't know licensing, right? A tech company wouldn't imagine building itself around without somebody who really understands licensing models, the way all these pieces fit together. That's exactly what you need in a food and beverage company. So we're going to break down each of these three things on the strategy. First, when it comes to products and production, this left-hand column is the sorts of things that I think about even when I'm focusing on early stage companies that we're going to work with. And we work with everything from startups to Starbucks. Literally, it's good alliteration, but it's true. We also work with clients from entry to exit. And so when we're focused especially on these early stage clients, what are we looking for? I always tell my clients it's not enough to be delicious, unfortunately. You've really got to be bringing to the table a disruptive quality or consumer experience, and you need to be prepared to talk about it and demonstrate it in the marketplace. We prefer things where you're a regular purchase item, and a category that has a lot of brand loyalty, not necessarily a category that's rewarding sampling behavior. And I think that's going to be a challenge with the rise of the challenger brands. Consumers like choice, retailers are offering lots of choice. There's hundreds of menu items, if you will, for any consumer decision, and you want to earn that brand loyalty. And then, of course, investors in particular like to see brands that can work across multiple channels and multiple categories. We heard that from some of the speakers today. Flipping the production side then, so how do you execute on a product with all these great traits? And this goes from whether you're scaling up your own operations, owning plants, bottling, packaging, whatever you're doing yourself, and on to the relationships you have with co-packers or in licensing and marketing deals, but in licensing deals for production here. And so these are the three things that I see as the biggest challenges to scale. And number one is ensuring that there's quality and compliance at every step of production, from ingredient sourcing to the processes themselves to the sampling and back-end support. It's really crucial. You can't, even though your co-packer may be better at this than you ever thought you could be, no one will ever be as fanatical about the quality of your product as you are. So you need to have people there for those production runs, staying on top of all the sampling and batch records and everything, because no one will be as fanatical about it as you will. The second big hiccup on production that we see really just has to do with the volume and logistics and planning, because you don't get second chances when distributors have too many instances of orders not ready to fill. Retailers aren't going to deal with empty shelves, right? So you've got to really nail this piece on forecasting, capacity, backup plans on production, logistics, fulfillment. All that has to happen right. We deal with that in our co-pack agreements with a lot of detail. It's not the sexy stuff, but it's the important stuff. And then the third category relates to really visibility into this whole production system. Again, whether it's your own plant or not, really diving into cost controls on costs of good. On cost controls, we spend a lot of time sometimes talking about waste on ingredients or packaging or corrugated. What's an appropriate level of waste? What's not? If you're working with a co-packer on a cost-plus model, you've got to be able to figure this out. You want transparency into the system as much as you can so you can ensure that things are happening the way you want to. Again, batch records and things, extremely valuable. And then you want accountability at all the right levels to make sure this is happening the way you need. These are kind of philosophies and challenges that need to make their way into as many of your agreements as possible. Let's move to distribution. Again, these are 5 elements that we flagged that relate not only to identifying your right distribution partners, but also ultimately into terms of agreements and terms of operating and engagement inside your company. It's surprising how many times, especially early stage companies, are just thrilled to have a wholesaler who's willing to take the product. Have you been there? But it's still important to focus on what is the right fit for a brand that's going to deal with your product, for a distributor that's going to deal with your product and your brand, going to reflecting it out in the territory, going to be in all the right channels that you need to be. And this can evolve too, right? You may be starting out, again, looking just for those early stage welcoming retailers, and as your brand grows, you need to be in everything from C-store to vending, perhaps. Who can serve those accounts? Again, back to the quality point. They've got to be able to get warehousing right, handling right, delivery and service. It doesn't matter how good you did on production if they leave your bottles on a pallet in the sun out on the street this afternoon when it's 85 degrees in New York. On distribution, it's also really important not only to pay attention to the margin model and the end game pricing of your product at retail, but to understand, even in conversation, what your distributor's model looks like. It's really important to remember that they're your customer. You don't want to negotiate yourself such a good deal that they're not making any money. You want your customer to be profitable selling your product. Then, of course, there's the not very fun things to pay attention to that are the terms of sale and the ability to pay. It's okay to run credit checks. Sometimes you end up with boutique distributors in faraway places that are happy to take your product and less eager and able to pay. Don't forget to ask that stuff. On marketing support, what will the launch plans look like? What are the mutual commitments? What will the ongoing support be? How will samples be handled? Who's going to pay for samples? Who's going to pay for point of sale? Who manages and approves discounts and allowances, and how much of that is going to end up back on the brand's lap and out of your pocketbook? It's important to build into your agreements in your system something that contemplates all of that. And then you, again, as part of your understanding your customer, understanding your distributor, what are the distributor's own sales programs and incentives like? If you can find a way to make your product, make the guys with the truck and the men and women who are in the stores promoting your product, selling your product, if they can, and delivering your product, if they can do well based on your position in their book, you'll be a happy brand. And then finally, it's fit, and this is really important. As you're building out your distribution network, you want to make sure there is an appropriate cultural alignment. So the wholesaler understands your brand, you understand their business, and again, you've got appropriate visibility to how they go about their business and how they work with your product. In particular, I talk about this next element as getting to the human. Who are your designated reps, both at corporate and out in the field? You want to have relationships with those folks. You don't want to be just a supplier on the other side of town or across the country where it's easy to forget about, or you're just another brand out of the hundreds they have the opportunity to sell. You want to become their favorite supplier. Some of that is the basics, producing great products on time and pricing right, but some of it is just being likable, right? We're all still humans here. It's important to get this right. Marketing and sales is an interesting one. It seems like every time that especially if there's a little bump in the economy or there's changes in the retail and production landscape for beverages, the brand landscape for beverages, I end up with 6 or 8 projects on my desk at the same time concerning marketing and sales programs. And inevitably, about half of them are folks who are saying, I am done with my brokers and I'm done with my independent sales reps. I'm going to terminate all those agreements and bring it all in-house. We're going to hire a big in-house team, and we're going to have people all over the country. The other half are folks who are saying, my in-house system is broken. This is too expensive. We can't get it right. I've got to go hire experts. Sometimes I think it just means that sales and marketing is really hard. When you're working with outside brokers and independent sales reps, again, first of all, do your homework. Really make sure they've got the right contacts, that they'll be engaged with your brand in those contexts and not some other brand. Understand the commissions, the commission schedule, what will be the right incentives for them, and then how to manage their costs, and also how to manage tails on the relationship. In terms of commissions, your focus ought to be on generating new sales. If you've already got a significant volume of business and you're turning over a territory to a broker or relationships to a broker, you really want to encourage them to get all those incremental sales, right? And then on the tail piece, that concerns, at some point these relationships, all relationships come to an end, and inevitably an independent broker or an independent sales representative is going to want some coverage for some downstream upside to sales they may have just made or relationships they may have just introduced you to. That ought to be moderated to some reasonable degree, and in terms of the time, and also you want to make sure that that's not too extensive, because that sounds always okay when you're signing up a distributor, or signing up an independent sales rep. But at the moment that you are transitioning out of that relationship, maybe because you're not that happy for them, it's no fun to then continue paying the old sales rep commissions and then having to be double paying either your own in-house folks or the new sales reps who are there. So it's really important to pay attention to that and think about the exit of your relationship. Same thing really goes for in-house teams too. When you're building your own in-house sales force, think about their incentives, know what your selling costs are, even on a per SKU basis. That's easy to lose track of. Sometimes you might find that you're having your sales force spending all their time on your least profitable, less successful product, and you've really got better things for them to be doing out there. So you want to capture that know-how and make sure you've got appropriate retention plans in place for the sales and marketing team. And then I wanted to spend a word about working with agencies and other third-party folks on everything from public relations to design, maybe outsource social media, sampling programs, bottles and models, and celebrity endorsements or working with influencers. Most important is to make sure all those folks are talking to each other, whether that's they're inside your organization or whether they're a series of outside agencies, because you need to have alignment. And as especially millennial consumers want, you need to have authenticity around your brand. And if you've got too many different messages out there that aren't connected, it's not going to work. I saw an industry member recently who has got this great kind of farm to product story, a really authentic brand. Literally, it's farmers who run this company, and the packaging looks like it could be something that came from Mars or Hershey, right? That's a missed opportunity, and the design team missed and didn't align with what the rest of the messaging was. So it's just that kind of example. Again, some of this is legal, right? We build it into our agreements. We make sure there's appropriate schedules and philosophies and vetting and all that. But a good bit of it is just business sense there, too. Finally, on the cash piece, in the end, these are usually thin margin businesses, right? Particularly in non-alcohol. None of you are selling $100 bottles of wine, right? So margin management and cash flow is crucial, particularly for a rapidly growing brand, right? Because your next series of orders, hopefully, are much bigger than the last ones you just made and are getting paid on, but that means you're always clawing, right, and feeling like you're a little bit behind. So there's a few things to pay attention to, and again, they're easily overlooked when you're setting up some of these relationships, but you want to be paying attention to them yourselves and work with people who will pay attention to them. First is on the payable side, whether it's ingredients, your co-packer, work with them and have an appropriate aging policy in place so that they are confident they'll be partners of yours for a long time and do a really great job, but maybe give you a little bit of space on time. It's easy to say but important to pay attention to. Then on your receivables too, pay attention to what your sales terms are and your incentives. A lot of industries will do a 2% 10, net 30 kind of model. You're coming out of margin then, but if you can help your cash flow position by encouraging some of that activity, it might be worth it. Also, again, pay attention, please, to the fine print of your invoices so that if you have somebody who's not paying you, we know we can charge them interest. We know we can make them pay your attorney's fees if we have to chase them to collect. It's that kind of little stuff that will help you move from a slow pay stack to a must pay stack of bills on the other side, and we want to make sure you're there. And then a word about allowances and discounts. If you haven't been involved a lot in this world, you will find that you will sell products, and with your check, right, comes back a number of adjustments where someone has self-edited your bill, right? I was working with a client recently who, pretty small client, only a couple $1 million in revenue, early stage, but they pretty early on realized what a hazard this was to their business. They hired someone in their accounting department just to deal with the distributor bill backs and adjustments that were coming in from all over the country. And they kind of feels nickel and dimed. It's a few dollars here, $100 there. You add that up. In the first quarter, this gentleman paid for his annual salary just by cleaning up and objecting to things that really shouldn't be there, whether it was samples that weren't really sampled, whether it was payments for in-store flyers that hadn't been approved as they'd agreed. It's not that all these things are bad, but you don't want to have surprises with all these unforeseen allowances and discounts coming back at you. And then other folks will talk about the investment piece, but keep in mind the opportunity to be factoring. If you're growing really fast and you've got great sound orders from reliable retail partners, you can go to factors. So it's a little bit expensive, but they'll lend money basically against your accounts receivables. You don't want to do that forever, but when you're in a real fast growth mode, that can be an appropriate option for you to consider. So I'm just about out of time. My take-home points then: surround yourself with great people. Be fanatical about quality. No one else will care as much as you. Make sure your partners in the supply chain, both on the production side and then downstream, your distributors and retailers, can make money too. Don't negotiate yourself too good of a deal that your partners regret it. Ensure that alignment, everything from production through to sales and marketing. Anticipate that scale and manage cash flow needs early. And then the best advice that I'd heard, and again, it's given to me and given to others, which is one of the real killers for fairly small businesses is out of control growth. Watch out for out of control growth. I can take some questions. Will I get to sit?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're really short on time. Actually, I can grab your clicker just so we have it.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to walk off with it.
Thanks, no problem.
Sure.
Just have a quick seat. Yeah, I think we only have time for one question. But
sure.
I wanted to ask you, we had a lot of folks this morning, and a lot of these early stage entrepreneurs are trying to sell direct to consumer.
Yep.
What are some legal considerations that you should be thinking about when they're selling direct to consumer?
The legal considerations are not that difficult, right? You want to make sure you just get all your fine print sales terms and conditions right. I think the hardest part of that is really on execution. It's expensive to ship liquid. It's a pain to pack lots of boxes. And it's not great usually for the quality of your product when it gets there, depending on how cold and how hot it is. So you want to manage consumer privacy. You got to do with private data whatever said you do. There are definitely concerns around keeping credit cards and personal information. Most of that can be pretty systematized. I think the hard part is expecting a lot of scale as you grow through DTC.
Okay, great. Like I said, unfortunately, we're out of time, but please pick Jesse's mind. He's going to be here for a little bit longer, and you should definitely find him.
All right. Good.
All right, thanks so much, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. All right, next up, I'm going to bring back our founder and CEO, John Craven. He's going to introduce our next panel.
All right. So we're doing this one from the couch here. So this session here, we're going to hear from two brands, Chameleon Cold Brew and Dry Sparkling, and we're going to be talking about the steps that they've taken to evolve their brand's image. We're first going to hear from Team Chameleon here, which is Chris Campbell and Greg Fleischman, who's also of Purely Righteous Brands. And basically, they're going to talk about how they made changes to their brand to kind of achieve what they needed for scalability of the company. So in neither of these cases, it's a rebrand, something was wrong. It's more of a proactive type of thing. And for Team Dry, which is Cheryl and David of Retail Voodoo, we're talking about also a design update, as well as something that was designed to allow the company to capitalize on a new kind of trend that was happening, which was sparkling beverages. So we're going to hear from them first, and then have a little Q&A, and as always, send in questions as we go. So
let's go.
Take it away. Go.
All right. So first of all, happy that you're all here. I know a lot of the folks in the audience tonight or today. But you need to perk up a little bit. I mean, we're in the coffee and energy business. I know it's late in the day, so...
Did you bring us some coffee?
Well, there's a little bit downstairs, but yeah, we have one bottle to pass around. No, a lot of you guys have watched Chameleon evolve over the years, and for us, this is the year that we kind of grow up, and that affects a lot of different elements of our business. And one of those actually happened at this show last year, where we were able to get to know Greg a little bit better and bring him on to Team Chameleon. And part of that effort, as we began to talk, was really it's time to take the Chameleon brand and the vibe to sort of a 360 wrap around what we do, and really elevate the look, elevate the feel, and communicate some of the core things about who we are that honestly we were so busy just trying to get coffee made and put in a bottle and to market that we really didn't have time to think about it or articulate it. And bringing in Greg and some of the folks at Beck's Brands that he brought in really allowed us to do that. So I think, Greg, if you want to take the next slide and kind of walk.
Yeah, and I would just build on that. So Chris had just taken on investment, and one of the key drivers of growth was going to be scale at retailers like Target, Safeway, Kroger. That meant going to a broader audience beyond the core male and into female. And so we took the current design, and one of the things that we wanted to address was its masculinity and open it up so it was a little bit more female focused. The other was Austin. If you look at coffee brands across the US, provenance plays such a role in their vibe, whether they're from New York or from Portland. And we have this brand from Austin and wanted to turn up the vibe a little bit more from that and really bring that personality in full bloom. So we were inspired by Austin street art, which has a very chameleon mural mosaic-esque aesthetic to it, and then blew that out across the package. And then we added a tagline, which is very something specific. In order to ritualize the coffee, you needed something to say who it was for. So we had coffee made for makers. You can build on this too, Chris.
So, I think one of the things that happened, and we can talk more, I'm sure, during the Q&A, but this was a hard process, right? I think you guys probably did the same thing. It's very much, it was a good brand. It was a well-done logo. We had great folks involved in the beginning, and this was very emotional to make this leap. And there's a certain amount of risk, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And everybody starts to freak out. But we had trust in the team. It resonated. It made sense to us. And then we partnered with the right folks along the way. So from design to production, the materials we selected, at the end of the day, we're incredibly happy. So let's flow on through.
Yeah. So this is before and after. So on the left, not only did we want it to be more disruptive on the shelf, where it would literally sparkle and cut through the rest of the stuff that's on there, but we also wanted to add some things. So if you look at the ready to drink on the left there, it doesn't say ready to drink on there. So we wanted to make that obvious. So you got concentrate, ready to drink, differentiate the two different offerings in the portfolio. And then we added a deeper story on the back of the bottle as well to really talk about the Austin roots, how this is made for makers, how you can customize it and win it in every aspect of your life, and then added our direct sourcing thing. So it's one of the few coffee brands that's direct source. We added a logo for that. This is the whole portfolio, ready to drinks on top, and then stuff on the bottom. And then the other key point is when you think about evolving a design system, people just say packaging, but we wanted to create a visual identity system that we could blow out across every touch point, from T-shirts to POS to an expo booth. We even have these tap handles that are in the center there next to the fridger, and then even temporary tattoos. So you have that continuity of the vibe across every touch point.
And I must admit, I was super disappointed that the socks were all gone, because I had every intention of doing that today. But we've seen an incredible reaction from the marketplace in terms of the POS, the full wrap. It's the whole 360 experience. And so, at the end of the day, it was a hard decision. It was emotional, but it was absolutely the right one, I'm convinced.
And Chris was so open. He was like, "You can do whatever you want."
Yeah, I was just like
said
that.
yes to everything, and it only took us 2 weeks to get what you see here.
Brilliant.
Just kidding.
Thanks, guys.
That's us.
Cool.
Get the dry deck.
Which one do I
Hopefully.
push the button? Oh, there we are.
Hey, there
okay.
we go.
So we came to this process about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it really started with the fact that buyers were coming to us because this category that I felt that I was starting 10 long years ago, I really wanted to elevate soda. And I knew that there was a category to be made in carbonated soft drinks. And so over the 10 years, it's taken a little longer than I expected for everyone else to come along in the category to really begin to grow. But as we've seen, it's really happening now. And the buyers were coming to us and really asking us more about this consumer group, who was buying it, why was it growing. And we knew that as the leaders of this, that we really needed to be able to answer those questions and help all of these different retailers. So that was one area. So we went and did a big consumer and usage study. We were also at a real tipping point where our growth was pretty significant. We were starting to get testing with Target and expanding throughout Kroger and in Safeway and Albertsons. And we knew, for me, it was like, it's kind of a scary point. It's 8 years into the company, or 8.5, and I wanted to make sure we were fully there. We were doing it, were we talking to our consumers the right way? Do we even know why they're buying dry? That kind of stuff. And I knew it was going to be a big investment, which is always somewhat painful for us entrepreneurs. But if we were going to truly be the leaders and make it out there, we needed to look at this process. And then as I said, the category was really growing. And so I knew I needed something. I knew I needed someone to really help me look at the consumers, at data. And I didn't even actually really know how best to articulate that. And I was introduced to David by Josh and Edmund from Sahali Snacks. And they really raved about his process. And I just believed in that when I started to hear about that and understood the value of bringing someone from the outside in to look at your company, because you really need that. I knew that they were very data-driven, and they would look at a lot of the important data of what was going on with the consumer and the trends. And then I just love the way the process goes. So I can get very excited talking about David and Retail Voodoo and what they did, but I'm going to let him take it now and just talk through that process of what we went through.
Sure, okay. So we began the process by wanting to really understand the DNA of the organization and really getting Dry to get back to its roots. It's really a culinary brand, and we began by conducting a category audit. And it seems simple enough. And I should also point out that we entered into the agreement saying your packaging, which is so well known, we should never touch. In the creative community, their packaging actually was considered sacred. So the people in my office did not want to be the people to F that up, if you will. So we went in and actually said, the beginning of the contract will be we're just going to conduct an audit and see what we can uncover. And what we uncovered is that the trade dress of Dry was being co-opted by many other people. They had set the category 10 years ago and had come up with a look that was really quite iconic, and people started pulling from it, so that when one went shopping, if they did not know Dry, they could not find Dry because there were many people that looked a lot like it. So to us, that was the first flag to say, well, maybe there is room for this brand to change. And when we dug deeper into the notion of it's botanical driven, it is culinary, it is made for a tastemaker or somebody who has a food enthusiast mentality. So that opened up the opportunity to create change. So one of the things that we did along the way was really talk about, well, who is the customer? And Dry had a fair degree of success and had a pretty good understanding of who their customer was, but we invited this notion into, well, if we really want to grow and we want to scale this to 10x, 20x, wherever we are going, we're going to have to have some customers to be. And we need to understand who they are and what their need states are and how they think and feel about what we do. So we took the UNA study and actually segmented it and said, here's really where we want to go. And so that also gave us great confidence that the design needed to change, that we needed to evolve it, that particular audience would not be interested in something that was poppy or very fruity or something like that. They would be much more focused on culinary cues. So what we did is our first thing was just to kind of hold up a mirror and say to Cheryl and her team that you started this very specific and certain way. Why don't we put all of our money and all of our energy back to who we were 10 years ago? So it's not really a revolution, it's actually going kind of back to the core. So
change is very scary. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the, where we came down to and through this process, and some of the process that David and his team did was a lot of interviews with our consumers, interviews with trusted contacts, interviews with the team. And it came down to, is calling ourselves a soda truly allowing our consumers to understand what we are? Because we are, we have less sugar, we're very culinarily focused. There really was this new category that we thought we were creating, that we know we were creating. And so we decided on sparkling, and I say we,
right.
David.
And that was because, so craft soda was created approximately 10 or 11 years ago in a kitchen somewhere off on an island. And as the category began to get a little traction and new players came in, craft soda moved from this very refined palate into big punch you in the face, gigantic orange soda, and big punch you in the face root beer. And what we found is in the study is that that was actually confusing our core customers and creating even more confusion with the people we decided were our customers to be. And so when we changed the vocabulary, the idea of dropping the name, changing the name from dry soda to dry sparkling, because that's really, it's a sparkling beverage, and that seemed like this crazy, risky idea, some sort of heretic, shoot from the hip sort of creative agency people, but we were able to back it up with data, and through the process, we found that we got 100% buy-in from future customers and trusted allies within Cheryl's world that said there was little to no risk in doing that, and that would actually clarify the category. So we were much braver sooner.
Yeah, and it was, I was, I mean, I start stumbling around because it was really difficult for me. And then I think I've talked with you about sort of that aha moment when it really was just, I sort of joke and say I spent all this money to go back to what we were originally started, but it really was just absolutely getting, this is what I created. I created this with this idea of being a very elevated culinary experience. And I believe there's a lot of consumers for that. And once you sort of just like put the stake in the ground, it just hit me. And I'm like, absolutely, it is okay to call this sparkling and to be brave and say, this is a category of soda, but it's a sparkling. And so I think that was the hardest thing I went through in the process. And it took me a little while. And then the next, so I get through that scary process, and he comes up with yet another scary process, which is, it might be time to say goodbye to some consumers. And I'm like, what? Don't do that to me. But that was kind of the next piece.
Yeah, so we realized that the size of the prize was much larger than the people that we thought were paying great attention to us. We have a loyal audience, and they haven't gone anywhere, but it was that kind of fringe player that we were kind of getting through. They were coming in through trial on deal and whatnot, but they weren't actually transferring to be an avid, stark raving fan of the brand, and we felt that we could get about 40 million people to become stark raving fans.
That was the idea.
So,
before and after. You go through before and after. You're the one that did this.
This is what it looked like. This is the big radical revolution here.
Woohoo!
Again, there's their bold, iconic packaging that everybody knows and loves. Here's the revolution. The logo's pretty much in the same place, the colors are the same, but what we did is we actually changed the conversation to be about the culinary experience you're about to have and to have you set up to feel a refined experience. So it talks about the flavor, almost like a wine. There are flavor notes, and there's a little story on the inside of the label that invites you in, that if you're a food enthusiast, or you are a tastemaker, or you happen to be a woman of a certain age, the story is very funny and very in club. But if you don't, it doesn't alienate you. So again, 4-pack, this might give you a sense of when I talked about the trade dress being co-opted. You can kind of see this looks like many other things that are in category. And so we moved it to cans also. Story for another day.
So I think one of the biggest lessons I learned through this process is about being extremely focused on what it is that you're building and knowing what that is. And I think probably you guys have gone through that. And it can get a little watery sometimes if you start to look at all the consumers. And it's just, it has now allowed my team, we know how to answer every question. We know every marketing thing to do. We know every way to talk to buyers because we know who we are, and it's not confusing. And once you make that radical change of saying we really are a sparkling beverage and it's this new category, it's this elevated concept of soda, then everyone got behind it. And I feel like it's so much easier for my team now to really be very focused. And really the results sort of speak for themselves. I mean, we've had some tremendous growth. We're nationwide with Target now and Kroger and Safeway, and obviously we got a lot of press along the way. And it's been this really gratifying experience because that was also a big concern. We went in and talked to buyers. They all got it immediately and said, absolutely, we get that this is a sparkling. We get what that means. So it really, all of those data points and all of the homework that we did before doing that, and there was a lot of it, really made me confident in this decision. So that's me renaming my baby. I have not renamed my other 4 children, though. They're all staying the same.
Nice. All right, well, let's get to the Q&A here. Thank you for both of you for giving the quick presentations here. Starting with Chameleon. As you guys went through this process and kind of played with the design, was there ever kind of temptation to, open it up more and really make a more radical change? Like, how do you stay focused in a process like that?
One, we had 90 days. And so we started in October, first week of October, and we were done by December to go into production going into Expo. So we moved it, we hauled ass. We're very good at making a decision and sticking to it. That said, I think you definitely tried to push us outside of our comfort zone, and we kind of went out, came back, et cetera. But, we didn't have the luxury of taking a long time to get it done.
And I guess from your experience, Greg, is that good or bad to not have a lot of time? I guess it sort of forces a decision, right?
I think it is. I think it forces you to make decisions. You also kind of have to go with whoever's been there and done that before, because you get more trust. And I think with Chris, he knows that we had a lot of experience around the table, and that made it easier to make decisions. Having said that, there were new stakeholders a part of the decision-making process that weren't there before. New investors, this guy Bill Weiland, who has a strong opinion about everything.
Never heard of that guy.
And so you do an iteration, and then you got to show it to all these people. And then there's definitely a lot of there's definitely, I think at one point I was like, Chris, come on, let's not overthink it, let's just get it done. And because time's running out. And what convinced him, I think, was some of these random data points. It wasn't doing a bunch of research. It was actually getting on the phone with Bill Weiland, him checking the box. It was a key buyer from within a Bellwether account, and then a couple of investors who'd done their own cul-de-sac research that all kind of came together to make it easier for people to get it. And then me yelling and screaming a little bit helps, I think.
I guess all that stuff is why you don't have your socks yet, huh? More important stuff.
I know, right? I want the damn socks.
You do have the matching kind of shirts that blend in with the
Howler Austin.
We do look a little
odd
twinky,
for
but
Chameleon there. But
no, it all came. And the other thing that I want to add, though, is it made a big difference to invest in good mock-ups.
Sure.
So that we could really understand, and we could go into a retail account, and we could go in at 6 a.m. and see what it looks like and really understand how it was going to impact the show.
I would say that too. So we put together a 5-page PowerPoint that rationalized the case for change. You saw a little bit of it there. And then these high-powered mock-ups. And then you can get to those people that can only view packaging through their left brain. And it makes it a little bit easier for them to make decisions.
Which is me.
Nice.
There you go.
So for you, Cheryl, one thing I guess hoping you can expand upon a little bit is the notion of leaving customers behind. It seems like that's a challenge that a lot of brands face where they're straddling so many different things. And what was that process like? Did you ever kind of try to figure out how to straddle both? And I don't know, did you have to talk her off the ledge at all?
I think I may have said what the when he said it's time. I did say the F word. I won't say that here. And I think it is hard. When you're the founder and CEO, you work so hard for each and all of those customers, and you think, I don't want to alienate any of them. And I think even for a while, we had one of our logos was soda for all. And it's like, this isn't soda for all. At the end of the day, this isn't what this is about. This is about elevating soda experience for people. And there's a certain type of people that are going to want this. Not everyone's going to want it. And I think this really was, we didn't do this fast. This was a very long process. And I'm a really fast mover, which was also, I think, interesting for you to deal with me, because I was like, okay, let's do this. But I couldn't get on board as quickly, so I think I slowed it down. But once that decision was made, I felt really good about it. And I slept really well. But it was that first phrase when someone says you might have to say goodbye to some consumers, it's scary. But then we see the results. I mean, we grew, 60, 70% last year. So we're on trend to do that again this year. So it's like, okay, this is working. So once you get some success, you're like, fine, okay. And in the end, I don't think that we actually ended up really saying goodbye to that many consumers, but we just had to keep focused.
And I guess for both of you guys, during this process, obviously you had to get to a point of saying, all right, we're done. How do you know, when it's done when you're working on this, forgetting about time constraints or whatever, how did that go for you guys?
I think, we got fortunate in that the team nailed it pretty quickly out of the gate. And there was really a consensus moment just to say, we trust ourselves, we trust our team. This is freaking good. We're happy. Don't F with it and just, start cranking out. Because there is a production moment after that of all the other bits and pieces and that took probably longer than getting to the core design elements. And then just once you're happy, be happy and don't beat it up to death. And
I know. I mean, it sounds probably totally lame, but it is. You just know. I think that for us, there was a big shout out to Rachel Kusin, by the way, who's marketing manager at Chameleon, who's led the entire process. And she stood up and said, we nailed it. Beck's Brands, her design firm, they finally locked into an iteration, and they were just like, you guys are nuts if you don't do this. And then I think I jumped in there too with stronger language. And then Chris came along too. So there was this core team of decision makers, and once they were set, it was it. And so I think we saw one. The biggest thing probably though was we did mock-ups ourselves, brought them in to the store at Central Market, and got to see them in full glory on the shelf, and it just resonated, and that's when we ultimately pulled the trigger.
And culturally, we're built that way. We don't beat up a formula for a year. Once it tastes right, fine, move on. And that served us well. So I think it's just part of our DNA.
Well, maybe that's a good analogy for the next question, which is, the sort of shelf life of a design. I mean, a flavor lineup, obviously, you come out with new flavors, you tinker, you tweak. Something like this, as you do a redesign or an update, do you look at it from the perspective of how long it buys you? And how do you approach something, again, it's kind of getting back to knowing that it's right. Is there a longevity to, or again, shelf life to one of these designs?
Well, I mean, there was 1 million labels was the opening order, right? So we know that we've got to run through that. But beyond that, quite honestly, I mean, we were looking at it as no fixed number. I think I'd love to hear you guys as well.
I have a philosophy that if you go through a design review and you come to a new change, you should be looking out 10 years. You should be setting yourself up so that your design is solid and salient and people will be able to feel it here and be different from competition for a decade. So at about year 8, you need to start looking, saying, how are we doing in terms of being on culture, on track, what's changing, and then start planning that way.
Well, I think the other thing too is that as a result of our work with Retail Voodoo, we ended up with a brand Bible and a guide, and it hit on every single thing from fonts to whatever it was. And so we feel like, and because of all the data that went into it and all the research and all the work and the iterations we did on the design, we felt really, really good. And I feel really strong with where we are as a brand because of that whole process. I probably would, if we hadn't gone through that whole process, I might think it does have a shelf life, but for me, it doesn't feel like that at this point.
So I guess as we're nearing the end here, I want to throw out one other question that, hopefully is relevant for the audience here, which is, both of your companies have, some traction, some financial means. A lot of people in the audience are totally at startup stage, and packaging, design, branding, all these things are often, big challenges. What kind of advice would you have for, the upstarts who aren't, in your shoes? They don't have a design that's, functional yet. How do you get to that point?
So, all right. So I would say be scrappy, which is, a little bit.
Be crappy?
Be crappy. That's not good.
Crafty.
No, but be,
Purely righteous.
actually, we got out there early, and there's a book by a guy named Marty Neumeier called Zag, right? And it gives you a great framework to help you understand who you are, who you're not, and the who you're not is probably more important than the who you are. And then, for us, we got really fortunate in that Sweet Leaf Tea was kind of wrapping up in Austin about the time we were getting started. So they had people who were out of work. And so we were able to say, we have no money, you have no clients, and get together with a great designer named Craig Steckbeck in the early days and get that going. But I would say to you, reach out. There are incredible online tools for getting a contest going for a few $100 to get ideas. You may not ever use one of them, but maybe that plants the seed that leads to the next thing. Go to your local university, engage interns, go to art departments, graphic design students, and that's what I mean by be scrappy. And you can get it done. It may not be perfection, but I think you can get it done for a few $1,000s, not these evolutions that I'm sure cost a hell of a lot more than that. But if you want the opportunity to get there, you got to start somewhere.
And I would add to that, I think before you even are really worried about the logo, I would be really, really clear on who you are, who your customer is, and what pain point you're trying to solve for them. Because I think yes, I hired David to help be this outside eyes that came in and looked at all this stuff, but I think you can do that on your own. And I think having that really strong basis and just owning who you are is going to really then be able to help you articulate how you want your logo to look and how you want your brand to feel. And just remember, it's all the way through. It's not just the logo, it's the packaging, it's the way you do your demos, it's the way you do your events, it's all of that stuff put together. So I think having a really strong sense of that is my best advice for a startup.
And then I guess this will actually be the final question. There's often a lot of talk about sort of developing, an iconic brand, and that's something that seems to be mentioned a lot with, again, brands all across the beverage industry. Is that something that is a real, kind of goal for you guys at this point? Like, where do you feel your own, brands are? And is that a word you would even kind of use to describe what you've created?
Yes. I mean, we make no bones about it. That is our intention. We've brought best in class to the table to get it done. And yeah, we want to be at the top of the pyramid in the cold brew segment where we live and operate. So yeah, I want to be an iconic brand, and our whole team is rallied around that.
I mean, you become iconic if you own a category over time. And I think the time horizon is now shortened as accelerated. And we talk about brands get built and purchased relatively quickly, and they're able to scale up a category relatively quicker. So iconic brands that might have been like Coca-Cola before, I would call Suja an iconic brand already. It's been around for a few years now. It owns the category that they're in. They're constantly accelerating. They're constantly scaling. And they do this part of research, brand imagery and values, and they continually ask that question, is it iconic? And they pop. So defined by the consumer, defined by time, defined by money.
What about in the sparkling category where it's not necessarily as obvious what a category leader is?
Well, I think that we feel like we're the leaders and that we've got the biggest growth and stuff right now, and with some of the data, and then starting this category of elevated culinary and sparkling. So yeah, I mean, I think we all want that. I think every beverage brand has the capacity to do that, right? People feel very strongly about their beverage brand, so that's why I think it was so important to invest. It's why I wanted to put these dollars into this, because this isn't just my ketchup. This is my beverage brand, and it says so much about who I am. And I mean, everyone feels that way. So I think that is absolutely the goal. And I think truly trying to understand who your consumer is how you can become an iconic brand, and understanding, giving them what they want. And I think that's why we work so hard on that study, and to understand what they really wanted. And hopefully that's what we're giving them.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about out of time here, guys. So thank you very much. And I guess on to our next session.
One last thing, I want to give you guys a plug. One thing to the entrepreneurs in the audience, not all the investors and the lawyers and the other folks, is use this event, because we were struggling with these questions 5 years ago, and this event to network. People are incredibly generous with their time. Have some guts, go up, shake somebody's hand, drop a card or a sample, and you'll be surprised what you get back, I think.
Appreciate the plug as always. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. Thanks.
Move the clicker.
days. So I'll introduce you, and then you can come on.
Okay. All right. Another great panel. All right, so I am absolutely thrilled to introduce our next guest. You may know Todd Carmichael as the host of 2 shows on the Travel Channel, Dangerous Grounds and Uncommon Grounds. You also may know him, or you may also know him as the co-founder and CEO of La Colombe Coffee, a retail and roaster of super premium coffee that's often lauded as one of the foremost innovators in the coffee business. The company, which operates cafes in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, and Boston, has developed a range of uniquely crafted beverages, including its popular draft latte. As it continues to expand its cafe business, La Colombe has also set its sights on elevating consumer expectations for RTD coffee. In this discussion, Todd will speak about how La Colombe is attempting to leverage its skill in brewing and blending to introduce the brand and a new line of packaged coffee beverages to a broad set of consumers. Without further ado, Todd Carmichael.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for being with us.
It's on?
It is on.
I feel a bit like Justin Timberlake with thanks for that.
So, you and I talked before this event began, obviously, to kind of go over what we were going to discuss. And one of the things that really struck me was that you said, La Colombe's RTD coffee business is about competing for the hearts and minds of America.
Yeah.
So why do you see that as a primary focus?
Well, I mean, the RTD program is competing for that, just as our very first cafe was, or any other sector or category in this complex business of coffee. If you open a cafe, that's really what you're doing. I mean, you're not competing for the dollars of the clients. You're not competing against the guy next door. You're competing for their love, their attention. And as soon as you get that, you have a customer. And so it's inviting people, and I guess a drier way of looking at it is that making them part of your brand world, a part of your brand experience. And it's that. So when I'm asked, Todd, who's your closest competitor? I never say, the Green Mermaid or Caribou Coffee or something. I say Apple. I say Nike, these companies who have earned that space in the consumer's mind as that company or that product that they love. And that's what La Colombe is doing. We want to earn your love.
Now, you have a powerful partner in helping to earn their love in Chobani founder Hamdi Ulukaya, who became the primary investor in 2014.
That's right.
How have you incorporated learning lessons and experience about Chobani's role in pioneering the Greek yogurt category into La Colombe's plans for advancing the RTD coffee category through innovation?
Well, I mean, the whole RTD, the draft latte, it was a very powerful 2 weeks of my life where I was running through all the things that should happen in this environment. You see, the drinks that are RTDs now, they were invented in 1890. So they've been around for about 120 years. The Frappuccino is 120 years old. That's instant coffee, condensed milk, and it contains 32 grams of sugar, and it's retorted. That's something that's so ancient. It's even before first wave. This is like way, way beyond before we knew how to roast coffee and put it in a vacuum. And the idea was I wanted to be able to take drinks from our cafes and share them with the rest of the world. But I knew I couldn't use that recipe. I couldn't use this, my great-grandmother must have drank. So I looked at what was being sold at the cafes, and I realized it was the product of 3 things. It was true coffee, it was true milk, and it was something else. Vapor. It was a gas. There was texture. Lattes and cappuccinos are textured drinks, and when you put a textured drink in your mouth, it gives you this sense of luxury and a heightened sense of sweet where you don't have to put all that sugar into it. And I realized, much like Chobani's yogurt, it had that thing. It had that mouthfeel. It had that texture. And it was putting all those things together. And when I'd finally made my prototype and gave it to him, he said, "I want to be your partner." And I went, "That would be great." To be able to get rid of all the birds in the aviary, this tiny, I've been around for 23 years, so you have all these small investors who call you once a week and want to know how things are going. It was really good to just get all those bought out and have 3 guys. My original partner, who's French, my new partner, who's this crazy Turkish guy, and me. And our board meetings are like, we text each other once a month, "Yo, what's up?" And they say, "Get on with it."
So, I mean, it's interesting. You said that Hamdi, when you first talked to him, he said, you're not going to bring consumers, you're not going to get every consumer by creating 1 million cafes. You need to bring the cafe to the consumer.
That was one of the low points of my career, because La Colombe has kind of achieved this $200 million mark, right? Which is It's kind of a thing. As a guy who started with a tiny roaster and kind of worked it, and Hamdi, I'd won his business in his new cafe. He came, he wanted to have coffee with me. And we were sitting having coffee, and we went, oh, you're amazing. And he went, oh, you're amazing too. And no, your brand is lovely. And you know, they do that. You know, the CEOs do that. We just fluff each other. And he goes, Todd, what are you up to? What's your goal? And I told him what I'm going to tell you now. My goal is to change the world. That's what I want to do. I want to change the world. And I want to do it by making people happy with coffee. That's the mission of my company. I will not stop until it's done. And you know what he said? He said, well, you're not going to do it this way. And I had huge lines out the door and stuff. He goes, no, you got to figure out a way of taking that. And he pointed at a cappuccino latte and get it out there. He goes, I don't know how to do it, but that's what you need to do. So that's what ignited the original thought of, I got to figure this whole thing out. And then kind of the rest. Then I took a page from him, which was clean label and texture. And then my son, who's 5, and he taught me the rest. After that, I didn't need to know anymore. I poured some whipped cream into his mouth, and I realized that's textured milk. All I needed to do was control it. So I invented a valve that's at the bottom of the can, and all the machines that's required to turn that into a textured drink.
Interesting stuff. I mean, you know, to create this drink, though, you know, one of the interesting things you said is that, you know, you had to build a facility, and you have a facility to create this product.
A big one, big one.
You know, the reason you built this facility is you said, you know, you can't lead from co-packing.
No.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I didn't try, you know, okay, there's this factory, and many of you might have been there. It's in Kabul, Missouri, okay, which is an ironically bizarre name, Kabul in Missouri. And when you drive there, you expect to see a lot of cows, and you don't, because there aren't any. But it's a dairy, you know, bottling plant. And 97% of all the RTDs in the coffee category are made there. That's where they're made. All the Frappuccinos, all the Monsters, all the high brews, everything is made there. But there's really no milk. And so that's 97% of the market. And you walk around and you realize that, oh my God, my stuff is going to taste just like this. And then you start thinking, if it's a bicycle race, right? By definition, in a bicycle race, you can't stay in the peloton and lead. You got to choose. You got to leave the group and go out on your own, or you stay in the group. What's your philosophy? A lot of people are really contented with the idea of just being one of the guys on the shelves, and you get some revenues, and it's awesome. But I want to turn the table over. If I'm going to change the world, I got to change everything. It's not just disruptive. It's like you have to almost bomb the place. And the only way you can do that, to really take off on a hill, is to build your own plant, even if you're a coffee guy. So there's a 50,000 square foot dairy plant being worked on right now. Make sure this is happening.
Now, not every entrepreneur can do that. It's actually a pretty difficult proposition. And, you know, it's a scary proposition because, you know, you're a manufacturer and not just a marketer anymore.
Yeah.
And, you know, so what went into that thought? I mean, how much fear did you have, in that strategy?
Well, so I've been around for 23 years, so I've been manufacturing. I have roasting facilities and packaging, so we know how to work with our hands, and so we have that. The scariest bit was, you know, I have now a team of people that I've stole from great companies. In fact, some people I stole from very important companies are right over there. You know, their advice to me is, Todd, people don't make shit anymore. Stop it. Like, what are you doing? That's so old school, you know? Let's do this co-packing. That was the first thing. Co-packing made me nervous because I don't have control of the product. Right. I want to start every morning. I want to taste every product. I want to talk to the guys who made it and want to talk about the shift the night before. How can we tweak this? This makes me feel comfortable. So we started down that road of co-packing, and I just was uncomfortably. The lead of R&D, that's one of my jobs at my company. I lead the R&D. He turns to me. His first name starts with a K, and the guy, remember, he was there, man. He goes, Dad, you gotta understand. He used to be a high school teacher. Now he made all of the products I've just discovered. Dad, you don't understand. Quality doesn't matter. You know, and to a guy like me, who's trying to turn things over, you know, that's wrong. It does actually matter. I mean, you need to have other aspects to it. Quality won't just hold the day. Then I realized I was in that group. So the next thing I needed to do was raise $25 million. And I needed to bet a big part of my future. Now I'm broke again. I'm a startup phase again. I just took everything and went, okay, let's just get this plan. And does that make me nervous? When I think about it, yeah.
Sorry to bring it up.
I like to just focus on the product. I mean, right now we're lucky because we have some really talented sales guys in the streets, and we've had conversations with most all the major retailers, and we have 40 million cans I got to deliver in the next 6 months. So you look at that and go, I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right, you know. And then we have a small production line in Philadelphia, so it's a risk, but that's why we're entrepreneurs, you know.
Now, you sort of touched on this before, but you know, you've also referred to La Colombe as sort of leading the fourth wave of coffee, which you've described as RTD, portable, and cold.
Yeah.
And you sort of touched on this before. You know, RTD, portable, and cold have been around forever. So, you know, how are you able to sort of differentiate in a way that consumers are going to really understand that your product is significantly different?
Yeah. Well, first, you're right. Cold coffee first started popping up in 1820s in New Orleans. So we saw the word innovation in cold coffee there. Yeah, that's not true. It's been around a long, long, long time. In fact, in the late 70s, I could drink it in Bolivia. You can have it in Cambodia now, Thai, all over Eastern Rim. There's a lot of places. Cold brew's been around a long time. Putting grounds in cold water, not really new. Okay, that's not innovation. What's changed is that it's our perception of coffee, that it doesn't necessarily have to always be hot. Now, like 1995 was one of the first times I've ever heard anyone say, can I get a iced latte to go? I mean, it's like the fucking craziest thing I'd ever heard. It sounded like, can I get a piping hot beer? You know, it's like some oven mitts, you know, it was just, I didn't get it. Now, this year, the Green Mermaid will be 50-50 hot, cold. So now we recognize, we accept this as a legitimate category, even though cold brew coffee has been around for donkeys, right? So we have that, right? So, you know, and then ultimately, we have this ability just now to have a shelf-stabled cold brew coffee. I know I made it, okay? A lot of them aren't. I think this is a missing piece in kind of the ingenuity kind of sector. And finally, there's this certain authenticity that has to happen. So it's cold. This is the ice age, right? We've entered the ice age. And we've entered this mobile stage. But we've also entered this authentic stage. For example, let's look at the Frappuccino. Again, 2.1 billion, right? When you read Frappuccino, and everyone knows what a Frappuccino is, right? It was invented in France. And it's a concussion kind of coffee where you slam this thing back and forth. When you do that, you cavitate it. And you inject huge amounts of bubbles into this thing. And it comes out like a cappuccino. It's frothy. But when I see that and I drink it, I go, no, that's a cafe au lait with instant coffee. So it's not authentic yet. When I see juices that have the word smoothie on it, that's not a smoothie, that's a juice. A smoothie has been cavitated, it's been injected with gases, right? So until you can actually make a smoothie in a can, it shouldn't authentically be a smoothie. A latte, a true cafe latte, right, is espresso with exactly, right, TDS of 11, total dissolved solids, with 120 milligrams of caffeine and a ratio of coffee to milk that is appropriate for latte, and then it's foamed. Okay? This we've never had. We've been drinking this thing that's 120 years old. It's kind of a placeholder, though. It's a great telltale. When you're sailing, you look up on your sails, you want to see what wind direction is coming from. You see a Frappuccino, just go, oh yeah, there's some wind, right? But it's not really the sail. It's not the full story yet, is the thinking. Did that make any sense? Because if I don't, you can always just interrupt.
No, I mean, it does. I think that, you know, it sounds like you're almost running into the same kind of question, though, that so many of the entrepreneurs that we have in the audience are running into, which is you're trying to revolutionize, you're trying to innovate. Mm-hmm. The elephant in the room is always going to be, how do you change perception?
Right. Well, you know, I think what we do for innovation is really the only way. I mean, there's a lot of ways I've seen up here that say disturb, and you have marketing disturb, and you have, I don't know, promo. No. The single most important way to disturb is through innovation. And in coffee, 1890, instant coffee, it changed the way America interacted with this coffee. In 1906, we figured out how to put coffee in a vacuum, and it completely changed the way America interacted with the coffee. Before that, we had thousands of micro roasters, and then years later, we had 4. Folgers, Millhouse, the same old ones. Then a guy came along and said, all right, well, a little capsule. You know, there's a little capsule, it's a little innovation, right? And then half of America is drinking their coffee. Mr. Coffee, before that, it was blow mold plastic and paper and gravity. You know, you're going to brew your coffee with gravity and a button. That was amazing. Almost every home in America had that. Then this coffee company out of Seattle that I used to work for when they had 3 cafes, guy said, I got an idea. Let's use textured drinks, which are lattes, cappuccinos, mochas, and things, and we're going to make a cafe on every corner. and people will line up for it and pay these really nice prices. And he would change the way America interacts. All this is innovation. It's all innovation. So the next change in coffee would invariably require that you get a little innovative. So can you deliver the full cafe experience? So if you go to 400 Lafayette Street in Manhattan, or 270, or you go to Wall Street, or you go to any of the cafes in America, Chicago, DC, Beverly Hills, and you order a draft latte on tap, and you drink it, it will taste just like that one. When you drink a craft beer, so you look at the amount of beer sold in kegs is about right here, right? The beer sold in bottles and cans, where I get started, is here. You know why? Because they taste the same. They both have texture, the effervescence. Soda, out of a dispenser, out of a bottle here. Coffee, cold coffee, $20.4 billion a year in cold drinks sold in the United States of America, and only $2 billion are in RTD. Complete opposite of everything else. Why is that? Because it's not true. Because if you bring a Frappuccino into a Green Mermaid and go, make me one of those, they can't. They can't make it that bad. They can't get rid of the texture. It's not real yet. It's just a placeholder. Imagine if all sodas and bottles were flat. Just syrup and water. How would they do? About 2 billion, I bet. Just like the Frappuccino. What about beer? What if all beer was flat and tasted a bit like, skunk? How would that do? It wouldn't do as well. Well, this is where we are with coffee. We haven't figured out how to put the beautiful products in that drink. That's the fourth wave. When we steal from the third wave, the great coffees, and we steal from the third, the texture, and the modern era of being mobile. All of you have computers, in your pockets right now. This is the mobile environment. That is what the world's waiting for.
All right, we're out of time, but I got to ask you one more quick question.
Yeah.
How does the surge in availability of, and you touched on this, how does the surge in availability and demand for cold brew, and you touched on this, affect your business strategy as it relates to RTD products? I know we have only 1 minute left.
Okay, 1 minute. I think the cold brew is a great thing. When this whole thing is developed and all the actors are on stage, the cold brews will be, if this is a nativity scene, they'll be the shepherd in the back. They belong on the stage, but they're not going to have a lot of roles. I know this because I make cold brew in a bottle. Chameleon and Dwayne Sorensen with his little stubby, we came out the same couple weeks. And I do a couple $1 million in it, but I look at it and realize you're an ingredient. And it's very esoteric, and it's not the kind of thing that I think will play the central role in where we're going, but it's a super important one. It's like the mashed potatoes on the plate. I think that the key drinks that we're looking at here are going to be latte, mocha, vanilla latte, triple latte, these kind of things that have driven the coffee industry up to this $81.4 billion high that cafes like mine and Starbucks are experiencing. The thing is, working with milk is fucking hard. And it's really hard for coffee guys, right? So you got to find some milk dudes to come on your team and get it. So that's what I think it's a player, and it's driven because it opens people's minds to the idea that coffee can be put in a vessel and carried away. So
this has been phenomenal, and I wish we had a little bit more time, but anyone who has an opportunity to meet Todd, you should, because, well, he's a pretty amazing guy. Thanks so much for being with us. Thank you.
Appreciate it. You gonna keep that one?
I'm gonna keep this one. All right.
Thanks, Ray. Great job, guys. I'm so looking forward to comparing the beer in kegs and beer in bottles to find out if there's any difference. So thank you for sticking with us. I can tell you that, as befits its placement in our schedule, Bill Weiland's presentation contains a lot of talk of cocktails, so consider it a visual taste of things to come. Now, Todd talked a lot about stealing from the third wave to create the fourth, and Bill Weiland is one of the leading predictors of where those food and beverage trends are going, where the third wave is stealing to create the fourth. But rather than work as one of those trendologist types, he instead has built a business around supporting those brands, both through the country's largest independent natural foods brokerage network and also through several investment and advisory roles, including Boulder Brands Investment Group. When he's been with us in the past, Bill's predictions have taken place in the form of conversations about broad sets of the industry, broad swaths, him rattling off ideas and having people scribble them down. But this time I wanted him to take us inside those ideas a bit. Bill's going to offer a few observations about the state of the market, but then we're going to walk through the methodology that he uses to predict trends in order to understand how ideas become investable, backable trends that start to swing industry infrastructure behind them. So please welcome our last speaker of the day, Bill Weiland, who's here to talk about some bankable trends in beverage.
Thanks, Jeff.
Green, red.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Late in the day, and I'm still seeing a lot of bright eyes. You guys must have been drinking your bitters this morning. So Jeff had requested that I come and spend some time with you all today to kind of take a look under the hood. Our main business at Presence Marketing is a service model. We've got over 500 full-time people. We build brands at retail. That's what we do. We handle about $4 billion in sales at retail. We're in our 27th year. I'm the founder, president, and CEO. And on the side, I like to dabble a little bit. I like to research, and I like to observe consumer behavior. So we have been, for years, predicting, kind of a strong word, Jeff, but we've been kind of predicting evolution of food categories well in advance of the commerce actually following. What we call our trend report is bankable trends. So we're going to guarantee that we're going to bat 1,000. Doesn't mean we're going to tell you that every single product in these categories is going to be successful. But within these categories that we identify, there are most certainly scalable opportunities. So we were on coconut in the oil format over 20 years ago as it pertains to human nutrition. Coconut oil back in the day, I was working in a natural food store 37 years ago, was used as a body care product, sold as a hair conditioner and a moisturizer. Now what we know about coconut oil is that it's a powerhouse of nutrition. High saturated fat content, most of which is lauric acid. It's got antibacterial, antiviral components. Athletes have flocked to it. People looking for brain health, mental acuity. It's got numerous usage. It's significant business, and there's no end in sight. Piggybacking on most recent research, which I'll tell you guys, the misinformation about saturated fats' role in human nutrition is an abomination, and it's related to, among other things, flawed science and business interests. So we're making the bold claim that saturated fat has nothing to do with heart disease. If anyone wants to sidebar, I'll tell you how I can prove that. So coconut water we were on over 15 years ago, before Zico launched and Vita Coco. And we built Zico in conjunction with Mark Rampolla, industry visionary. And what coconut water has become is the industry's answer to an isotonic beverage. That's why you don't see many natural or organic isotonic beverages that scale or have the potential to scale, because the potassium content of coconut water is the driver. It is virtually the go-to for the educated consumer as fluid replenishment. Other outputs in coconut, the amino acids, creating the savory or umami flavor, and the cream used in, among other products, Califia's cream, non-dairy creamer. Okay, HPP, cold-pressed beverage. There's a lot of misinformation about HPP. It's high hydrostatic pressure processing. Cold-pressed juice or nut milks go into a chamber, pressure at approximately 87,000 pounds per square inch compresses. On the decompression, you fracture the cell wall of the bacteria, you create shelf life. So with a product like Suja, you've got a product that 45 or 60 days after bottling, you still have a product that has density of nutritional value, great characteristic, great flavor. With low acid products like coconut and like nut milks, there are some concerns about the pH balance and level and whether or not HPP is a sufficient kill step. It is recommended that you use an acidifying agent, something like a citrus element, to get the pH where it needs to be in order to have HPP be fully successful. We consider this a long-term trend. I would say it's got a very strong place in production, closer to the word I'm looking for. Let's put it this way. Thermal pasteurization is going to be a much, much smaller percentage of all juice production in another 10 years. Cold brew coffee. With respect to the gentleman who spoke before me, and I thought his talk was fantastic, this is anything but a niche category. This is going to be hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in business, guaranteed. And the reasons are simple. You get a punchier brew that's lower in acid, higher in flavor, higher in polyphenolic activity. There was a following, we were on cold brew coffee 4.5 years ago. There is a following now that is vigilant. You see young people flocking to it. It isn't one of those things that's going to rise like a phoenix and then drop to the ground. You can consider this a scalable option. Now, the great thing about what cold brew coffee has done, true category agitation, think what Greek yogurt did to yogurt. When there's that level of dominance that comes in from a specific type of product, all boats rise. So if you recall, Noosa yogurt, Australian yogurt, high fat, high sugar, built at a similar timeline that these Greek yogurt companies built. The good news with coffee is that we're underserved here in general in the United States. Cold brew is going to be big business. In fact, it's already a lot bigger than people think, well north of 100 million. I can prove that also. Just 3 brands that we represent are in that neighborhood with Chameleon, High Brew, and Califia. So what's coming next in coffee? You'll see grass-fed milk added to various types of coffee, cold brewed or various hot brew processes. You'll see protein varieties, sparkling. We're ready for coffee soda, people. Nitro varieties, which was spoken of earlier. MCT oils and various fats added, and then romancing strength, roast, varietals, packaging formats. Coffee is on fire. Cold brew coffee has a very strong position long term, but there's all kinds of ways to build out convenient, ready to drink, high quality coffee. Bone broth. So not only did we predict bone broth a couple years ago, we put numbers to it. We said bone broth will go from 0 to a $600 million category by 2020. I actually promised Jeff Kleinman that I would take him and his family on a luxury vacation if I was incorrect. Not that I wouldn't want to hang around with Jeff, but that's the level of confidence that we've got in this category. To me, this one was also simple. If you look at bone broth, it is both new and historic nutrition at the same time. Every civilization known to man had bone broth as a center of their diet before modernization. Its nutritional profile is unrivaled. You can sell it in all different types of formats. We took the brand Real Bone Broth and rebranded as Bonafide. We launched immediately into all Whole Food stores, selling it as a frozen item. It's frozen liquid, 24 ounces. You simply heat it up and drink it. That product is already selling over 10 units per store per week at $9.99. Under Epic, we launched a fresh product that is a seasoned bone broth. Terrific velocities on those as well. And we just went into partnership with Jordan Rubin, founder of Garden of Life, who was a bone broth aficionado, made his own and was buying real bone broth, having it shipped to his house. When he heard our prognostications for bone broth, he decided to develop a protein powder. The stuff is unbelievable. It's got 4 flavors. It is mixes. It's like basically like whey protein, except what you get is a different amino acid profile. In the US, we eat too much muscle meat. We take proteins that rebuild muscle tissue. What we're lacking is a specific amino acid profile, like high amounts of alanine and arginine and glycine that rebuild tissue, so tendons, ligaments, etc. That's what eating meat off the bone and drinking bone broth will do for you. You'll see a difference, you'll feel a difference. The youth seeker is all over it because of its collagen-building factors. Athletes because of its high concentration of glucosamine and chondroitin and other joint-building nutrients. And digestive health individuals, basically anyone with an allergy has some form of leaky gut syndrome. You've got food particulate passing undigested into your bloodstream, Commit to 12 to 24 ounces of bone broth a day for a few months, and you'll see an incredible difference: energy, flexibility, digestion. Scalable opportunity. On our watch list, we call this watch list because we're not jumping on these as bankable trends, meaning we are not saying they are necessarily scalable opportunities today, but they're very interesting. We represent and have invested in Rebel, and they've got a product with reishi in it, a chocolate beverage that's terrific. Mushrooms have this history regarding anecdotal and scientific measures, including longevity and cleansing. Matcha is great. I think there's room for it's the only aspect of tea that's really going to thrive with cold brew process and HPP technology. Other teas, you get a better distillation with heat. Matcha loves cold, grows in the shade. Its nutrients respond well to a cold distillation. We were in Japan recently, and I was surprised to find out some of the best quality matcha in the world, and they drink it like a latte, like a Starbucks latte, only way better, lower sugar, really nice stuff. So the gateway, I think, for building commerce here, this stuff could do very well, the iced matcha you see there, but I think the latte format is going to be the preferred scalable trend. Algae is showing up as an ingredient in numerous products. Featured there, among others, is the suja greens. We feel great about it. I mean, again, back 37 years ago, we were selling spirulina and chlorella at retail. It's, if harvested correctly, it's high concentrations of nutrition, great nutrients per calorie. Working it into products is a little tricky because there can be some strong flavor notes, but we see a great future for algae. Maple water, I hear a lot of buzz about maple water. Personally, we are classifying it as coconut water without the benefits. I know that sounds harsh. If coconut water had 20 milligrams of potassium per serving instead of 650, it would be a fraction of the size. My contention with maple water, it tastes good, it's pleasant. I wouldn't call it delicious. It's got 650 nutrients and enzymes and compounds, not a high enough concentration of any of them to be a driver towards scalability. Prove me wrong, I'd love to be. Prickly pear, similar. We call it an interesting fruit beverage because if you're going to tell me that this is a product that would help mitigate inflammation, I will tell you all those studies have been done with fresh prickly pear pulp. I do not believe it translates into high production methodology, so we're calling it an interesting fruit beverage, and we'll see how this one goes. So now, looking under the crystal ball, boy, my bling is looking good, but I need some hand lotion. We're going to take a look at bitters. We have strong reasoning to suspect that bitters is going to penetrate beverage and become a very strong trend very quickly. So our process for discovering a bankable trend like bitters, here's a little shot from our home bar. Carlo's making a concoction with 4 types of bitters in it. First of all, we gather information, and we have access, great partnership with Spins. We spend over $1 million with them every year, so we virtually have every category in the store at retail to look at. So picture that. Every day we're looking at all products coded natural in natural products industry and in conventional. So we can see the size of categories, the growth rates, the brands that are performing, so we mine this very important data. We're also always students of the game, so talking to our industry colleagues, paying attention. My family hates when I go to the grocery store because they know it's going to be 4.5 hours. I will be studying. So other things we look for is consumers' openness for adventurous flavors. You see bitter profiles in beers right now. If any of you have been to a cocktail bar recently, and I'm quite sure many of you have, you'll notice there are always, if they have a custom cocktail list, cocktails featuring bitters. Chefs are using bitters, and I'm considering bitters a broad class of foods. You know, things like mustard greens, artichoke, radicchio. A good chef knows that bitters will cut the richness of a fatty meal and will brighten the flavors and bring a needed complexity to many dishes. Bartenders use bitters in similar fashion. It can rescue a cocktail that's too sweet. It can spike notes of other ingredients without necessarily competing with them. And historically, bitters have been used as tonics. Think of it as an herbal extract in a bottle. That's basically what it is. So in addition to all this work, we are looking at syndicated data regarding early adoption of flavors. And I'll give you guys an interesting stat. So if you look at all tea and natural, so traditional medicinals, yogi tea, celestial seasonings, to name a few, the number 5 item in single item sales is dandelion root tea. Traditional medicinals, who came out with that product some 5 years ago, also came out with a leaf product. If you put those two together, it would be by far the number 1 item in the category. People are buying that for its protective ability to take care of liver and detoxify. So imagine an alternative future, communicating this vision, and then supporting success in the marketplace. So, hey guys, we're going to sell this stuff. I mean, I can help you optimize, but we're looking to very intelligent people who know how to formulate products, who know how to market these products. I certainly have a lot of ideas on how we would take bitter cream elixirs, for example, bring it to life. Nitro dandelion brew. There's all kinds of cool stuff you can do. And then people are going to be getting an experience, just like when you drink bone broth, of a noticeable benefit. In fact, as you guys are exiting, after Jeff and I sit down on the couch for a few, I've got a bottle for each of you of Underberg. This is an herbal bitter concoction, herbs from 43 different countries. It's punchy. It's 88 proof. This is 2/3 of an ounce, though. So you should be okay. Even a cheap date like Greg Fleischman should be all right drinking one of these. I suggest you drink this, sip it, get used to the flavor. This is a pungent, strong beverage. I would hardly call it delicious. But after a late night slice of pizza or a heavy meal here in New York, drink the whole bottle down, feel the burn, and see how your stomach settles. Amazing stuff. The next time you have a stomach ache, go to bitters, even bitters and soda, like Angostura bitters. Stop by my home bar in Chicago. I'll make you a bitters cocktail. I only need 10 minutes notice from this crew. So bitter, the most underappreciated taste, I'm going to speed it up here a little bit. You know, sweet, salty, sour, umami, which is savory, and bitter, again, it's underrepresented when balanced out against other foods. And all of these food tastes also have some metabolic effect. In Chinese medicine, bitters are cooling. And so you want to use a product like a fragrant type aromatic herb like ginger. And the genius of all these aromatic bitters that are already retail items is they've taken that into account. They're complicated herbal concoctions. This is another example of bitter foods that are not necessarily common. In many cultures are eating foods like this at every meal, so they're getting a lot of that bitter element. They don't have the same kind of digestive complaints, sugar diet imbalance, or weight issues. Bitters have prominent roles in all those areas. So bitters in history, as far back as 3150 BC, bitters were used in wine as a tonic. In the Middle Ages, they basically started making herbal extracts. So they were medicinal herbal products, distilled roots and herbs distilled in alcohol. And by 1806, the term cocktail was coined, which in its literal sense means a stimulating liquor composed of spirits of any kind, sugar, water, and bitters. So the word cocktail actually has bitters as part of the architecture of its original meaning. Bitters today, cocktails, cuisine, we discussed the application. How are bitters prepared? You can take alcohol, glycerin, water, several other mediums to extract these compounds. Without question, alcohol is the best. Interesting to note, you can sell alcoholic beverages like bitters, which are high proof. These bottled concentrates like Angostura, et cetera, they're 80 to 90 proof, but a 12-year-old kid can buy them. They're like extracts, like vanilla extract, et cetera. So there are retail opportunities for high-proof bitters that would be used in dashes or medicine-looking bottles where they would be used in higher quantities. Mixology, incorporating bitters and herbaceous notes. These are the types of bottles, the high alcohol concentrations in bottles that are typically something like 8 ounces that you would use in dashes to bring a complex note to a varied ingredient cocktail. I literally use bitters in every single cocktail I make. These are lower alcohol aperitifs, or digestive. You drink this before a meal to increase your appetite. You drink it after your meal to aid digestion. These are typically 15 to 40 proof. Things like chinar, which is an artichoke herbal liqueur, various amaros, like the Braulio that Ken Sadowski left with me after his last visit, fascinating stuff, and Fernets of all types. These are meant to be sipped. We also like using them in cocktails. I have a cocktail recipe for you. You may want to copy this one down. Angostura Sour, buy the big bottle, literally 1 3/4 ounces. They say to use this product in dots, in drops and dashes. This cocktail, 1 3/4 ounces Angostura bitters, 1 ounce each of fresh lime, simple syrup, egg white. I dial the simple syrup back to about 3/4 of an ounce, 2 dashes of dark rum. You shake that vigorously, serve it in a coupe strained or in a rocks glass with a large ice cube. You could eat a burrito bigger than your head and digest it perfectly if you drink one of these. So that's the bitter truth, and I'm sticking to it. So I'm gonna go talk to Jeff now. Thank you.
Great work, and thanks for letting us into this process. You know, it's always interesting to see how you determine what you think is something that's a flash in the pan versus something that's sustainable. I guess since we only have time for a quick question, I wonder how long you see it taking for this sort of edge trend to become something that changes cultural taste overall, for it's something that can be a mainstream play.
Well, I think about the best, most recent example of this will be the sour beverage category. You know, think Kavita and their varied probiotic drinks, and like GTs, kombucha, and all the craft brands out there. Clearly, the architecture of this success is not entirely flavor. I mean, I think kombucha is delicious, but it's an acquired taste. So there's an example of a category that is hundreds of millions of dollars that's built on interesting flavor, anecdotal research, meaning, you know, everything from potentially cures cancer to general sense of heightened wellness and homeostasis, but then real stuff like probiotics and digestion and pH balance in your body. So that's an example of a category unto itself. Now with bitters, we see it not as sets of bitter beverages, but rather bitter encroachment. Bitters, like the word fat, I'm determined for both of those to be positive, have positive connotations someday. Bitter beverages in every category. You could see it in sodas, in waters, in teas, certainly alcoholic concoctions. We need retail to respond to this burgeoning cocktail romance in the country and build some great sets with ginger beers and spring water club sodas and mixers of all types, and find a home for bitters at retail.
You're asking people to build these sets. How long does the entrepreneur have until they're co-opted on these kinds of edgier products?
You know, Jeff, not everybody does what I ask them to do. It's the harsh reality. And we're seeing slow development of these mixology sets at retail. It's complicated. You know, I understand that. They've got to find space, move things around. They're still feeling out whether or not these products are going to do well, and they're not doing great business in their current stores, partly because there's no destination for these. So the interesting thing about something like bitters, you don't have to really wait for that to emerge, because you can go broad. I mean, already liquor stores and rolled up business in restaurants, it's you know, $1 billion plus business between all these drinkable liquors, liqueurs, aperitifs, et cetera. So just introducing people to bitter taste and bitter elements, you will find an audience. We're actually developing a coconut cream bitter elixir with one of our brands right now. I told them if you put 12 bottles at a high volume store, say a Whole Foods store in Schaumburg, Illinois, you put 12 bottles of 2 flavors on the shelf, and you went and shopped and hung around, come back in a half a day, and they will be very picked over. And it's one of those things that will catch like that if executed properly.
All right. Well, listen, we got to wrap it up, and I'm going to throw it back to managing editor Ray Latif. And thanks very much, Bill. That was terrific.
Pleasure. Thank you. All right.
Well, that concludes an action-packed, incredible first day of BevNet Live. And I thank all of you for sticking around. You know, I think we could all use a drink. And luckily, our friends at BevForce, CAVU, Interact, and Junuzi Group are sponsoring our after party, which is at the Sky Room at 330 West 40th Street in the penthouse on the 34th floor. Open bar, networking, hors d'oeuvres. In your seats or at your table, you might have seen one of these, just so you don't forget the address. All right, folks, thanks so much for being with us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And actually, we'll see you at the after party. Then we'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding. Oh, Chris and Howard. You two are a regular Laverne and Shirley. What do you think, Kristen? Another winner. We thank you kindly for spending the day with us. Tomorrow is another exciting day for Flavorman, the beverage architects.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Our story starts in Kentucky, Louisville to be precise. Now let's check in with our friends downtown at Flavorman, located at the flavor corner of 8th and York. Let's see what's going on in the lab. Looks like Sarah's about to use the alkalizer. Hello, Sarah. Well, let's not bother her. She's hard at work. Let's see what else is happening. Hello, Rose. What are you up to?
Tabletop distillation.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Looks like Scott is mixing up a batch of proprietary blend for a client. Better not get too close. If we see the formula, he might have to kill us. Just kidding.